EJ in his rocket chair, blasting curveballs through the air. Space tape, duct tape, pull tape, pull it tight. Orbital mechanics all night. Wrench in hand, he'll fix a ride. 1995, finish pride. Rust and bones, car reborn. Screaming engines greet the moon. Orbit King, he's on the screen. Polka beats the punk machine. Welding dreams and cosmic streams. EJ's flying through the sea. Vacuum suits and space news chatter. Satellite, they climb the ladder. Black hole, Morse gold, and solar flare. He's the captain of these cosmic affairs. Restoration streams at dawn, turning trash
Discovery,
to
go and throttle up.
strong. A hubcap here, a piston there. He's the Twitch King with the space age flare. Jebediah, don't you cry. EJ's here to touch the sky. From Kerbin's orbit to deep space flight. He'll build it wrong, but he'll get it right. We'll get it right. Don't get away. I spin in circles, I scream to the void. Afforded oasis, my rage is employed. A storm in my chest, it burns and destroys. Death with the chaos, spin till you fall. It burns and screeches the end of it all. Round and round until we crawl. This is the inferno, the polka brawl. Your lies are balloons, they pop in my face. I'll stop on the floor, leave no empty space.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Riot, no room for disgrace. Buttons clicking, hearts are ticking. Fists are flying, skies are
Discovery,
splitting.
go and throttle up.
Dance with the chaos, spin till you fall. A bird and screeches the end of it all. Round and round until we crawl. This is the inferno, the polka brawl. The tuba's a demon, the snare drum's a beast. The accordion's fury will never be ceased. This is a battle of musical faith. The polka goes harder than hell's unleashed.
What's going on, everybody? Hope everybody had a good Memorial Day weekend. Welcome to the Space and Rocket Review. Space and Rocket Darkness Review. I have the lights off, dude. So the NASA moon base press conference just started, and I'll start us from the beginning, but we're about 15 minutes behind here. Sorry for the late start again today. I didn't think the traffic would be bad after Memorial Day, but why do I even try? Why do I even try anymore? All right. Let's get NASA's moon base coverage up. So NASA has a press conference going on that's called Moon Base News Conference. So let's see what the Moon Base News Conference is all about.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Towards establishing a sustained presence on the lunar surface. I'm George Alderman, NASA Deputy Press Secretary, and I'll be moderating today's news conference.
And
I'm joined by
as is
NASA
tradition,
Administrator Jared Isaacman, the head of Artemis, Dr. Lori Glaze, and the Moon Base Program Manager, Carlos Garcia Galan. We'll be taking questions both in person and through our phone bridge, so media interested in asking a question, please press *1 to enter the queue. Today's briefing is focused specifically on the moon base, so we ask that questions remain within that scope. And now we'll begin with opening remarks from our speakers, beginning with Administrator Isaacman.
All right, let's see if we can catch up here.
Okay, thanks, George. Thank you, everyone who's here today, those from industry leadership, our new Deputy Administrator, Matt Anderson. Thanks for everyone who's tuning in online, also from industry, from our NASA centers, from classrooms, and really those all across the country. Many that are watching are from the interested public. They're excited about the moon base, the latest status, what comes next, and how this grand return to the lunar surface will begin. Now, that curiosity is exactly what NASA is supposed to inspire. It means people are looking up again, believing in big things again, and paying attention as America returns to the moon again, and this time to stay. Now, you can't undertake and achieve the near impossible, like establishing an enduring presence on another celestial body, without many contributing to this mission. It starts with leadership at the top, and I would like to thank President Donald Trump, the bipartisan commitment from Congress, industry for adapting to and meeting the moment, our international partners for standing alongside us, and the tens of thousands of the best and brightest across the NASA workforce whose contributions make all this possible. I'd also like to begin by walking through the timeline that has brought us to this moment, because there's been a lot of progress in a very short period of time, and it's important to understand how deliberately your space agency is progressing. On December 18th, President Trump signed a national space policy that reaffirmed America's commitment to leadership in space, to return to the moon, establish an enduring presence, to build the moon base, to invest in the next giant leap capabilities, to ignite an orbital economy, maybe even the foundations of a lunar economy, and launch extraordinary missions of science and discovery. On March 23rd, we shared with the world exactly how we intend to achieve the vision called for in the American Space Superiority Executive Order. We hosted an event we called Ignition in this very room with nearly 40 Artemis Accord signatories and industry partners in attendance. Then on April 1st, we took an incredible step in the right direction when the clock hit 0 and Artemis 2 got underway on an epic test mission of science, discovery, and integrity, bringing the amazing crew home safely to Earth just 10 days later. Now, as I said before, NASA is not a procurement organization. We will not sit on our hands and wait for industry to deliver. Just in decades past, the expertise and determination of NASA will help drive the intended outcomes. On that note,
I have us at 1.5 speed.
We've been extremely active. We've been reviewing feedback from the Ignition event, speaking to industry, addressing supply chain challenges, having the tough conversations with those failing to meet expectations, and offering NASA's assistance to solve problems and doing the other hard things that should be expected of the world's most accomplished space agency.
The other things?
We are working alongside our lunar lander providers, preparing for Artemis 3 crew announcement and getting ready to begin stacking Artemis 3 this summer with a target launch in mid-2027. Across the agency, our astronauts, controllers, and principal investigators have been completing great science on the International Space Station. We've been flying more X-planes. We've been formulating the next X-planes. We've been getting ready for the Nancy Grace Roman telescope, ready to launch this summer, and welcoming again a new Deputy Administrator with Matt Anderson. On May 22nd, in a workforce note, alongside a series of directives, I announced investments in the NASA organization, into our centers, to meet the urgent priorities outlined in the National Space Policy, focus resources on the most pressing objectives, strengthen and empower the workforce and agency leadership. And today, May 26, we're very pleased to update you on some of our progress. America is returning to the moon. We are working alongside our many international and commercial partners to leverage the incredible capabilities from commercial industry to build a moon base. For all we hope to accomplish in this endeavor, what we are embarking upon is extremely challenging. And we know so little from what is a combined 80 hours of lunar astronaut EVA time across the Apollo missions, and that was more than a half century ago. So we are not jumping right into the glass dome moon base as a service. As we announced during the Ignition event, we intend to take an iterative approach, sending a demand signal to industry for a lot of landers and rovers and tech demonstrations and all the scientific payloads these missions can accommodate. We are leveraging the NASA playbook from the 1960s, figuring out what works, and what doesn't in this epic science of survival, because the moon base is as beautiful as it is hostile. In sunlight, the surface can heat to...
Whoa, wait a minute. I need to hear that again. Hold on. Did I hear that correctly? There's no way. Oh. Chair stuck in green screen. Instructions
Discovery,
unclear.
go at throttle up.
Hold on. Let me hear that one more time.
In a workforce note, alongside a series of directives, I announced investments in the NASA organization into our centers to meet the urgent priorities outlined in the National Space Policy, focus resources on the most pressing objectives, strengthen and empower the workforce and agency leadership. And today, May 26, we're very pleased to update you on some of our progress. America is returning to the moon. We are working alongside our many international and commercial partners to leverage the incredible capabilities from commercial industry to build a moon base. For all we hope to accomplish in this endeavor, what we are embarking upon is extremely challenging, and we know so little from what is a combined 80 hours of lunar astronaut EVA time across the Apollo missions, and that was more than a half century ago. So we are not jumping right into the glass dome moon base as a service. As we announced during the ignition event, we intend to take an iterative approach, sending a demand signal to industry for a lot of landers and rovers and tech demonstrations and all the scientific payloads these missions can accommodate. We are leveraging the NASA playbook from the 1960s, figuring out what works and what doesn't in this epic science of survival, because the moon base is as beautiful as it is hostile. In sunlight, the surface can heat to over 250 degrees. In darkness, it can drop well below minus 200. In the permanently shaded craters, areas of great interest that have been untouched by sunlight for millions, even billions of years, temperatures can fall well below minus 400 degrees. There is no atmosphere to moderate these extremes, no protection from radiation and solar particle events, and the surface is exposed to meteorite impacts, including the kind of light flashes the Artemis II crew observed from orbit. Recognizing this reality, I'm often asked why we send our astronauts into such harsh and dangerous and unforgiving environment of space or the lunar surface, and at such great cost. And we go for the technology we will pioneer to get there, the science and all that we will learn that will make life better here on Earth, to advance humankind on this great adventure, to inspire the next generation to do it better than we can, and to be very clear, to master the skills for where we will inevitably go next. I want to acknowledge the speed of the NASA Moonbase team and all those that are supporting this effort alongside industry to bring us to these announcements. So we are discussing 3 Moonbase missions and a series of additional awards with more missions to be announced in the months ahead. Now, Moonbase 1 will be the first privately funded lunar lander mission in history. The Blue Origin Mark I Endurance lander will deliver multiple payloads to the Shackleton Connecting Ridge, a strategic area of the lunar South Pole. In addition to flying 2 NASA science payloads, SCALPs, a lunar retroreflector array, the mission objective is to demonstrate critical capabilities that reduce risk for the human landing system missions. On that note, every mission in support of the lunar base helps us learn and de-risk crewed missions, but this one is especially important because of the role Blue Origin plays in the Artemis program. The target no earlier than launch date is the fall of 2026. Moonbase 2 will be the largest commercial payload delivered to the lunar surface ever, though in this Moonbase endeavor, we certainly hope to be breaking records on nearly every mission. The Astrobotic Griffin lander will carry more than 500 kilograms of cargo, including Astrolab's FLIP rover, to the lunar surface. This mission will help mature the capabilities necessary to support future lunar terrain vehicles, autonomous operations, logistics, and especially the LTV astronaut mobility. Moonbase 3 will expand our scientific understanding of the lunar surface. This mission will deliver the first payload selected through NASA's PRISM initiative, a program that brings together universities, researchers, and industry through open competition to solve scientific questions. The anchor scientific mission is Lunar Vertex, which will study lunar swirls, one of the moon's most intriguing mysteries. Now, these unusual formations appear brighter than their surroundings, as portions of the lunar surface are somehow shielded from the effects of the solar wind. Understanding why they exist could improve our understanding of how the lunar environment evolves, how surface materials change over time, and how future infrastructure may perform in these extreme conditions. The Moon Base 3 landings will also deliver payloads from ESA and the Korean Space Agency, demonstrating that the future of lunar exploration is an international effort. Moonbase 2 and 3 are targeted to launch before the end of 2026. Now, these represent the first of more than a dozen missions we expect to announce through the balance of this year as we return, build the base, and never give up the moon again. And as mentioned, just like in decades past, we are taking the world along with us, though this time, and eventually through the power of orbital observation and communication satellites, we will do so with impressive detail on the Moonbase website, which launched, I believe, in the last hour. The website will be a central hub for announcements, for mission updates, for imagery, video, solicitations, and procurement awards, and all the latest breakthroughs from NASA industry and academia. Now, just as the world paused to take notice of Artemis II and its historic mission, this website and all the associated moon-based missions will inspire students, instill curiosity, promote internships, and encourage them to work in industry as scientists, engineers, pilots, and astronauts to build hardware that will go to the moon and to control it from Houston. Perhaps even themselves to walk on the lunar surface as they grow up and carry the fire during the golden age of exploration. So for those waiting patiently, the grand return is close at hand, and we will not slow down. We are moving with the competence and the purpose to accomplish the missions that only NASA is capable of achieving, and we are really just getting started. And now I'll hand it over to Dr. Lori Glaze.
Human expert. Wonderful to see all of our colleagues and partners here today. Thank you so much, Jared, for setting the tone of what truly is a pivotal moment for human exploration. We have several exciting announcements ahead, including new awards and new partnerships that will accelerate our progress for Moonbase. But first, I do want to talk a little bit about the foundation that makes all of this possible, and that foundation is Artemis. The incredible success of the Artemis II mission has taken NASA from proving what is possible to making the extraordinary routine. Just last month, humanity returned to deep space. And I know Jared already mentioned this, but
Shatner pause.
I'm going to take a few more minutes to talk about this. Artemis II is not only a historic journey, it was a comprehensive test of NASA's capabilities as we push farther from Earth. The Space Launch System delivered our crew to orbit with precision. The Orion's life support systems, navigation, communications, camera systems, and heat shield all performed well. Each of these successes validated the technologies and processes we'll rely on as missions become more ambitious and more complex. Where the systems didn't perform as expected, we gained important information to help us improve on future flights. But Artemis II also validated something just as critical: how humans, science teams, and mission operations work together in deep space. This mission gave us real-world data about how our astronauts live, work, communicate, and adapt outside of low Earth orbit. Knowledge we can't perfectly simulate on the ground. Artemis II gave our operations and science teams the opportunity to collaborate in real time, practice integrated decision-making, and refine the workflows that will guide lunar surface activities and eventually our path to Mars. While Artemis II carried out significant scientific observations, the mission's science was fundamentally about enabling exploration. The crew served as both scientists and test subjects. They helped us understand how to collect data, operate safely, and coordinate crew, flight controllers, and science teams to accomplish our objectives. The human research and biological and physical sciences data they collected will help us better understand how humans respond to the deep space environment. And the stunning imagery and observations they returned of the Earth, of the moon's near side and far side, of impact flashes in the shadow of the lunar eclipse, all were as much about improving our operational readiness as advancing scientific knowledge. These moments remind us why we explore: to inspire, to learn, and to push human presence farther than ever before. The crew captured the iconic Hello World image of Earth from Orion, revealing once again just the beauty and fragility of our home planet. They photographed the moon beyond Orion's solar arrays with Hello Moon, marking the beginning of humanity's return to deep space. And as they passed behind the far side of the moon, they helped us practice vital science processes that will shape future missions: observation, documentation, interpretation, and teamwork across thousands of miles. Artemis II proved that NASA is ready for the next step. And that next step is coming fast. Artemis III will conduct critical integrated tests in Earth orbit, including rendezvous and docking with our commercial partners and commercial landers. Artemis III hardware, from the SLS core stage to Orion's modules to lander partner systems, is moving into final integration and flight readiness development. And Artemis 4 and 5 hardware is already flowing to the Kennedy Space Center from other centers and partner facilities around the US and the world.
Tip 39 was
We're
on
moving
there.
toward the cadence necessary for a sustained deep space program, steady, accelerated, and continuously learning as we prepare to return to the lunar surface. And that then brings us to the future: Moonbase. Moonbase will be home base for our Artemis crews and will encompass long-duration stays, expanded robotic and human capabilities, and an enduring presence on the lunar surface. Everything we tested and learned on Artemis II, the systems, the teamwork, the operational tempo, feeds directly into our ability to build a sustainable foothold on the moon. With Moonbase, Artemis astronauts will stay longer, explore farther, and conduct the kinds of science that advances exploration itself, understanding how humans operate off-world, how we build infrastructure, and how we prepare for Mars. As you'll hear from Carlos in a moment, only 2 months after ignition, we are already taking concrete steps through new procurement awards and new partnerships to turn this vision into a reality. We are building humanity's first outpost beyond Earth. Through Artemis we are going, and with Moonbase we're going to stay. And together, NASA, industry, and international partners, we are creating a future where exploration is not just an incredible moment in history, but the first foothold beyond Earth for all of humanity. So with that, thank you, and it is my pleasure to hand over to our Moonbase Program Executive, Carlos Garcia Galan, to take you through the next steps in building the Moonbase.
That's great. He's the Moonbase guy.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, as the administrator and Lori alluded, we have been busy since Ignition Day. We have been working to align all the agency resources across NASA to basically deliver on this objective of building a moon base. We've been establishing the architecture and the strategy to enable it. We've been reviewing your inputs and your ideas through the RFI for moon-based capabilities. We have been visiting industry and going to centers across NASA to, number one, share the vision and talk about it, get your ideas, and also see what capabilities are out there that we can use as tools to develop this. We have been working on the solicitations that we projected and broadcasted during Ignition Day, which is what we're going to talk about today. You go to the next chart. I'm going to give you a little bit of an outline of the things that we're going to be doing today. First, we're going to start where we left off, talking a little bit about the phase objectives and the assets that we're going to be talking about and discussing milestones for. Then we're going to talk about key phase 1 milestones with awards for landers and lunar terrain vehicles and Moonfall carrier spacecraft. And then we're going to talk about what's in the lunar horizon in the short months ahead. So let's get started. This is a chart that kind of describes the vision that we delivered during Ignition Day. We envision the moon base to be hundreds of square miles with different assets, all building up to the objective of permanent lunar presence on the moon. To get there, we're going to break it up in phases, and phase 1 has already started. From now through 29, we're going to work to make sure that getting to the lunar surface is a high reliability endeavor. Many assets we can deliver there. We're also going to test and experiments the the science of survival, as the administrator said. We're going to experiment on the things that we know are ahead of us that we're going to need to build the permanent infrastructure, which is happening on phase 2, and then permanent habitation on phase 3. To do this, we're building and working on many different systems, from transportation to mobility, and we've broadcasted a pretty high cadence of missions that will help us to get there. Phase 1, for example, will have 25 launches, 21 landings, and we're planning to deliver about 4 metric tons of cargo to the surface of the moon. And we want to graduate from that to 60 metric tons to 150 by the time we get to phase 3. If you go to the next chart, when you think about the lunar surface and the endeavor of building a moon base, it's going to be extremely hard. And it dawns on us every day how little we know of the lunar surface. We did the Apollo program, we've had lunar probe, we've had spacecraft, robotic spacecraft that have gone back to the moon, but we have explored very little. So we envision multiple assets. Those 21 landings is to deploy many types of assets in different areas where we have objectives for science, or we think it's a good place to develop the moon base. We're going to have landers, small and medium class. We're going to have constellations of satellites that will enable communication, navigation, pointing, observation. We're going to have rovers and LTVs, and also we're going to have drones. So, to talk about all of those assets, we're ready to make the first major award. And that is, something we advertised during Ignition Day, is for the LTV delivery landers. Through CLIPS program, we requested task plans for delivery of one or multiple 1 metric ton class NASA payloads to the South Pole region. In the base period of that task order, we'll basically ask the vendors to finalize the mission design, integrate and develop the integration plans, execute long lead hardware procurements, design and test the payloads, and demonstrate the compliance of the payload delivery system to the surface. Then in subsequent options, if everything goes well, they will build the lander spacecraft. So, the long-awaited moment for the delivery of all the LTV awards that we're going to announce today, NASA has selected Blue Origin.
Can't play that. Oh, I gotta be over here.
Congratulations. Blue Origin's lunar lander product line has 2 variants. Mark 1, which is the uncrewed version, is what we're going to be using for the delivery of the LTVs, and Mark 2, which is the crew lander mission. So using Mark 1s will also reduce the risk for future crewed missions there. Mark 1 is the same type of vehicle as Endurance, which is featured in Moonbase 1, the first mission to the lunar surface. Mark 1 type of spacecraft is also going to deliver the Viper rover later in the fall of 2027. So congratulations, Blue Origin, and we are looking forward to this partnership to deliver the first lunar terrain vehicle as part of Moonbase program. Thank you very much, and congratulations. So now we get into the awards for the lunar terrain vehicles. In this case, we're going to award 2 of them. As the lunar roving vehicle during the Apollo program, the LTV will give astronauts the ability to further conduct scientific research around the moon. But it's going to do a lot more than that, because in this case, we need it to work all year round. We need them to be on the surface doing things that basically prospect the surface, scope around to potential landing sites, or go to areas of deep scientific objectives. So the LTVs we're going to announce today are both crewed and autonomous rovers. They're a mix between the Apollo lunar roving vehicle and a Mars-style rover. The LTVs will have a mass of about 1 metric ton, or a little bit less than that, and will have to be in a configuration that is kind of compressed to be able to fit on those landers. Each one of the vendors is going to do that in a different, ingenious way. They're designed to traverse about 200 kilometers from where they're dropped off, which is 4 times greater than any rover has ever traveled on the moon or Mars. They can be telerobotically operated by people on the ground. They can work autonomously, and of course, when we have human crewed missions, they'll be driven by the humans. These things can go up to 10 kilometers per hour and go up and down slopes of like 20 degrees. So I'm gonna get ready to announce the first LTV award winner, and that is Astrolab. Congratulations.
Bum, 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 bum. Dum 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 dum. Bum bum. Rolling rover, rolling, 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 roll.
For during ignition day to be able to test and develop the capabilities as we go. Again, it has autonomous capabilities, it can be teleoperated, or of course the crew will drive it. CLV-1 has a maximum mass of 950 kilograms and can reach speeds up to 10 kilometers per hour. Astrolab is also building the Flip rover, which has a lot of the features that will then be carried over to the lunar terrain vehicle. Astrolab is using subs like Odyssey Space Research, Axiom Space, and Interloon as the subcontractors for that. So imagine the first rover, because we're going to have cameras, we're going to have payloads, roving around Mars and basically bringing us with them in real life. Going to places we have never seen of the moon, testing us and giving us key ground truth data so we can build on that. Again, one round of applause for Astrolab. Congratulations. The second LTV provider, which I'm going to announce now, is Lunar Outpost.
Drop the bass, that's what all the kids like.
Class of rover called Pegasus, which is what we're going to deliver to the surface of the moon. Pegasus is a pared-down version of Lunar Outpost Eagle lunar terrain vehicle. Pegasus is a lighter weight and will be ready to fly on earlier missions as we've asked and demanded. They will do things like autonomous driving, terrain mapping, and identify future potential moon base sites. Pegasus can carry up to 2 crew members and travel 10 kilometers per hour on the lunar surface and, like I said, go through steep slopes and terrains. They're partnering with General Motors, Leidos, and Goodyear as key subcontractors for the vendors. So give Lunar Outpost a round of applause. Congratulations. These awards are incredibly important to the next steps of phase 1 because we have to be able to move around the surface and start looking and gaining the knowledge we need to build up on the moon base. Part of that also is Moonfall, which is the lunar drones that we advertised during Ignition Day. Moonfall is the first lunar drone capability that we're going to have, and it's going to accomplish different objectives. The first is demonstrate the technology. It is going to be the first robotic mobile platform with the range to quickly explore sites interesting at the lunar South Pole. Cool. Like the administrator discussed earlier, the variances in lighting, thermal gradients are gigantic on the lunar surface. And we basically have a range of like 1 meter dedicated information on the different areas we want to go to. So in that 1 meter, if we're wrong or if we're off a little bit, those ranges of 400-500 degrees in temperature can be a key aspect that we need to overcome. So these drones will allow us to go, cover a broader range of areas that we unprospect and get background truth. It can demonstrate the ability to take off and land in multiple locations with precision under South Pole lighting conditions and terrain features. Also, it will utilize available electronics so we can develop them quickly and deploy them where we need. One of the key things that we want to put on these drones is survive the night technology. So not only can they accomplish the mission, they can go to multiple locations, but they can also survive the long lunar nights. So when they get sun again, they can serve a permanent objective wherever they ended up at. It could be observation, it could be communications or something else. Another key objective is site characterization. So we'll be able to map the surface at centimeter scale resolution, not meters, centimeter scale resolution, allowing us to beef up our orbital databases and reducing the risk for future landings. It will prospect for water and ice in the subsurface of the moon. It can go look into the surface of the moon about 1 meter in depth across tens of kilometers. It will also characterize the radiation environment before we send other assets or crews to the surface and provide a geodetic framework for navigation using retroreflectors. Wherever we put these drones, it will provide much more of a capability for precision landing for whatever landing is coming into that area. And then we'll have cameras, of course, on all of them and be able to observe around the territory. The next objective is imaging. So in the picture that you see on the screen, you have the current capability on the right and what we're going to provide on the left. So high resolution imagery across all mission phases, including the deployment, the landing, and nominal operations of staying in situ or hopping around. It will continue image collection during extended mission, and it will analyze the different sites for unprecedented detail and basically allowing us to build our understanding of soil mechanics, the terrain, the lighting conditions in situ of wherever we want to go. It will help us build a digital terrain map of different landing sites on the moon and prospect moon-based sites. So all of those things are going to be critical for continuing understanding of where we're going. The last part I wanted to talk about that we're hoping to achieve is to establish a moon-based perimeter. With 4 or 3 lunar drones, Moonfall, we're going to be able to basically put them at the corners of the areas where we think we have either key scientific objectives or we want to build up the moon base. And maybe in their final hope, like I said earlier, we can give them a function, potentially be a beacon, provide those retroreflectors to be able to get more precise landing, even be the first lunar cell tower if we choose to do so. By coupling the survive the night technology with different instruments and of course cameras for observation, it'll give us a tremendous capability. And like I said, for phase 1, Moonbase is just a demonstration of capability. We hope this will work out and we'll be able to evolve that capability. I'm picturing the future of Moonbase where we're starting to plan areas where we're going to send the crews or rovers to robotically go to a specific crater or area of interest. We can deploy these drones. Some areas we can even reach with lunar terrain vehicles or rovers. So this could be a critical capability to allow us to get to those objectives. So something has to take the lunar drones, Moonfall, to the surface of the moon. And today we're ready to announce that JPL, our partner developing the Moonfall drones, has selected a carrier spacecraft, and that is Firefly.
Yeah, we're gonna get claimed. Firefly. They're gonna. So what is Blue Ghost gonna land the hoppers? No, Firefly has their Blue Ghost 1 mission. Yeah. So Blue Ghost 1 is going to land a bunch of hoppers on the surface? Question? I would like to remind everybody that Blue Ghost 1 flew on Falcon 9. All right, if just in case anybody's wondering. Sorry.
Vehicle will basically carry the drums from Earth into lunar orbit, then slow down, and at a certain altitude, it will deploy 4 or 3 drones that will then take the mission on their own hands. They'll finalize the landing. Real. They'll land probably about a mile apart from each other and carry on from the mission there. This is a very exciting mission that you can see a picture of the carrier vehicle there. We can't wait to get started and actually see these things deployed. Congratulations, Firefly, and glad to partner with you guys on this.
All right, that's going to be actually kind of cool.
We're done with the award announcement, so a big round of applause for all of you. Now gets the hard part, which is delivering on time and having successful missions back to back. Okay, now I want to talk about what is on the lunar horizon. So the first one I want to talk about is CLPS 1.0. During Ignition Day, basically we said we're going to use the CLPS construct, which was doing scientific commercial service payload delivery to the surface, to continue on and provide the landers that will carry our assets to the surface. And we declared 2 things. We were going to contract for the LTV delivery service, which we just announced, and we were going to also expand the number of missions to carry payloads, whether scientific or technology demonstrations. Those announcements are coming back and coming up in June. So stand by for that, and we're going to declare the award winners for several of those missions to add to the Moonbase portfolio. We're also working on additional task orders for low and mid-sized class landers through 1.0 to potentially deliver additional technology demonstration payloads. So all of that is also coming up soon. And then in Ignition Day, we talked about CLPS 2.0. So 2.0 is really the next generation lunar cargo landers. We are accepting proposals to that June 30th, and early in the fall or even late in the summer of 2026, we'll announce the companies that are eligible to participate on that. And it's going to be a very quick turnaround between making those vendors eligible to when we start contracting those missions. CLPS 2.0 is built on the successes of CLPS 1.0, but we're giving ourselves more flexibility. There's going to be ability to do tax orders on end-to-end service. There's going to be ability to basically just buy a lander and be able to couple that with launch service and also technology demonstration payloads, which we may procure or build on our own, and we'll be doing the integration of all of those missions in-house. Again, full end-to-end service, in-house, or a combination of. And we're going to be using that and advertising providers eligible and missions through CLPS 2.0 with the next generation landers pretty soon in the next coming months. And then, one of the things that we were wanting to do pretty fast is basically establish the architecture, set the priorities for the technology that we're going to need in phase 2, and then map that to the tech demonstrations that we need to do in phase 1, all these landers we're just talking about. We've narrowed the field of things that we're interested. There's many things that we need to perform, including survive the night and all of those things, but we really want to focus on developing the mid-sized cargo delivery. This is going to be accomplished through CLPS 2.0. Initial power infrastructure. We're talking about solar and potentially nuclear, also smaller components for surviving the night. We're looking at 2 to 15 kilowatts of power generation, up to 20 kilowatts potentially if it's a nuclear system, and hundreds of kilowatt hours of storage capacity. We're also wanting to explore initial cargo mobility and logistics, which is going to be a huge key element of permanent habitation, and then Pathfinder habitation missions. We have 2 BAAs today across the agency, not just Moonbase, which are soliciting ideas, and we'll be using those to take proposals, not for studies, but actually building hardware. The study is going to be put the thing on the surface, test it out, learn from it, and then actually graduate that to be a permanent part of the architecture. So that work is going on now. Okay, that was a lot. So this wraps up the first moon base status, where in just 2 months, we've covered awards for new landers, lunar terrain vehicles, and moonfall carrier spacecraft. Soon, we will be status in progress on the additional landers, like I said. We'll also be talking about international partner contribution agreements, which we're actively working on. Awards for technology demonstration missions, and the selected companies to build the next generation landers. As Artemis 2 showed us, literally, we're just a tiny body in this universe. But we're in the business of expanding our horizons, doing the near impossible, building the moon base. We're making history together. Thank you very much. And now we're going to transition into the answer questions from the media. So, George, back over to you.
What's launching
Thank
all
you.
this? Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos, and thank you all. As you can see on stage now, we're joined by models of the landers and vehicles from Blue Origin, Astrolab, Lunar Outpost, and Firefly.
Not to scale.
We'll now start taking questions from the media. We'll start in the room, and if you're joining us via the phone bridge, please press *1 to enter the queue. We also have in attendance today subject matter experts who will help answer some of our questions, but please direct your questions to our speakers that are on stage. And as a reminder, today's briefing is focused specifically on the moon base, so please keep your questions within that scope. And please ask one question so we can get to as many of you as possible. We'll circle back if we have time. We'll now take our first question. In the front row, yes.
You. Me?
Oh, do you want to hold it? Okay. Hi there, Kristen Fisher with The Endless Void. My question's for Jared. Jared, China has said that it's studying lava tubes as potential sites for future bases. They just put about 28 taikonauts through cave training for about a month. And so my question is are there any discussions taking place right now at NASA about exploring lava tubes, underground lava tubes, as a possible site for a future second base? Or is everything focused squarely on the moon's south pole? Thanks.
Well, I would say that we are very focused on the first moon base, but in these conversations, we do discuss that we are aspiring to have a lot of outposts on the lunar surface. And I think cave exploration has been part of, at various times, our own astronaut program training as well. So we certainly see value in that environment. I don't know if you'd like to add anything, Lori.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit on it there. We have actually done a lot of work in the past at looking at caves for being able to protect human crew from radiation, the harsh radiation environment. So certainly there's been a lot of research there, and certainly something that could be part of, as you said, as we start to expand our reach, could be part of that.
Yes, in the white.
Thank you so much for this briefing. Lenka White with RIA Novosti. It's very interesting. I was curious on international cooperation. Let's say there would be a moon base 4. Are there any talks about possibly cooperating with international partners on ISS-style cooperation on the moon with partners like Roscosmos and others? Thank you so much.
So we are having a lot of conversations with our international partners. I don't know that this is going to be quite in the ISS style. This may be a little different. We're having a lot of individual conversations with various international partners about the types of missions we could collaborate on, where they're either providing payloads or they're providing a capability that we'll work with them on. So there's a lot of that discussion ongoing right now. I think there's a lot of excitement with the international community about different ways they can participate and collaborate with NASA on these various missions, from small-scale payloads all the way up through very large systems like the pressurized rover or habitats. So we've got a pretty broad range of conversations ongoing.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we'll be statusing you on that in upcoming moon-based status mission.
Yeah.
It's status briefings.
This will be second row in the suit.
Oh, of course. Thank you for taking my question. Sergey Motov with the Russian TASS News Agency. My question is for Administrator Isaacman. So to follow up on international cooperation, do you expect to discuss lunar exploration during your upcoming visit to Baikonur this summer? And as just as a follow-up, do you also expect to discuss the integrated crew flights and extending the agreement with Russia?
I would say whenever I've had my discussions with Director General Brakhanov, we usually give updates on our respective space programs and progress. So I fully expect we'll be discussing the International Space Station and what that continued cooperation will look like through the remaining life of Space Station. And I am sure we will also discuss generally what NASA has planned for our lunar missions on the horizon. In our last conversation, the Director General was very kind to discuss the Artemis II, so I'm sure it'll be a topic again.
Actually, don't mind.
Our next question will come from the phone bridge from Marcia Dunn with the AP.
But, you know.
Yes, hi. Probably for you, Carlos. When people think of a moon base, they think about people living there full time. And what do you envision? When do you envision that happening where visiting lunar astronauts are not just going to be camping out in their capsules for a week or so, but when do you think that there will be a real base with habitats, and when might that happen, and how long might their stays be, and how many astronauts do you envision on the surface at any one time? Just paint me a picture of the future. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. So in the three phases we've described, we hope to have some sort of habitation capability in phase 2 with the pressurized rover. That will be where the astronauts can land on their human-rated lander, hop on the pressurized rover and basically work and explore the moon on a short-lived environment, and then from there go to different locations where they can get out of the pressurized rover, perhaps hop onto a lunar terrain vehicle, and even go farther with EVA suits. In phase 2, we'll be building permanent infrastructure, including laying out a power grid and things like that, all building up to what it takes to do permanent habitation. Permanent habitation is not just about the asset, but it's about the whole train of logistics that we would need to have set up in place to enable that. So I think we'll go from this short duration missions to longer stays using some of these assets to basically long-term flights, not potentially permanent, but with crews coming to the surface twice a year, we can expand the time that they can expend there before they come back home. And then eventually, when we've matched the assets, habitation modules, with the logistics and all the things to move the logistics around, then we'll be able to say, hey, we're permanently here and we're not giving it up.
Next question will come from Eric Berger with Ars Technica via the phone bridge.
Hi, thanks very much for doing this. This is a question for Jared or Carlos, I think. So Carlos referenced the moon base perimeter, and I'm just curious, having looked at the Artemis Accords, is this a safety zone you're trying to create? And are these areas basically where non-Artemis Accord signatories, should keep out of? Thanks.
I think it's important for us to get there first, and I mean when I say that, meaning let's get there and actually achieve what we're intending to do with these hopper drones. It is a first of its kind, which is why JPL is tackling this. But I think the idea that there are areas of great interest on the lunar surface, we do want to get there and explore them, and we also obviously want to be very mindful of the Outer Space Treaty, so that we are respectful of other nations that are putting assets on the lunar surface. We would expect that to be reciprocal, but I think that's just one objective of many that the Moonfall drones intend to accomplish, as Carlos discussed. I mean, this is going to be scouting. There's going to be comms on it. There's going to be observation capabilities as the primary objectives of that Moonfall asset.
Our next question will be from Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now via the phone bridge.
Hi, everyone, for taking the time to speak with us. Question for Carlos, I suppose. with the LTVs that were announced from Lunar Outpost and from Astrolab, about how far is the driving range of those? And I ask because I imagine while still being examined, the amount of ejecta that's going to be kicked up by either Starship or Blue Moon Mark II is going to be quite dramatic. And so I would assume that the LTVs can't be placed too close to future Artemis landing sites. So how far apart are these assets going to be placed, and are you expecting them to sort of go to and from future Artemis crewed landing sites? Is that the plan? Thanks.
Yeah, good question. So I'm going to actually bring in some of our Moonbase team experts, starting with the Acting Director for Surface Mobility, Robert Pickle. And by the way, I'll just introduce them all for future questions. We have Najib Meransi, she's the Chief Architect of Moonbase, and Ryan Stephan, who is the Acting Director for Cargo Landers. So Robert, take it away.
Yeah, sure. Great question. So protecting for PSI, we plan to keep the LTVs approximately 2 kilometers away when the landers land, and they'll traverse in, be able to pick up the crew, and then do missions up to like 10 kilometers during the crewed period, and then uncrewed, like Carlos said, total of like 400 kilometers throughout the lifetime.
Thank you.
No, I like that. I like that.
We'll go to our next question with, that'll be from Jeff Faust with Space News on the phone bridge.
Good afternoon. What is the dollar value of the various awards you announced this afternoon to Blue Origin, Astrolab, Lunar Outpost, and Firefly? Thank you.
All right, good question also. So Ryan, take it away. We'll start with the service delivery of the LTVs, and we'll go to Robert for the actual LTV awards.
Yeah, I don't want to do math real time, but each individual award to Blue Origin was $234 million per mission, so 234 times 2.
Yeah, and each LTV award was $220 million.
All right, thank you. We'll go to our next question in the room in the blue and white tie.
Hunter Ryerson from Pirate Wires. For Administrator Isaacman, NASA's made developing the orbital economy a major priority, and as well, an interplanetary civilization doesn't get built by one government alone. How do NASA's moon-based plans contribute to the achievement of these goals? And further, how does Moonbase support future missions to Mars?
Great question. First, I think, as I've said many times, it's extremely important to ignite an orbital and ideally a lunar economy. I don't believe that we are going to, have that true kind of spacefaring world we may have imagined as children reading science fiction books if it's perpetually funded by taxpayers. So it is vitally important that we figure out what, generates value either in the unique environment of microgravity or on the lunar surface in excess of the cost that it takes to go into it. I don't have any great answers for you other than we are sending a demand signal that hopefully will reveal it. I've said many times we can't force a lunar economy into existence. I suspect in the years, decades ahead, as we build and operate what's hopefully multiple, let's just say, lunar outposts, that we will uncover something along the way. Having a good, a lunar economy developing would be a nice capability out of all this to realize. But I've said many times, like we could put a demand signal out for, 50, 100 landers like we're procuring today. I couldn't tell you who's going to buy the 51st or the 101st someday if it's other than NASA, but this is at least a step in the right direction. Now, to your point on how does this help us get to Mars, look, to be very clear, that is the primary objective out of this. As I mentioned during my remarks, there's a lot of great things that will come from having a outpost on the moon. It was only a matter of time that we'd want to have our astronauts interacting, not just in, they've done microgravity for more than a quarter century, but now let's interact with the lunar regolith. Let's have, there will be scientific discoveries. Let's land rovers with radio telescopes to go to the far side of the moon. Let's ignite an orbital economy. These are all things that would be nice to have and achieve along the way, but really it is to have an environment where we can work with the water ice and master the skills for where we go next, which is Mars. And it would be nice to do that when you're 4 days away from home than many months away from home. So that is overarching. Why build the moon base? Again, there's knowledge that can be had. There's technology that we will develop that will help life here on Earth. There's certainly going to be a whole lot of inspiration that's coming out of this for the next generation. But number one, we want to be in an environment where we can learn the skills so that astronauts can go and plant the stars and stripes on Mars someday.
Take another question from in the room, in the front row up there in the black.
You got it. Sorry, Sid. Hi, Audrey Decker from Politico. Thanks for doing this. Quick funding question for the administrator. When can NASA start using the gateway funds that were passed in the reconciliation package last year for the moon base, or do you need any congressional approval through a re-auth bill or a PROPS to start using those? And then more broadly, could NASA provide any more specifics about how it plans to fit all of this into the budget and the increased CLIPS missions? Thanks so much.
Sure. Well, I think just as I mentioned during the various budget hearings I attended, in order to achieve the ignition objectives, it's important to look at all of the funding sources. So we obviously have the $10 billion plus up from the Working Family Tax Cut Act. We have the FY26 appropriations, and then we have the 2027 President's budget request, which we believe is more than adequate to meet our exploration goals. In fact, a large portion of the $10 billion was in exploration. And in terms of congressional notification, I'd say generally I think should be pretty apparent there's strong bipartisan support around a moon base. I see pretty regularly congressional leaders coming out and interacting and retweeting with our commentary on it. I think they're all excited for American astronauts and eventually our allies to be on the lunar surface itself as opposed to orbiting above it. And as I mentioned, we've already provided now the notification to Congress as expected for any of the organizational or funding line mechanics that need to be addressed.
Our next question will come from the phone from Ken Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. I guess this is for Jared or Carlos. When is the timing for landing the LTVs, and how does it fit in with the Artemis schedules? Before Artemis 4, between Artemis 4 and Artemis 5, or later? Thank you.
So certainly we want to have a LTV. We pick both of them in the crewed version of that, even though we can operate them robotically before the Artemis 4 mission. And we'll certainly try to line it up so that crew has an LTV to go explore around. So it's absolutely an objective. And then we'll, see how the development goes on. But, we plan to have LTVs for the crews coming to the surface of the moon. And again, the LTV strategy, which we signal in ignition, is that instead of developing one very capable but also complex and putting all of our eggs in that basket, we're going to develop multiple. So this is, if you will, phase one of LTVs. After we test out the two that we just awarded today, we expect to have more opportunities for same vendors or other vendors with more capability and incorporating the lessons learned that we learned through the operations of the two that we have.
Yeah, and if I may jump on this, because it hits a couple questions in this room. It talks to the lunar economy, the question about habitability that came up before. When are we going to actually keep astronauts on the moon for some period of time beyond just whatever the lander in itself will support? We are digging up the playbook or dusting off the playbook from the 1960s here at NASA. Like, we are going to get back to this iterative approach of learning. We haven't been on the moon in a very long time. I have no doubt we're going to learn an awful lot from the first couple lunar terrain vehicles, and rather get a few of them on the moon as soon as we possibly can, alongside the first crewed missions. So we can get astronauts interacting with a rover again for the first time in again, more than a half century. And I have no doubt they'll come back and give us feedback that will inform some of the phase 2 LTV awards, where we'll progressively add more capability from things we learn from autonomous functions. You're doing the same thing when it gets to habitability, right? I think
Clearly, as Carlos mentioned, we were probably going down the path of one extremely exquisite, all-encompassing rover before. That doesn't help stimulate a lunar economy at all. That's like, it becomes an all-or-nothing event, nor is it just the right thing to do to learn to get to what should be the ultimate state rover maybe many years around down the road. Same thing is applicable for habitability. Doing lots of landers, demonstrating different capabilities in this incredibly harsh environment is a way you stimulate a lunar economy from all the various commercial players, but it helps us get to the state instead of just trying to drop a single all-encompassing habitation module and hoping it works out. So all of this comes together for an achievable path for mobility, for the astronauts themselves, for logistics, for autonomous operations, for habitation, and for stimulating a lunar economy. Hopefully that all makes sense how it's coming together. Our next question will come from the phone bridge from Irene Klotz with Aviation Week.
Thank you. In addition to the time frame of the LTVs, what's the time frame for the JPL Moonfall mission? And I was wondering if the scope or the funding for the newly renamed Moonbase 1 through 3 missions has changed from when those were originally awarded under CLIPS. Thanks.
Okay, I'll take that. And I'm going to ask Najud to also jump in if you want to add anything to what I'm going to say. So first of all, the first Moonbase missions that we've declared, what we were already had on contract, we're doing things a little bit differently with those. We want to make sure that the reliability is there, and we're putting all the resources of NASA, including test facilities if they need them, in play here. So we're not necessarily changing the timeline because we already had a contract with them on when that was going to happen, but we're basically putting all of our assets in play, including experts, facilities, know-how, whatever it takes to make them successfully before they get to fly and when they're flying. So Moonfall is also something that is a phase 1 asset, so by 28. And we're still doing some trades on number of, it's going to be 3 or 4, and what's the pluses or minuses of that. And then I'm going to turn it over to Najud to kind of add on, why that and how these missions maybe interplay with each other.
Yes, a lot of the priority for the Moonfall early on is to get them in the locations to do the reconnaissance on the important locations where we want to deploy the rovers, the science, the power systems that will follow. So being able to integrate all these missions across time and adapt the learnings from them is very important as we establish the architecture for Moonbase.
And our next question will be from in the room. There in the back in the third row.
Hi, I'm Dan Vergano with Scientific American. I'm wondering if there's any update, maybe this is for Lori, on the timing for picking the Artemis 3 landers. There's a lot of Blue Origin landers today. When do you have to make that decision for that Artemis 3 mission that Jared said is a year from now, mid-27?
Yeah, we're already moving forward pretty strongly with both Blue Origin and SpaceX on their lander concepts. So we're already moving in that direction with both of them. There's a lot of trade studies ongoing right now just to make sure we've got the mission designs right and the right objectives for those. But we're already moving out. It will be the version that Blue Origin is working on for that mission. Yes.
Next question in the front row there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jack Gordon. My question is for everybody, I guess mainly for Jared. I'm just curious what NASA overall has thought about basically astronaut health on the moon. And as we're building the moon base, obviously the goal is going to be to keep people there much longer than 3 days or 4 days or 5 days. I've seen a lot about the infrastructure for exploration and science. I'm curious, has NASA thought yet about, hygiene and health and how the astronauts can actually live on the moon comfortably?
Sure. Well, I can open up and then, pass it over to Dr. Glaze. We obviously give a lot of thought to this. I would say in terms of like the human physiology, keeping people alive for 9 months, or even we've had longer durations on the International Space Station in microgravity is about as tough as it gets. And we've been learning in that environment for 25 years.
4 or 5 days to get to the lunar surface, where your 1/6 gravity should be net positive, I would think, in that environment. But there's still a lot of other factors that kick into it. Some of you mentioned, we were just discussing earlier, what the exploration atmosphere may look like, because this isn't, right now we communicate far in advance, unless it's some sort of a contingency, when we are going to undertake an EVA on the space station. We're going to go back into an environment now where we might be doing EVAs many times over a span of a handful of days, and every time you are pressing up and depressing down is it could be an environment for potentially decompression sickness. So an area we've been studying for a long time. We've been hosting exploration atmosphere research exercises at Johnson Space Center. I think that's one example of many that we're giving thought to into this new environment, or an environment we haven't been in a long time, that we're putting our astronauts into. Laurie.
As you said, we've learned an enormous amount from our experiences on the International Space Station, most certainly. There will be some differences here, but this is certainly something that is of high priority. Certainly the crew health is always, their safety is our number one concern. So we will be putting a lot of effort into that. We already are, as Jared said, with the research that's ongoing, trying to best understand how much time our crew will need to adjust to the atmosphere that is present within their pressurized suits before they can go out on an EVA. We want to maximize their time to do work on the surface, but at the same time keeping them completely safe. So we're doing a lot of research in that area. There's been already a lot of research into radiation environments and expected radiation exposure, and how we can make sure we keep them safe in that environment. So yes, an enormous amount of work there. We'll continue to live and learn as we do additional Orion missions as well, on how the crew respond for these longer term missions. In one sense, one thing we learned a lot from Artemis 2 is just the cadence of activities. As Jared says, for a lunar surface mission, you'll probably have multiple EVAs in a shorter period of time. When we have a week or two on the surface, it's not the same as having months on the station, so we may have to have a faster cadence, and that's going to mean working very closely with our friends in flight operations, with the chief medical officers, to make sure that we are keeping them safe, but being able to maximize the return on the mission.
Thank you. In the back in the light blue.
Thank you. Marcia Smith, spacepolicyonline.com. You've talked a lot about what you're going to be doing on the surface. Can you talk a bit about what kind of a robust communications network you're going to be building for around the moon? And will NASA be awarding contracts for that, or are you expecting industry to do that?
Do you want to speak?
I'll take that. So we already have one contract already in place to start providing the initial communications back from the moon. We actually want to expand that to provide navigation, pointing, clock, timing, and observation capabilities. Since we're going to be having a moon base, we definitely want to see what's going on in very detail from the assets on the ground and from the assets on top. So that's the first constellation. We're actually envisioning more than one. So we're exploring it. The first one was kind of more traditional type of requirements. We're exploring how we can be more flexible and allow for industry to be innovative and give us the maximum capability. We're going to have so many assets on the surface. We want to look at what's happening real time for all of them. So the amount of bandwidth requirements and needs is going to be high. So there's also interest in international partners to potentially provide some. So we will make that determination on how many and when coming up pretty soon, but we already have one. Certainly know we're going to have two. We'll be soliciting for that in the near future, and then we'll go from there. And certainly the first one focused on comm, the rest multi-use.
We have time for one more question, and that'll come from the phone bridge from Mike Wall with space.com.
Thank you all. This one's for Carlos. Like you said in that sort of phase 3 vision for the moon base, it's going to cover several hundred square miles. I'm just wondering, what does that look like? Are those just where the far-flung assets will be spaced out? That's what counts as covering hundreds of square miles? Or do you anticipate like having habitation modules just kind of peppered in with that? And what's the advantage of having such an extensive kind of far-flung lunar base with such far-flung assets?
Great question for our chief architect.
Yeah, so I think there's a very important point about the moon, which is there's no one spot that does all the exploration objectives. There's no one spot that covers all the science, all the technology, all the habitation needs of the surface. And even within the local area, you have to consider the terrain. So you'll have the habitats on the tops of the hills where they get sunlight. Power systems, nuclear systems need to be a kilometer or more away for the radiation protection. So all of these things, when you start putting them together, end up sprawling a little bit more like a city as you start building it out. And so to then have power in remote areas where you might be doing your in situ resource utilization, the aggregate mining, looking for water ice, or science operations in a different location. So it is to accomplish all that is before us requires a significant amount of distribution of assets, capabilities, and systems to do the things we're looking to do on the moon, to do the exploration and return that benefit to humanity.
Yeah, and great answer. Thank you. The only thing I'll add is it's been very starking to me how little we know from what we want to accomplish. We're going to want to explore different sites to really maximize the mix of scientific objectives and viability of a permanent presence, a permanent lunar base. And by phase 3, we may end up with different locations where we want to have some kind of habitation capability. So all of that we don't want to necessarily declare now. We want to learn, we want to experiment, and we're going to build on the knowledge to start establishing the key infrastructure where we think we're going to work.
Thank you. That concludes today's news conference. Thank you to all the media who joined us and for your continued coverage of America's establishment of humanity's first lunar outpost. As a reminder, you can follow along with the missions at nasa.gov/moonbase. Thank you, and we'll see you next time.
No, go away. You look perplexed. I'm just trying to think if I really see anything in particularly wrong here. No, I mean, not really. It's a way to do it. I just... I'm not... Why does NSF not do it? I don't know. You're going to have to ask them, homie. Trying to collect my thoughts. That was a lot of information really quickly. We'll just leave the Earth behind me. Stuck for words? No, I guess I'll clarify some things. So, guys, this is the moon-based stuff is agnostic. This is all supplementary landings to the crew landings. That's why you really didn't hear too much about Starship. That's kind of interesting to me that they wouldn't, considering that's their prime lander. But maybe they want SpaceX just focused on the HLS stuff, which does make sense. Finally got back from Lunabotics, got top 10 and was amazingly fun. Nice, Sea Dragon, there you go. I'm New Glenn Flight 4, net June 2nd per the notice to airmen. All right. Just got home. Did I hear 3 moon-based landings this year? They're really going to target the later parts of this year, Ari? Yeah. Interestingly enough, they awarded a lot of 2 landings to Blue Moon Mark 1, which, yeah, that sounds about right. I guess I'm kind of hung up on, and I don't mean, guys, I ain't trying to be a stick in the mud. There's no way that Jared doesn't know this or what I'm about to say. There's no way he doesn't. And here, let me turn the fan back on. Yeah, I'm kind of in this weird kind of limbo spot where it's kind of hot in here, but it's kind of cold, but it's kind of hot. If everything has a dependent, Mark, on what are you saying? If everything has a dependency on everything else, they will never get anywhere. I would assume that's why they want to decouple as much as possible, but make them work together over time. Okay. I'm going to put this into words, guys. This is not me trying to teach you something. This is very much me trying to understand. So you guys talk me through it. Okay. Where I'm at here is, all right, I'm listening to all this. This is all great. This is all cool. Rovers, moonfall. I like the concept, etc., etc. I really do. I think they're great. Where I am at is, what's the right way to say this? How is this any better than just making a LEM? All right, so the Apollo program, right? I don't mean to be that dude, okay? I don't mean to be that guy. Just what they ended up wanting to do with the LEM is take the ascent module off and just use it as a cargo lander. Pretty good idea. Just launch a Saturn V, right? Instead of the ascent module, right? You put cargo on it. There you go. Right? You fit whatever. Hab modules, whatever, you fit whatever you want in there inside of the vehicle adapter, right? You could do that. You could do this with that, and it'd be a lot easier. Just one lander. Rovers, Hab modules, whatever you want. One lander, one descent module, call it a day. Dare I say it, I might sound like a complete tool, and I'm not trying to do this to bark up Blue Origin's tree. If I was in NASA's position, I would be choosing Blue Moon Mark 1 for the supplementary missions and pretty much for all the supplementary missions. That is your best shot. I'm saying more overall as a whole. Like, why? Why have all this stuff, all this extra stuff? 2 rovers, 2 of this, 2 of that, 2 of that. You can't even land people on the moon. You can't even get there. Okay. I'm going to reduce it down to brass tacks. This is not going to come out right. And I want to be very clear that it's not going to come out right. Why are you planning for a lunar economy when you can't even manifest a space low Earth orbit economy? I believe I've asked you guys this before, and somebody did have a good answer to this. I just don't remember what it was for the life of me. Probably to avoid another Starliner. Okay, that's fair. Why build 1 when you could build 2 for twice the price? Well, this is supposed to be the cheaper solution, Bruno. That's what I'm getting at, homie. This is supposed to be the cheaper solution. Wait a minute, it doesn't sound cheaper to me. This sounds more complicated. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, you punk, you can't shoot a cop. That was Scarface just all of a sudden. Wait a minute, Once you collected your thoughts, can we get a summary of what happened today? I just got here 5 minutes ago. The short story is that NASA is basically changing the commercial lunar payload services into a dedicated moon-based rideshare program, Spoon, to build all the supplementary components for landing people on the moon. Like, people that are going to land on the moon, they need power. They need mining equipment to get at the ice. They need surveying equipment. They need rovers. They need solar panels. They need all the stuff. And this is the idea, right? The idea is that you built Blue Moon Mark 1, you have a smaller lander that could just land all the other stuff that you need on the surface of the moon. You can't mine in low Earth orbit, but you can't really mine on the moon either. I respectfully disagree. This sounds far cheaper than trying anything in-house. In-house ARIA 2020's LEM. Bro, you didn't hear the prices, did you? It's $1 billion for 2 landings. 2 landings and 2 rovers. $1 billion. You sure about that? Are you sure? Are you sure about that? You're thinking in the right direction. The issue is of relative economic independence of a lunar or Martian base. Otherwise, it's just a toy for trillionaires. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at, dude. Like, I guess I'm failing to understand how this how this economy is going to materialize. All you're doing is okay, fellas. All right, please. I would love to be proven wrong on this. I want to agree. I really do, and I mean that honestly. Like, swear on Jeb's grave, because I've killed him a bunch of times, right? Like, all you're doing by spreading everything out across in the hopes of building a lunar economy, all that's doing is NASA is dishing out the risk to everybody else, right? All that's doing is putting the risk on commercial companies. Instead of like raise hell, praise Dale, can we just say Max Q, praise Jeb? Max Q, praise Jeb, brother. Remember, be like Jeb, do it for Bob, and we will freaking see you later. High risk, high reward, it sounds like. Well, but Spoon, okay, so where I'm at, dude, is that if these commercial companies are shouldering all the risk, the commercial companies are going to get a high reward, not NASA. But simultaneously, okay, what I'm getting at, Spoon, is that if high risk, high reward, if they fail, a company goes under. NASA, that doesn't happen necessarily with NASA. So the high risk stuff should be for NASA, i.e., so what's your high risk stuff here? Are you going to have high risk with building a solar panel to operate on the moon? No. A rover? No, not really. It's a GM. It'll be fine. I know my hat says otherwise. One of them is GM parts. It'll be okay. I mean, I would argue that there's somebody that's better at building. There's another American manufacturer that's a lot better at building electric vehicles. But whatever. I don't care. Whatever. That's fine. Right? But also at the same time, the high risk parts of this mission is the landing and actually getting the stuff out there. That's the high risk, high reward part. Who's shouldering that? Is Blue shouldering that? I suppose they could tank the hit, right? Rivian? Dang, yeah, right. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I got you. There's no near-term economic incentive other than tourism, but we already seen that tourism hasn't worked for Leo. It's kind of where I'm at, dudes. Moonjoy, we'll take it. Like, dude, don't get me wrong. I'm not concern trolling, and I'm not saying that this isn't going to work. I really, 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 honestly, truly want it to work. I'm, especially after May, I've had enough bad stuff happen to me. I'm not about to be pessimistic about something. Okay? Over the last year, it has not been fun for your boy, right? Like, I want this to work. I really do. When I see spaceflight architecture that I like, that I'm a fan of, I will instantly try to disprove it. Not because I don't like it. I'll try to disprove it because it's very easy with spaceflight to have holes in your plan. And if we've learned something from history, holes in your plan will come back to bite you. Like not building SLS with the right upper stage to begin with is coming back to bite us. Right? Firefly already successfully landed. Now, that's a good point that I can get behind, dude. Absolutely. Did you see New Glenn is back? The second, cousin. Yeah, I got it. The intellectual property will go to NASA from more sources, hence greater bandwidth than if they did all of it. But that can't seem to be the point of NASA is to do hard stuff and then to send it to the commercial market once they've proven the technology out. It's called technology readiness level. You're doing that in reverse. So if NASA proves out the technology and hands it to, companies, that's great. If they do the reverse, the companies aren't going to hand over their IP to NASA, right? So if the companies are shouldering all the risk, I mean, NASA wants the idea of building out a commercial economy, right? They're going to build out a commercial economy that they are effectively excluded from as a stakeholder. Does that make sense? I'm not sure that that's a wise decision, dude. I'm just putting it out there. Deep, what do you got? I can translate. Hold on. Don't yell at me with such a convinced expression. Our commissars were like that 80 years ago. Sorry. Yeah, we don't want to be like them, deep. They didn't send anything to the moon. Am I right? All right. Pieces of lit. What? Sorry. Stop. By the way, just about when you put your headset down, they said they were going for in-house solutions wherever they didn't find a good commercial alternative. Well, Marcon, yeah, I'll tell you that right now. A good commercial alternative would be build your own lander. Or a good alternative to commercial, an in-house solution, build your own lander. Build your own lander and build it to work with SLS with the EUS. I am telling you that right now, that is the solution that they will eventually come to the conclusion to. I'm telling you. Like, you can laugh at me, you can point and laugh at me and say that I'm wrong if it doesn't happen. Nuclear, what's up, man? NASA was never meant to make money per what you said in the past. They should be creating the proof of concept tech. Instead, they are creating incentives for moon bases. Everything commercial is in low Earth orbit for communications. If there's something set up that shows fueling and humans can be on the moon, everything else will follow. No, you are wrong. Hey, I said point it and laugh, not just say I'm wrong, all right? But I'm not wrong. You're right. You're sending mixed signals, guys. Let me go over to YouTube. Let me see what's going on over here. I just saw this, but did you see the new Starship landing view SpaceX posted? I did. A little bit of instability during landing, guys. Not, I know exactly what's causing that, believe it or not, from putzing around in KSP. If you really, really want to know, I've seen that exact behavior from landing starships in KSP when you don't get it right. Last, if chance. Yeah, Seacracken, you said something for me. What's up? I just want to read what John said in front of you and make sure I got everybody. But does NASA want to be just the lunar government? That's what I'm trying to say, Panderific. Generally, if the government funds the research, the company must hand over the IP on demand. But they're not doing that here, John. This is operations. The companies are shouldering all the risk, so they'll shoulder all the reward. And if the risk is too high, guess what? Market dries up. Just like what you've seen in low Earth orbit. There's no low Earth orbit space stations. I mean, granted, I think that's for other reasons, but whatever. Low Earth orbit commercial space stations. It's coming in the pipe, but who knows? Let's see. Think about the LEM only being able to launch with the Saturn V to lunar space. LEMs can be launched on a Saturn 1B as well, but yeah. If NASA tried to do what NASA is doing now, the limiting factor is the Saturn V. It's not. Especially for items that don't necessarily require a LEM. That's why you have a smaller lander or a smaller vehicle. The Seacracken, the LEM launched on an S4B before it launched on on a Saturn 1B before it launched on a Saturn V. Fun fact. Not a lot of people know that. I feel like that word I can't pronounce or how you spell it was intentional to have it hit the water. The pirouette, yeah, okay. But then again, that's just a thought. It almost looked intentional if you watched the thrust prior to cutoff on one of the engines, unless that itself was unplanned. So Hokey, we can talk more about that Starship stuff in a second. Cousin, what's up? I just got to say that Ship 37 had the type of roll-on landing, and then next flight 38 looked a lot better. So 40 could do better. They were, guys, it's most, that pirouette thing was most likely from Starship stretching the cross range, if I had to guess, because they had they didn't do the Raptor relight and it still made it back to the landing site. They probably stretched the aerodynamic capabilities of the vehicle. This is a guess. I don't know. We'll talk more about that in a second. So you're saying a Saturn 1B can launch a LEM to translunar? No, you would need to. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. I mean, a descent module with a rover attached to it, Seacracken? Yeah, probably. I mean, yeah, probably. The heavy part is the CSM and the ascent module. Actually, all right, hold on. Deep dive part. Let me check something. Saturn 1B, we need the S1B variant. What can it do to translunar? All right, so we can move 21 to Leo here, okay? Apollo 5 would be the big thing. Spacecraft element. Now, on Apollo 5, they had a whole LEM. They put a whole LEM inside of the vehicle stage adapter, right? So that LEM is actually, its reading is 14.3. I'm thinking about a Block 2 LEM, so it'd be 16. But you take the ascent module off, we're looking at probably 8 or 9 tons. I'd say it could shoot the descent module with a small payload on top of it, probably to TLI. Now, where you'd go from there, not sure. You might be able to do a small payload with the descent module. But, Sea Kraken, here's the thing. Okay, so hear me out. This is my one saving grace from this whole damn thing, all right? Noogles. Noogles is more or less a reusable Saturn 1B with a reusable first stage. It's kind of the same idea. Much bigger rocket. You got to pay for that when you're doing reusability. This is why I said a little while back that I don't mind New Glenn doing all these supplementary missions with Blue Moon Mark 1. It's essentially the same idea. If they want to do that's fine. But my big thing is that, like, now you're introducing Blue as a stakeholder into this. You know, you're going to buy all these New Glenn launches. How much of those cost, right? If we had a robuster in-house architecture, i.e. like Ares 1 and Ares 5, we don't necessarily need to do that, but, you know, or if NASA just made the descent module and paid to launch it on there, I wouldn't mind that as much. I think having the entire, there's a lot of stakeholders, and by horizontally integrating your moon base, that leaves a lot. You're paying the risk forward to the commercial contractors. I'm not sure that's a good idea, dude. That's all. I might be wrong. I want to be wrong. That would be great. I would love to be wrong on this. I would love to. The ascent stage was 4.5 tons, so we figured 21 tons. If you figure, okay, napkin math here, 21 tons to Leo, a descent module with some, let's say it has a ton of payload on it, is probably about 12. Yeah. But it doesn't need to go on a direct translunar injection either, right? It doesn't need to it doesn't need to do a direct TLI with that. You could, because humans aren't on board, right? So I bet you could do the Hohmann transfer that Bereshit or Slim or KPLO took, the Oberth transfer. You could probably get away with that. And yeah, I'd say the Saturn 1B could probably do a ton to the lunar surface with the descent module. Sure. It would be close. It wouldn't be a lot. It wouldn't be a lot of payload capacity, but it could be done. NASA's getting more directly involved with these missions than it was for CLPS 1.0. Well, Matt, that's exactly what I'm saying, dude. They're already finding that there's not going to be a lot of commercial companies that are going to shoulder the risk. What I'm saying is rip the Band-Aid off and just build your own damn lander. Go to JPL. Build the descent module. Build something like Blue Ghost. Just in case. Just in case. Embedding subject matter experts everywhere is only going to get you so far. Guys, remember, I'm not trying to be contrarian. I like Rook. I think he's doing a fantastic job, and I'm not even sure I could do any better. I'm dead serious. I don't think I could. What I will always argue for is the most robust space program. And a lot of people don't understand what I'm trying to argue. I want redundancy in my space program. I want redundancy all over the place. Just having two commercial partners is very clear to me per the commercial crew program that's not really a good redundancy. The redundant dissimilar architecture that I want is commercial alternatives with a NASA alternative in-house. I'm convinced that is the most robust way forward, if not Not necessarily the most fiscally responsible way to do things, I'll admit it. But that's a good way to do things. At least you're going to get your redundancy. Because I don't think these markets will materialize the way that NASA thinks they will. I mean, but once again, I could be 100% wrong. Sorry for disagreeing with your napkin math, at least for direct, but doesn't make sense since the LEM would have to do the insertion burn and the landing burn. Yeah, it might be enough to get you out there. I don't know if it's enough to land. It probably isn't. NASA has almost never built an in-house system. Spoiled, you're misunderstanding what I mean by in-house. The connotation for in-house here means that NASA designs the system that they need and a commercial partner manufactures it and gives it to them. LEM, CSM, Saturn V, S1B. Does that make sense? You're right. NASA rarely builds stuff in-house, but they design stuff in-house. That's what I mean as an alternative. I don't think that that's that much more of a stretch. And, before people are going to say, oh, man, it's going to take forever. It's never going to get done. Not if they have the commercial market breathing down their throats. Just saying. Might just be me, but this feels like an extreme overreaction to try and avoid all the issues of Constellation and SLS. That's what I can't help but think in the back of my mind, Turbine. Yeah, that's what I mean. We got to be careful about incessantly commercializing as much of NASA as we want. Oh, we're going to build out these markets. We're going to build out these markets. No, you don't need to use that as an excuse. We can just, as a country, decide we want to go to the moon and then go to the moon. And then go to Mars after that. It doesn't need to be, we can do it for less money. No, I would argue that you can't. I really, honestly, and truly would. Yeah, it's cheaper to use your commercial partners, but it's cheaper because they're shouldering the risk. And they're not going to shoulder the risk forever. You have a little bit of reverb. It's the fans, Ram-a-Lot. It's a little toasty outside today. Sorry about that. If it becomes a problem, let me know. So what was the last thing that NASA actually designed? Well, there's this little thing called the Space Shuttle. That one's pretty good. The 1970s then. I mean, belt-fed, if you want to put it that way. I mean, no, NASA designed the Curiosity, Perseverance. They did those in-house. Actually, I think they manufactured those in-house too. Well, Space Systems Loral helped them, but whatever. Dumb question. Does NASA have an insurance on its payloads, or is it in-house? I actually don't know the answer to that question, Seacracken. I know the commercial stuff is insured. I don't know about NASA stuff. Yeah, maybe? It's 76 there. How toasty can it be? 76 where you're at? Hang on, let me weather. 81, dude. It's 80. The high today is 82 degrees. Yeah, check this out. Oh, it just updated. Look, 83. Look at that, man. How is it warmer where I'm at, John? What the heck's that about, dude? Dude, it is freaking hot out here. Look at this. I was out planting my damn tomatoes today. Look at this crap. What is this? What is this? Oh, come on. I have the most disgusting farmer's tan because I was actually, farming. I was planting my damn plants. You know? Look, it's the
Discovery,
terrible.
throttle up.
Hey, Vulcan, what's up, man? I certainly have thoughts on today. However, one thing I have to say, it was really cool to see one of my photos used in a NASA press conference. Yeah, Vulcan, I suspected you probably do. What I'm trying to tell chat is that, look, all right, with the current circumstances, I would go to blue, and I would be like, make as many Mark 1s as you freaking possibly can. I'm not necessarily worried about commercial companies building the stuff that goes to the moon. The stuff that goes to the moon, sure. Have them build it. Build it to their heart's content. Solar panels, HAB modules, power modules, rovers, Whatever. Autonomous vehicles. I don't care. The hoppers. I love that. That's a great idea. My big thing is with logistics at this point. Like, the risk is in sending stuff, launching stuff up there and landing it on the moon. You got Blue with Mark 1. That's great. And maybe Mark 2 coming down the road. How else are we sending this stuff there? Like, I would argue that we have a big orange rocket. If it had a better upper stage, we could send all of this all at once and you wouldn't really have to worry about it. I'm just putting it out there. I know it's a wild idea. On the other hand, we have the big stainless steel rocket. That could be useful someday. Like, you know, but yeah, if you really want to kick this shindig off fast, I think Mark 1 is a great solution. That's a good idea. I would go, dare I say it, I would block buy them. Buy 20 of them. How are you getting all this stuff to the moon? Gateway Logistics Hub for a reason. Now, Vulcan, there ain't any scenario where you're going to sell me on Gateway. I don't like Gateway. I mean that respectfully. Dude. I hate that piece of junk. Build it down in low lunar or something, or move Gateway to low lunar. It's just, you're not going to sell me on that. All right? I'm sorry. It's not happening. LLO sucks, though. I know it sucks. I know it's also bad. You know? I'm very disrespectful. Vin, you hurt my feelings, dude. All right, what's over in YouTube? Remember that Apollo failed because the suits weren't ready. Yes, I don't know. Like, I'm just saying, there's certain risks here that I think nobody is talking about, but I don't know. Maybe I'm an idiot. Could be, you know. Removes the ISS to rectilinear halo. I hope your bulldozer gets a flat tire, all right? Fundamentally, the only way to get us back to the moon is through commercial as much as possible. Weather guy, I disagree with that. I'll keep reading. That is how NASA has been steered for decades, so spending decades to try and steer it back is not an option. Now, that's a fair point. I've been saying we should steer it back for like the last 15 years. If we'd steered it back when I first said it, we'd be doing okay now. Like, we'd have a base on the moon. It's like that scene in Wild Wild West. Man, well, General, if I had the knowledge of guns and explosive that I have today, I might be standing here. You know? Funny story about that? Ooh, now I feel bad. See, Kraken. One of the best modern examples of design in-house is the Orion capsule. Bingo. What is the real feasibility of putting Saturn and Nova back into production? We have SLS, Matt. Honestly, if NASA wanted to come along and build another S4B and just put that on top of SLS, I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay with that. Heck, if I was Isaacman, you know what I would do? I'd go to Blue Origin. I'd be like, yo, take your New Glenn upper stage. It's 2 barrel segments long. Make it 1 barrel segment long. Give it to us so we can put it on top of SLS. I'm not sure people are ready for that conversation, though, man. I'm not sure people are ready for that. Pushing a flat tire on a neighbor's trailer, now it's going to show again, and you have to play Winter Car's punishment. Don't you put that evil on me for a second. New Glenn is at LC36 right now. Well, yeah, they have a stack integrated. Don't want to throw ULA a bone? I don't think they make a powerful enough upper stage, Odin. Isn't Mark 1 much more expensive than Starship HLS since New Glenn isn't fully reusable? I mean, Max, sure. There's this one problem, though. They want to get a moon base up and running soon. And if you list time as a stakeholder expectation, i.e. moon base by 2030, that favors an expendable rocket launch. I hate to be that guy. Like, Ryan, spoiler, Starship is a long way off. Yeah, and don't get me wrong, guys. Like, I want Starship to go as much as the next dude. It's just, you're kind of in a weird spot. But I'll be honest, guys, like, just to go back to it, if I was in Jared's position right now, I'd do the same thing. I would buy as many Blue Moon Mark 1s as I possibly could to hedge your bets. Because the worst case scenario here, now keep in mind, this is a little bit agnostic from my talking about wanting NASA to build their own in-house lander. Let's just say that that's not an option now, okay? Because it pretty much isn't. But weather guy, you might be right. I don't want to admit that you're right, but you might be right. And I kind of hate you for it. I kind of want to kick you in the face for it, but it's okay. Let's say that that's a solution here. I would do that. I would procure as many Blue Moon Mark 1s as possible. Buy 20 of them. 20. Because that's a big enough lander to be able to get the supplementary components of a base up and running. Rovers, solar panels, HAB modules. Mark 1 is good enough to do that. Let Blue cook. And in the meantime, SpaceX, you want them to get that done with Starship, build a couple of HLSs, tool around with that thing. Guess what? By 2030, if you take that path, you have Mark 1 routinely delivering stuff to the moon. And then let's be super pessimistic. Let's say Starship HLS doesn't really get going until like 2030, 2032. Now, at this point in time, you have people landing to a tuned up moon base. You know, that landing to a tuned up moon base, Blue Moon Mark 1s landing 3 or 4 times a year. You have all the components that you need. You just send people up there and they have HLS. They have HLS there that could do a long duration stay if it really needed to, because it's gigantic, right? You have that there and you have them go down and hook up the moon base gradually, right? And if it's good to go, Starship away. And now you can send Starship out there with cargo variants, and you could build out all the equipment that you ever need to live on the moon and build a moon base, do all that other fun stuff. And in that regard, I think Jared is smart. That's a good idea. That's a real good idea. I mean, building your own in-house lander is also a good idea. I'm seriously thinking he's going to figure that out sooner rather than later. Sea Kraken, that looks great. Where's your flat tire? It doesn't look like you got a flat tire there. I'm only trying to start from where things are today. Figure this out from, yeah, well. BY Deep, you guys are just having the ever optimist conversation. I have to translate it. What the heck are they doing? What the heck are they telling you guys over there? Look, Deep, the reality of the situation, dude, is that, look, man, you want to get this done, you can't really be a pessimist. Pessimism is going to get people killed in space. Honest opinion. You can be real, that's fair. You can be real about stuff, but you have to have that kind of that kindred spirit of wanting to go further and wanting us to succeed. That's why I'm trying not to play the pessimism card too much. I do think that NASA will figure out that building an in-house lander and putting the commercial stuff on it in the future is probably a good idea, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Point and laugh at me. Tell me I'm wrong. I don't care. When it happens. I mean, you can tell me I'm wrong right now. I know somebody's already typing it. Just hit the enter button. Does Russian not have an upper and lower case? Matt Stretch, Cyrillic doesn't really work like that. What's happening today? I just come back from work. Did they go again to the moon? Nah, Beto, not yet, dude. Not yet. You are wrong. I said do that later, you... I want to say something, but it's not Friday Night Battlefield, but whatever. Oh, okay. They do have capital letters over there. Cool, sweet. Shows how much I know. Why would you trust me? Look at me. Do I look Russian to you? So funny. I'm trying, Penny. I'm trying. Isn't Mark 1 much more expensive than Starship HLS since New Glenn isn't fully reusable? Max, reuse the... Look, dude. Reusability makes sense if you employ in scale. Falcon 9 is a great example of this. New Glenn could get to that point someday. I think they will. I really do. I really wish nothing but the best for Blue. I want that. Like, I know I'm critical of them, blah, 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 blah. But, dude, I think Jeff Bezos himself said it really good he did an interview with CNBC the other day, and he said, look, I love what SpaceX is doing. I love what they're doing over there. I love seeing it. I want to give you 2 SpaceXs. And I'm like, yeah. Jeff. Your name Jeff. Nice. I'm like, all right, cool. Hell yeah, dude, get it done. Get it done then, bro. Let's go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Your football team in the AFL just signed a kid called Jason Artemis. Christ, it's Jason Artemis. Mod cord, please. I'm keeping an eye on it. We good. That was not intentional. Sir, you've been erroneously modded. Well, I like you, Odin, but yeah, I'm gonna take that sword away. Sorry about that. Jeff is just jealous. I don't think so, Weasel. I don't think so. I think if you really want my honest opinion, I think Jeff is trying to do something just a little bit different than what SpaceX is trying to do. This isn't pessimism, it's the expectation of scientifically developed plans for organizing the colonization of the moon. 1, energy. 2, water. 3, macro and micro elements for food. Obtaining a substrate for hydroponics, obtaining building materials with different characteristics, etc., etc. I would say that's more realism than anything, Deep, but I don't know, maybe something's getting lost in translation, or maybe, I mean, I don't speak good English, I speak bad English, dude. I couldn't find a way to unmod myself. I don't know when I did that, Odin. It's probably just the Twitch dashboard being stupid. But that. I mean, I like you. I don't know if I like you enough to sword you. No, I'm just kidding, man. Sorry about that. He is the most clever Russian I've seen in this chat. Okay. Pad 2 chopsticks may have broke. They are up there now, according to Avid Space. I mean, guys, did you see that freaking launch? I wouldn't be surprised if some components broke on that pad, but, you know, like, how are you supposed to know? The first SLS launch blew the doors off the ML. You don't know until there's always going to be unknown unknowns. I guarantee you SpaceX will figure that problem out, you know? Just like Blue will figure out the landers. They'll do it. No workers have been there all weekend. Well, Aitor said they're up there now. All right. Let's settle this problem right now. How about we settle this right meow? Let's see what we got. Are they still doing Raptor side over there? Ryan, did nobody clear the... I'll do it. As a result, you'll fly to the moon a couple of times. I hope so. Then you'll have a new president group of his favorite people, and then there'll be another lull for about 20 years. I think that's the other reason why incorporating the commercial market is not a bad idea. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's cleared. We good.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Gucci bananas. Here we go. It cleared. Good stuff. Phew, I gifted a sub to Deep. There you go. Competition all through unknown history has been the bread under the butter of innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship. Also being responsible for world-changing innovations. Yeah, of course, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
16-month resub. Thank you. Will there be a flame trench this week? There should be. I know Friday was a busy day for you. I tried to ask questions, but you missed it. There was like 3,000 people in here, Clayton. It's all good. What's on your mind? My question is, how far away would you have to be from a rocket where it's safe to stand there and not have the sound kill you? I think from this launch, 1.5 miles is about as close as you're going to want to be. I had my buddies down there telling me that, like, they could feel it after. Like, I wouldn't want to be any closer, dude. That would not be fun. There are people 150 meters from Soyuz, so it depends greatly. Yeah, exactly. Well, Bossy, with something like Soyuz, dude, honestly, I'd do that. I'd wear some earphones, but I'd do that. Did you talk about the off-nominal temperature on the BE-3Us on the last flight? It sounds like an engine hard-started, Lava. Have you done your full recap of Flight 12 yet? I have not. No. Could those sound waves crush you? Ator, those sound waves would do bad things to you. So, guys, if you were standing, like, on the pad deck when that thing went off, if you guys want to look up what a thermobaric weapon does to things, thermobaric. That is what it would do to you. You don't want that. Believe me, thermobaric weapons are very, very violent. They'd be picking you up with a sponge. Yeah, just... Please do it now, because I'll fall asleep later. All right. Let's see. Reminder to all above 140 decibels, you need PPE. Yeah, dude. I think that honestly, where the SpaceX employees watched this from, I would say is about as close as I would want to be to a Starship, unless I was on top of it, like in it, going to space. Are there people up there? I don't see nobody up there. Hey Tor, where are the people up there? Sea Last, what's up, man? What's up? Do you think with the shorter chopsticks, there's a risk that they might miss a ship booster during catch? No. There was a few minutes ago. Okay. Crane is moving with the cherry picker. All right, we'll just, I don't know, Avid Space tweeted. I believe Avid. The guys over at Lab do a good job. That's Lab. Guys, if you don't know, Avid, Lab Padre rebranded to Avid Space. And yeah, they're cool. We like Lab. Lab's all right. I work for NS7. I don't care. I like Lab. They're good. Like, watch both of them if you can. Like, I'm just saying. Like, just putting it out there. Lowering JLGs into the trench. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm still surprised the Danger trailer survived. No, Deep, I know. Guys, like, look, Deep, I know you're trying to tell. You know, you guys are having. So Deep, you guys are contributing to the conversation. I don't care. Keep talking. Let's go. Let's have a conversation. Let's talk about going to the damn moon, right? Like, that's the whole point. 160 decibel is estimated right next to the pad. At that level, you might nearly pass out. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be near that, Sea Kraken. Like, it would be like, so fellas, if the overpressure event doesn't get you, that's the thermobaric part. It would be like being in a paint shaker for probably about a minute. Like a paint shaker, like you literally just, it would scramble you. Like, that's what the sound from this thing can do. I don't know if you guys saw some of the footage of this, of Flight 12 taking off, but yeah, I mean, yeah, that wouldn't end well for you. I would not want to be, like I said, I wouldn't want to be any closer than about 1.5 miles to this. And even then, I would have hearing protection and probably a respirator. People would give me crap, right? Actually, I don't even think a respirator is going to do you any good. I'm trying to think like something to keep the pressure from your lungs from overpressurizing or underpressurizing. You don't want to collapse a lung, which could happen. You speak very quickly. My English is... What is that? Very bad? I can keep up, dude. Believe me, Deep, to do this job, you need to hold like 5 or 6 conversations all at once. I can keep track of 5 or 6 in my head. That's no problem. I'm still distracted by the chat. It's a lot, dude. How are they going to isolate the crew cabin of Starship from this noise? When you're 30 stories above it, it's not that big of a deal. It broke the concrete retaining wall. I'm sorry? So this is a picture from over at RGV. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's... Yeah. You're going to need a thicker slab there. Yeah. Thicker slab with reinforcement. Look at it. Dude, I'm telling you, man. Violence. Block 3 boosters woke up and chose violence. Look at that, dude. It cracked that freaking concrete. Not that, the sidewall. That slab is reinforced. Yikes. Isn't that just water? Now I'm looking at it. Now I'm not sure. Oh. Well. That wall got hosed. Look at that thing. Gone. Gone. Reduced to ashes. Like I said, guys, thermobaric explosion. The pad held up pretty damn good considering the amount of, let's say, spicy gases that came out of the bottom of this thing. DMs. Oh. You're saying it broke because it's 3 years old? It has been there for a while, yeah. Once again, fellas, honestly, if we're... Alright, let's be real about this. Let's be real. If that's the only problem, I think we did okay. Little bit of paint chipped off the BQD housing and a wall tipped over. I think we're okay. I think we might be all right here. I'm just putting it out there, homies. And they lost a sign. Oh no! Yeah, David, I see it. I see it. And Gatway, yeah, that stuff got flung a little ways away. So when Flight 13, July? I would say July would probably be a fair bet. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say sometime after the 4th, so probably 2nd or 3rd week. Just a guess. I guess we'll go into the Flight 12 recap. Like, unless anybody has anything else with the moon-based stuff, I think Jared is making lemonade with the lemons he has. And that's fine. It might work. Might not. I don't know. We'll figure it out. So back to the same cadence? I would think so. Between the peak of Pad 1 and Pad 2 current, which one uses more water? Pad 2 uses way more water. I agree with that assessment. Yeah, fair. Hey. Oh, Ryan, you wanna pop in? So, we can do a Flight 12 recap here. Use the Discord, Ryan, the same way we do Battlefield. Like I said, from learning from you, NASA has direction, something that has been lost for a while. I agree. I don't want to bite the Weber. Yeah, we have the Weber. I'm not in it anymore. Oh, crap. Did you get... All right, hold on. Yeah, sorry about that. We had a little snafu with Discord lately. Yeah, little guy, don't worry about that little guy. Would we know if China or Russia were attempting to catch a booster on the tower like these, Dave? China has some private companies over there that are doing something like that. Russia, I don't think so. Russia's okay. I'm gonna be completely candid. I'm gonna try to say this, without. I don't really want to talk about what's going on with that country in current events. I can speak to the space program guys, but not anything else. Their whole space program is kind of in a rebuilding phase right now. It's with stuff like Soyuz 5 rolling out, which pretty capable for what it is. Angara A5, potentially the Oriole capsule, so the Eagle capsule coming online, potentially. Progress is slow, but they are making progress. It's just really slow. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff, John, that I was really trying to avoid. If you guys can't carry yourselves like adults when we talk about it, I'm not really gonna bother. You know what I'm saying? The Chinese company changed to a belly flop booster. Yeah, that thing. Good luck. I'd love to see a TKS in flight. Yeah, sure. Like their progress is slow. It's incremental. I have to wait 10 minutes to join a VC, to join Discord VC. Well, that's fine, dude. You got 10 minutes? We can wait 10 minutes. See, you guys, people are saying like, oh, they don't have the money. Guys, their space program is in-house. The space program is in-house for the same reasons that ours are, because they don't want to share their rocket tech. You know what I mean? So the supply chains for Soyuz are all in-house. That's how they got the pad rebuilt so quickly. Like, this might piss some people off to hear, but that's the truth. Like, I'm sorry that people don't like that. I'm not trying to be a jerk, right? Like, you should be able to override the VC delay in Discord. This is the closest the CNA that China has for catching. Yeah, they yeah, they have this thing. No problem, Mayor Dave. What efficiencies do you think the booster gains from be able to relight the outer engines? TWR is the name of the game for first stages, Yum Food, in terms of efficiency, but I'll wait for Ryan to jump in and I override that. I don't know, we'll just wait a second. So, well, this isn't strictly space news. I think you'll find it interesting. I mean, I'm trying to keep it space news oriented, but enables a scalable. Solid oxide fuel cell technology. Interesting. Neat. So those are going to bed. Good night. You got 6 minutes. All right. Well, let me get the Flight 12 thingamabobber up and running here before we go any further. Try to get all the relevant footage filed. Starbase Live back up there. Nope. Put it up there. Thank you. Did you see the video of the Flight 11 and 12 first stages next to each other? No, Retsy. Who posted about that? Get all birds. Burb. Yeah. SpaceX got some pretty choice pictures. I'm just looking through them now. I'll show you guys that in a sec, but yeah, there's some pretty choice footage from that flight now that I'm really looking at it. I mean, we saw most of it, but did you see the video of Flight 11 and 12? Looks like ESAR is planning to launch from Spaceport Nova Scotia. Oh. Interesting. I have the whole flight up, and then I have a bunch of stills here. Let's see. Oh. Guys, I don't know. All right, I just want to talk about this picture. Can we talk about this picture? Look at the top right of the screen. Can we talk about this? Oh. Hello?
Sure, we can talk about it.
Hey! Do you see that? Do you see that picture? That looks like something out of Star Wars. I'm not even kidding.
There's other can't remember which flight it was. I think this was at least one or two other flights where they had a similar picture where they had the booster going away and the ship just going off into the distance. It's always an awesome picture.
Wait. Yeah. Oh.
That. A little skirt damage here and there. A little skirt damage. But, you know, that looks amazing too.
Wow. That's impressive.
One of the coolest things about Raptor 3 is seeing the frosty power heads with no engine shielding.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
Look at the liftoff shots of 19. You can literally see 33 frosty Raptor power heads. It's it's amazing.
I have bro. Dude, that's some Star Wars stuff right there.
mean, the thing is, it looked like a Starship launch. With the ascent. The ascent looked basically the same. As the hilarious part about it.
Yeah, guys. So, all right, let's get into it. So, the Starship Flight 12 launched on Friday, and it was the first flight for the version 3 version of the booster, version 3 version of Starship, I would say version 3 of the pad, but that's not necessarily true. It's like it's version 2 of the pad. And honestly, yeah, they nailed the ascent. Like we can pull it up here.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Headphone users. This one's gonna get loud. Yeah, it's gonna get so loud, guys. This new version. All right, let me just precurse people here. This version of the booster makes 18.2 million pounds of thrust. We're talking 80 meganewtons, north of 80 meganewtons. That is ridiculous. There has been this is the most powerful rocket flying by about almost double. It makes it makes double the thrust of SLS at liftoff. Now I know what a lot of people are going to ask me. Why? Well, it's made out of steel. It probably has something to do with it. You need a little more get up and go. But honestly, here, listen to this. This is ridiculous, actually. Like, all right, Ryan, I'm gonna play this now. Ready? Headphone users, you got 10 seconds. No, it's not too bad. So
I will say this: the new pad with the way it splits the exhaust,
beautiful.
It's absolutely amazing. It's beautiful. There's not that big cloud that will obscure the entire rocket from like every angle on the same with the last pad. You would have to hope for an opening. Now you know where the opening's going to be. It's going to be looking straight onto the mount, perpendicular to the trench exits. And I was curious as how much smoke or whatever or steam would come off the top deck deluge. Like nothing. Like it didn't obscure it at all. It just got vaporized.
Yeah, exactly. So SpaceX was testing their new pad, guys, and they dump at pressure. They dump an insane amount of water in there.
400,000 gallons a launch.
And honestly, the heat energy coming out of those engines is enough to fully saturate the steam. That's why there's some areas that are clearer than others. Like you could see right through parts of it, which is crazy to me. Turbine, if you're not mistaken, this is the heaviest payload sent to space since Buran Energia. Actually, yeah. 40 tons?
I think it's the head. Are you counting Buran as the payload?
Oh, that's a good point.
Or are you counting shuttle as the payload for the STS system?
I would not count the shuttle as payload. No, the shuttle
because if you're counting payload, then it's the heaviest since Skylab.
Wow.
Which Skylab was like 78 tons. This is 44, give or take. That's kind of a ballpark estimate since we don't know the exact payload mass of it, but we're guessing it's like 44 tons.
So, yeah, guys, that's actually crazy. So, fellas, I want to point out these are pressure waves coming that's reverbing off the ground. I've always said, and Ryan, we've always said this. I don't know how many times we've explained this over on NSF, like about how they spray water on the top deck of the pad on every rocket to prevent the sound reverberating. I don't think we've ever seen a rocket where it's powerful enough to actually vaporize the pressure waves. The change in pressure is actually enough to vaporize the humidity or condense the humidity out of the atmosphere, so you can physically see that pressure wave that reverbs off the pad deck. But you saw it with Starship. There you go. That's why you have sound suppressors on rockets. That is why you have them. Anyway, go.
The shots looking straight at the trench exits, like I know some people had some dune shots, but I have to go find them again. But in slow-mo, you can literally see the ripples coming out of the trench as they're condensing the air, coming out of the trench exit. It is like one of the. Oh yeah, there you go.
This is D's shot.
wise.
Yeah, D's a legend. D is fantastic. Like, watch. This is why rockets have sound suppressors.
Look at those waves. You just see one big wave from the ignition, and then you see the constant ripples.
Look at that. It looks like a freaking Wi-Fi icon. Like that is why rockets have sound suppressors. No rocket has been powerful enough to actually visualize it, though. Like, that happens with every rocket. You just can't see it.
It's the most powerful rocket to ever fly. And it gives us the visualization of, yeah, by the way, you absolutely do need sound suppressors. Like, you absolutely need them.
Yeah, water is a great acoustic damper. Part of the reason why they spray water off the top deck of the pad, guys. I don't know if you guys went back and saw, like SpaceX doing pad deluge tests, right? They spray water off the top deck out in all directions of the pad to dampen that stuff out. The water will absorb the sound, and also on top of that, water's great at absorbing heat. So they spray water down into the pad to absorb heat, and then they spray it on top of the pad to absorb sound. That's the difference between a pad deluge and a sound suppressor. Those are two different things in rocket science. Like, I know people throw around pad deluge, sound suppressor. They throw it out like as if it's a catch-all. It's not. Those are two different things.
Like, the shockwaves just don't look real. I know they're real, but they don't look it.
No, it looks ridiculous.
It's
danger trailers moved like 6 inches. Yes,
it moved a little bit.
Yeah, the blast was enough to. That's from, I would say that's from the overpressure.
And that was perpendicular to the trench, by the way.
Yeah. So right at main ignition, you can't. It's hard to see in this shot, but you can see it kind of right there. That's the main overpressure. That's the thing we were talking about a little bit earlier, where if you were standing close enough, that overpressure shock would turn you into a pink mist.
Vaporize it.
Yeah.
Vaporize you. Yeah.
They'd never find a piece of you. Just it would. Yeah. That you don't want to be near that. And then if that doesn't get you, the heat. And then these reverbs. That's why you don't want to be near this thing when it goes off. Dude, I had buddies that were at the
office building.
Yeah, and they said like their teeth hurt. I'm like, okay.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
but that's nuts. Mm-hmm. Oh, and by the way. Like, so this was a 660 ton increase. Is the increase in thrust over Block 2. Because Block 2 was running 230 tons per engine. This is running 250. They want to get these up to 280. So they want to increase each engine by another 30. Oh, and then beyond that, they want to go with like Raptor 4 to like 300 tons. This is going to get more powerful.
I'm really honestly and truly trying to figure out how, but you know. Raptor 3 is already in. Look at that! Look what?
Also, thank God for the new pad because
this would have obliterated
the old one. They had to release the clamps like 15 minutes before, and then they would start the engines up and then throttle them up, and then the stack would leave the pad. With this one, they can start the engines up. Get them to full throttle while the clamps are held down. Disengage the clamps, and then it lifts off like it's Minotaur.
Yeah, where's that shot that LSR has? Hold on, LSR posted 12 next to 13. Yeah.
It goes. You just thrust weight to ratio for the win, yo. Like,
well, that's the name of the game with Delta. If you want, guys, I know this sounds ridiculous. Like, you know, if anybody's a Kerbal player, you know about Delta V, which is change in velocity. That's how far you can go with your rocket. That's the spacecraft range. Usually more Delta V, well, not usually. More Delta V means you can go further. But first stages don't really operate on a principle of a lot of Delta V. What the first stage is designed to do is get you up there and get you up there quicker. Believe it or not, first stages with higher thrust to weight ratio, which is, if you're talking second stages, those are usually at odds with each other. They don't necessarily have to be, but if you're a Kerbal player, they kind of are, right? Higher thrust to weight ratio can actually give you more delta V. The reason why is because a first stage in the atmosphere has to move the atmosphere out of the way, or Super Heavy has to move Starship, which is trying to move the atmosphere out of the way, right? If you can do that faster, well, not having your vehicle accordion like Daffy Duck or the coyote after he gets slammed by a boulder. If you can do that faster, you're going to actually be more efficient. And I want to show you the difference here between Flight 11 and Flight 12. This is coming from LSR, who took Starbase live cameras from 11 and 12 and composited them next to each other. Look at this. So this is Flight 11. So that's the version 2 version of Starship. This is the version 3. Watch the difference here. And this is what Ryan was talking about. They let the engines get to full thrust, and then the second pad lets it go. Look at that.
It's already clear the tower before the barely lifts off on Flight 11.
Right?
Look how quick that is.
And that's efficiency,
it's out of
baby.
frame.
Yep. That's efficiency, baby. That's more efficient. That's going to give your first stage more delta V, which gets us to the next part of this. So, staging and boost back. Let me just kind of go over to that part. Something went a little funky here.
They lost one engine on ascent, and then staging happened, which I think
engines
the
on
booster
the
looks like it staged the wrong way. It did the flip the wrong way, I think.
Do we have any understanding as to why the flip went in the wrong direction? Because that is what happened. This thing absolutely turned the wrong way.
It could have been a GNC error on either the ship ignition or the engine gimbals. It is the first time they're doing this based off of thrust and gimbaling alone. Because remember, SpaceX had said before they did the blocked off vents that the booster would just randomly go in a random direction, which was kind of surprised a lot of us. They're like, because sometimes it would flip up, sometimes it would flip down. And then they said, oh, that's just because the booster went in a random direction based off the flight profile at the time and everything that was happening. So it would just flip. Well, then they did the blocked off vents where they forced it to flip in a certain direction. And this time it was going to be based off of the ship ignition sequence, thrust levers, and the gimbaling of the booster engines. And something went wonky. SpaceX GNC is literally some of the greatest in the world. But I think something went a little wonky this time. It's not. I doubt it'll happen again.
Yeah,
they probably already know what happened. But something went a little awry on this one. Maybe they chose the wrong engine number to ignite. I don't know. Either way, it went the wrong direction. But I don't think that's necessarily what caused the problem with the booster. I think they've got engine section probably like Raptor issues because like 2 R3s blew up. On the boost back, we can once we get there, but they lost a few Raptors.
So what happened here, fellas? You can tell by the turning direction of those grid fins. This booster is supposed to, the grid fin is tilted towards the windward side of Starship, so that tells me that the booster is supposed to flip under. Unless I'm not looking at that right, because see, they tilted the grid fins to help it. So long story short, guys, I mean, we could sit here and figure out, I mean, it's really only SpaceX knows. I'm pretty sure it was supposed to go this way. So the booster is supposed to flip either up or down. Like, I'm not sure which one they teed up.
I can't remember. I'd have to look at the engine shielding again. That the shielding on the top of the hot stage kind of tells you where they expected it to go.
Okay. All right. So let's just say it was supposed to flip towards space. It was supposed to flip up and over. All right. It was supposed to go towards this grid fin. It was supposed to go that direction. Watch this, guys. So what SpaceX does here is they do most engine cutoff, and it's a hot stage. So what is hot staging? Ryan, I'm just going to bring everybody up to speed. This is a Flight 12 recap.
That's fine. I'll get some water while you do that.
Okay, cool. So see, they have engines firing over here. There's 5 Raptors still firing in the first stage. All the 28 other Raptors shut off. So what they're going to do now is they're going to fire up all the engines on Starship. If you look over there on the right, they're going to fire all of them while the stage is still attached for a split second. Keep in mind the picture is a little bit delayed. But there's all your engines on Starship, right? And then they're going to separate the booster. And because the booster is supposed to flip this way, because it, for whatever reason, it flipped sideways. See that? That's not great. And because this sucker...
And it spun, too. That was a little weird.
Yeah, that was strange. Something a little funky happened there. Because it flipped that way, this caused the propellants to start sloshing around in the booster tanks. So when SpaceX went to relight the Raptors, some of them did not get the right amount of mixture. You have to, in order to feed a rocket engine correctly, guys, I mean, when it starts, right, you have your impellers, and your impellers are going to pull your liquid fuel and oxidizer in. But in order to get the right feed so you don't cavitate the pumps, you have to have what's called head pressure. If there's not a certain amount of pressure pushing on the impeller at engine ignition, right, or like if one is, if your oxygen is good and your methane has some bubbles in it because the propellant's sloshing around, you're not going to get the right feed pressure. If you don't get the right feed pressure, this happens. Watch the bottom, right there. Yeah. Did you see it? It was quick.
Yeah, you'll have to go back a little bit, because if you do it frame by frame, you'll literally see, you'll see one pop, and that's a Raptor 3 exploding.
Yep.
And then you'll see a second pop shortly after, which is another Raptor 3 exploding as well, which definitely damaged Raptors around it. We have no idea the state that aft was in, but I am astounded the booster didn't blow up.
Yeah.
Because imagine the shot of this with the booster exploding right here.
Yeah, that would be pretty sick. I'd be worried about it damaging Starship.
But I'm amazed the booster made it as far as it did.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, dude. So, spit happened when the exhaust hit the grid fin. It's possible, dude. Wouldn't the fuel slosh in any direction? Yes and no, Gil. And Ryan, you're the one that taught me this on a stakeout stream. So, they have that big Falcon 9 size transfer tube inside a Super Heavy. Because they put the methane tube right down the center, the LOX header tank is offset. The booster internal plumbing is actually asymmetric, because going down the center spine of the booster, you have your methane transfer tube, and then the LOX header tank is right next to it, and the transfer tube acts as your methane header tank, right? If you don't slosh it in the right direction, if it goes to the side, you're not going to feed the propellants correctly on one Raptor, on some of the Raptors. Now watch, look at the bottom, right? So look, these sprays that are coming out are them priming the engine. They're getting ready to fire them when you see the white mist come out of these things.
Look at the telemetry versus the booster, though.
Yeah, it's bad. Now, keep watching. We'll go slow. Right there. It was real quick. I missed it.
Pop.
Yeah.
There goes one.
So watch. It's very quick. It looks like a firecracker going off. See, you're already getting some reignition of methane. Of atomized propellant, which is not great. But, that could be plume interaction from the stage.
I think that's plume interaction, because you're in rarefied air at that point.
You're right.
There's basically no oxygen at that point.
Right there. See that? That's bad.
Boom.
So, because all the propellant sloshed to one side of that LOX tank, it didn't feed the engines on the right-hand side, and one of the Raptors got an improper mixture and blew up. And when it blew up, it took a lot of Raptors with it. It took a lot of Raptors with it.
It took a few with it, and then there's a second pop that happens shortly after it, which takes even more.
Yeah. See that big pop? That's no good. It's once again, that's what I mean. The booster could flip that way, it could flip that way, but if it probably would be okay. Flipping sideways, Yeah, that's bad. Now, here's the thing. In retrospect, like, yeah, that kind of sucks, but I knew exactly that was a feed problem right when it happened. I saw it instantly. Like, you can go back and watch the stream. I was like, yep, nope, that didn't feed right because it flipped the wrong way.
It's not a hard start either because they were already running. What happened was, I think it could have been Raptor 3 settings and I think it was Raptor 3 settings alongside the fact that all of a sudden it got starved of fuel while it was trying to run.
Well, yeah,
because they were already running for a little bit. It's not a hard start. They were already running for like a solid few seconds. It just got starved and blew up.
Yeah, so rocket engines. All right, we'll get into mixture because there's hard start has to do with the head pressure, right? Or it cavitated a pump, which guys. The fluid impeller. So these are the actual pumps. Like if you picture a fluid impeller, it takes liquid and moves it somewhere else, right? Like an electronic fuel pump in your car does exactly what that thing's doing. Only it's driven by an electric motor and it's not moving nearly as much fuel and oxidizer, right? The second you cavitate a pump, it actually doesn't matter if it's a fuel pump in a car or a fuel pump on a rocket engine. If you cavitate it, meaning air gets in where liquid should be, you're gonna break the clicky clack fuel pump on your car, and you're also gonna blow up an engine. It happened. It doesn't matter. If you get air inside of that, that's game over. That got Rocket Factory Augsburg's rocket too. They had the exact same problem. It blew up. It's just. There's nothing like, yeah, that's really bad. That's what I was talking about with head pressure. It has to be right. And, not necessarily a hard start like I was saying before, right? Ryan's right. If you lose head pressure, right, because the propellants are sloshing around and you screw the mixture up, which is the ratio of oxygen to methane inside of these engines, it'll blow out. It'll blow up. So one of two things could happen. So you have your ratio of oxidizer to liquid fuel, right? So you have 1-to-1. Well, it's not necessarily 1-to-1 with a liquid methane engine. I don't know what I don't know what the relationship is on methane. I think it's like 5-to-4 or something, but it doesn't.
It's like 3.6 to 1. I think is the ratio on Starship.
Mid threes. Okay, yeah, that's
because
what Chat's saying.
SLS is 6 to 1 or something like that.
Because hydrogen, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because hydrogen is hydrogen.
So that's hydrogen, right? So here's the thing: what rocket engines do, and Raptor kind of solves this with film cooling, but if you can kind of go fuel heavy in one side, so if you deliver more than 3.6 to 1 fuel, right? So say you're delivering 5 to 1 fuel, that's not necessarily going to be bad for a rocket engine. It's not very efficient to do something like that. You're not going to get good efficiency with your rocket engine, but you're not going to get it to the right operating temperatures either, because fuel, it doesn't matter if it's, believe it or not, it doesn't matter if it's a car, doesn't matter if it's a train, doesn't matter if it's an airplane, doesn't matter if it's a rocket. Fuel can be used as a heat sink. Fuel is a very good conductor of heat. Any hydrogen-based fuel or carbon-based fuel, very good conductor of heat. Gasoline is a great heat conductor. RP1, great heat conductor. Liquid methane, very good at absorbing heat, right? So if you run a little bit fuel, what's called rich, right, you're gonna operate the engine a little cooler, and you could get ice building up in the lines. We've seen the fruits of that labor with previous super heavy iterations. It doesn't end well. Now, that's bad. If you run oxidizer rich, so if they're running 3-to-3, so a 1-to-1 of oxidizer to methane, flip that. If you run oxidizer lean, so you're running way more oxidizer than which was the first one? Did I say? Sorry, I messed that up. Long story short, you can go rich or you can go lean. I got numbers. Sorry. If it goes lean, oxygen is a terrible heat sink, and the engine will overheat and it'll explode. Yeah, the engine will just melt. It'll just melt itself from there. Ask anybody that does amateur rocketry. If you have an engine lean out, bye-bye. Ask anybody that messes with cars. You deliver too much nitrous. Now me and the mad scientist got to rip apart the block and replace the piston rings you fried. Literally that. It doesn't matter if it's a car, it doesn't matter if it's a rocket. If a rocket engine leans out, it blows up. simultaneously, if it goes fuel rich, it blows up too. You got to get the ratios right, and those sloshing propellants would screw the ratio up and blow up a Raptor. That's pretty much what happened here. You get the danger to manifold. Shut up! Hit more nitrous. Let's go. Screw it. Screw fuel mixtures. Let's go. That poor GSX engine. That poor Mitsubishi.
Oops.
Yeah, oops. Yeah, no more oops. No more oops. Right? Spoiled. If it goes lean, it goes engine rich. Yes, rocket engine, car engine. It'll just eat a couple of piston rings. Maybe a piston, maybe a conrod. Whatever. It's fine. Journals? We don't need those. Screw those, man. Why do we need that? That and Hot O2 splits into a single O, and it will eat anything it can. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, let's turn all cars running straight nitrous for default. Yeah, not a good idea. All right. So, yeah, that pretty much, whatever that pop was with super heavy pretty much doomed it. Yeah. They didn't really get the engines turning back on after that. But that didn't stop SpaceX from getting some, frankly, ridiculous shots of staging. It just brings me back to this picture. Just...
It's so cool to see. It's like, yep, this stage is coming back. Well, not necessarily this time around, but then that stage is going forward. I can't wait to see this shot on and there is Artemis 3's HLS on its way, to orbit or something like that. Yeah, I can't wait for that.
That's what the kickdown switch is for. Yeah, I don't think they have the kickdown switch on a rocket though, man. I mean, Ryan, you have experience with, if a jet engine goes lean, the turbine blades get very unhappy.
That's an understatement.
Yeah, they get very...
I've almost had that happen on me once. I went to start an engine and it started to get a little hot. And then all of a sudden I started to get a white box, and then it very quickly could become a red box.
No.
So I got a white box. I instantly cut fuel, let the engine motor for a bit. I didn't have to pull the fire handle. The engine shut off on its own, waited 10 minutes, started her back up to make sure it started fine, and everything worked fine. I just had to let engineering know that the engine did that, and they looked into it, and it, it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think sometimes an engine gets a little wonky. It happens. If you catch it early, especially with a jet engine, if you catch it and shut it down, it can usually recover and be fine. If you let it go and don't pay attention or don't cut the fuel, you will fry that engine 1,000%. You will melt the blades on the inside because it'll catch fire.
Yeah, it gets unhappy.
It doesn't end well.
So,
I watched someone do that once.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bro,
that engine was nice and cooked, and it needed to be changed, and it was great.
When you're watching videos on the internet of a train crash, and you're just you see it coming, and you're just like, well, this is gonna be bad. It's like, yep, okay,
yeah.
Okay. Marion, what's up, man? Is there a concern over the long-term effects of the methane dome during hot staging? Well, they plated the steel up there. I wouldn't be too worried about it. As long as the steel, so on top of the dome on Super Heavy, it's reinforced. They plated it. And as long as it can straight tank the heat without any of the steel hitting critical mass, right? Critical mass of heat, as long as it doesn't melt, as long as it doesn't ablate, you're fine. It'll be okay. Stainless is actually really good at dispersing heat. It's pretty good at it. But if you do introduce too much in one area, it will start to warp really badly. And I mean, SpaceX might need to put a doubler up there eventually. But you see, this is my personal theory for why SpaceX is why they're planning for 100 and 200 ton payload capacity. because my theory is that like whatever you put up there, you'll be able to get into space. Honestly, if you can move 200 tons into space, you could put lead in the payload bay. You could just fill up the payload bay with lead and it'll be fine. Like, that's the theory. The other theory, like, when it comes to this, is like you can put doublers on stuff. You know, Ryan, you were talking about this during the stakeout stream. You know, if it's a problem, just armor it up. Like, that stuff happens with planes all the time. Planes have patches all over the place.
There comes a point where you wouldn't be able to add so much mass to that forward. You start incurring mass problems. You start adding more mass and everything, and then of course, if you add too many layers, your dome will start hitting your engines on ship. So there's something you have to watch out for that. I would be curious though to know how long it'll last, and I think it's going to take a bit before we, or even for that matter, SpaceX knows how long those domes will last before, say, they need to add more plating, or there's no replacing the dome though. Once that dome is done, that's it for that booster. That booster's dead as a doornail. You're not replacing a dome. So
yeah, I mean,
I don't know how long. I don't know how many flights it'll last though.
Chad was actually saying that those plates are non-structural, but I'm not sure if you can remove those.
No, they're welded on. You can't just remove those.
Yeah, let me see. I'm trying to see if I can get a picture of this sucker.
B-18's rollout post from like, are they?
Yep, that's loud. I clicked on the static fire one. You know. Fine. Yeah, and see the plates up there? Yeah, let me see if I can find the rollout.
That would be like end of November. Yeah. That's a long way to scroll.
Booster 18 SpaceX. Let's try X search. Let's see if it actually is useful. Hey, all right.
I was.
Whoa. Good job, Elon. All right, my God. Yeah, see the plates up here, dudes? Yeah. That's notice that the plates are in the exact spots where the engines are up on the upper stage, and notice that one is staggered for the flip direction.
Yeah, they're like, set up for the correct flip direction. Yeah.
Now let me see which way is that relative to the fins, where the fins would be. So yeah, Ryan, looking at these plates, flip towards the asymmetric grid fin, so it would have flipped up from the SpaceX onboard. The booster should have flipped that way.
Something like that, yeah. And it didn't.
Yeah, no. But the good thing about that is that's just like you said, New Glenn Kuiper launch, net 6 days. Yes, we will get to that. We're doing Flight 12 recap right now. Yeah, absolutely. The Raptor's popping and blowing up here with that little guy. I wouldn't worry about that little guy. With that guy being the one exception here, we, like I told you, like that's not a problem with Raptor 3. That is a problem with feeds, the feed pressure for Raptors. No,
the engine out on ascent is a Raptor 3 problem, but
yes, and then the Vector losing its guts. Actually, I think that was just a leak. It looks like it sprung a leak, but that's just me.
Yeah, I don't know exactly we don't really know exactly what caused that RVAC to fail. It could be any number of things. But either way, it's something they'll figure out. I was expecting Raptor 3 issues because they've tested this thing since middle of 2024, and this was its first flight. And you can test everything on the ground all you want.
Doesn't matter.
But there's nothing compares to flight tests with other engines near it.
Bingo.
So.
Yeah, exactly. Operating these engines in close proximity. And actually, so Ryan, people have asked me about this. Like, okay, so why don't they test the engines next to each other? Like, well, guys, you could either
flight.
You could build a gigantic test stand like for SLS or Saturn and spend a lot of money doing that, or you could just launch it. Launching it will work. That's a great test stand, don't you think?
And yeah, it works.
That's why, SpaceX, sometimes it blows up. It's their test
And
stand.
hey, you demonstrated engine out capability on ship, which I gotta say, I am astounded it didn't flip out of control.
No,
because
dude,
when you look at the thrust, the way the engine layout is, it'll be easier and more controllable on the 9-engine version. But like all of a sudden, that's a lot of thrust to lose on one side of the ship.
Oh, yep. See, there
and
it
it
is.
still made it. Little pop. Something happened. I don't know what.
I think
it could have been internal to the engine.
Dude, they showed the onboard shot inside of the bay a little bit later. See that? Yeah, that's bad.
That doesn't look right.
I'm thinking it blew a line going to the engine. Like, watch down here, guys. Because woof. Yeah, that's broken.
Something broke.
Yeah, Yogman, exactly. Static fire tests can't simulate the G-forces. Yeah, for real. Where was that shot where they showed... Yeah, see, the booster's just spinning out of control. The grid fins did stabilize that dang thing, but the damage was already done. They went to light those engines down at the bottom, down here, and do you believe the booster hit the ground, hit the water, going like 1,000?
Absolutely not. I don't even think it hit the water. I think it went to ignite its landing burn, and with the missing engines and damage, the entire thing blew up. I think the entire booster exploded at startup of landing burn.
It's definitely getting a little spicy down there.
It tries to light its engines a little bit there. It kind of keeps going and going a little bit, and then it blows up.
Curious thing though, Ryan, it reached the telemetry indicated 0 on the altimeter.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe the top of the thing where the avionics are made it to the ground intact, and then didn't make it to the ground intact. You know, like the fact that V3 is longer helps.
I think the whole thing blew up. It either slammed into the water or it blew up. I'm more the thing that it blew up before it hit the water, and bits and pieces of it hit the water. But either way, that new engine, what is it? That new engine cam that we have for it?
Oh, dude, yeah, that was sick.
It's literally, So that looks so awesome.
It is pretty damn impressive.
I gotta say though, that booster, my initial expectations for Flight 12 were a booster blow up. Look at the bells.
I know the nozzles are just the aerodynamic forces are causing those Raptors to dance around a little bit. Watch the nozzles.
I expected booster to blow up on boost back or something. That was my expectation going into this flight.
Yeah,
I expected with the new propellant system inside the new engines that boost back burn was gonna not go great. That was my expectation. Ship, I expected it to have ascent issues and barely make it past Seco or not make it past Seco, and then or reach reentry uncontrolled due to RCS problems because of all the new RCS they introduced. I am absolutely astounded the ship made it all the way, and we'll get to that. But I'm astounded it did.
Yeah. Dude, I'm looking at one of these last shots we got of the booster. You could see the booster's shadow on the clouds, dude, as it punches through the cloud right before it blows up. Look at that. Well, we know it's still in one piece at this point because you can see the shadow. That's sick. That's so good. Hey.
Hey.
Man.
If anyone says that's pessimistic, I don't know what to tell you. This is a brand new ship, brand new booster, brand new pad. I know a lot of people have said there are a lot of people who have doomed on this flight. This flight went very well considering the amount of new hardware that was in it. This is Flight 1 levels of new hardware. Mm-hmm. And look what it did. It's not a success, I mean, I don't know if it's hard to classify it as success, but considering considering what I did, I'd classify it as a partial success, partial failure, because they didn't, you didn't get the booster landing or whatever, but the ship made it all the way. I mean, it's kind of one of those things.
But yeah, see, here's my thing. Like, I would say more partial success. The reason why, why the ship didn't land. It's because the booster flipped in the wrong direction, or why the booster didn't land. It flipped in the wrong direction. Now, Ryan, do you think that if this thing flipped correctly, I think it would have made it all the way down? Just personal opinion.
Yeah, it might have made it all the way down. Yeah, it might have. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There might have had Raptor issues. And of course, SpaceX has decided that they want to challenge themselves, and we now know the exact reason why there are so many more COPVs on Block 3.
Yeah.
Booster is because they want to reignite all 33 engines for the boost back burn.
Well, yeah, that's right.
Because you need all the spin up and igniter gases now.
Yeah,
that could take more COPVs.
They use nitrogen to spin the turbines on Raptors.
No, not on Raptor 3.
Well, then, okay, explain it. What do they do? What are they doing this time around? I want to learn.
The methane pump uses gaseous methane. The oxygen pump uses gaseous oxygen. They're using the props to start the turbines, and then, of course, for the igniters. So if they have nitrogen on board, it's mainly for valves and purging, but they're using the prop gases as spin-up gases for Raptor 3.
Are they using AP to pressurize COPVs on the way up? Because you said there's more COPVs.
No,
is the autogenous?
No, they're charging. No, they're charging the COPVs before they lift off. Those are filled through the QD. But of course they're pressing the tanks with autonomous pressurization, and then of course the landing tank is pressurized off a COPV. We literally have seen the line that goes from a COPV from a chine to that tank. We saw that thanks to B-18 blowing its guts out.
Yeah, that was really useful actually.
But though there's no autonomous pressurization lines that are going into the COPVs. You can see the routing on that stuff from B-18 and from other things. We know you can see where all the manifolds for the AP goes and how it goes straight up into the tanks. That's all that is. But either way, they use the prop gases to spin up the turbines on all Raptor 3s to try to eliminate as much. There's no helium anymore or nitrogen needed. They just use those gases because, well, then it's the same gas you need for the igniters, so might as well use it for that. And you're using liquid form of that prop for, the prop for it. So hell, less commodities, right? And it's all the same.
What are the COPVs used for?
What do you mean? COPVs? They store all the gas.
They
store the igniter. They store the igniter and spin up gases as well as purge gas and valve gas. Because of course all the valves are pneumatic.
But they're filled up on the pad with.
They're filled up on the pad, yeah.
With AP with gaseous oxygen and gaseous methane.
Yeah, off the tank farm. Just off the vaporizers.
Bro, that's super trick.
And the pre-press line.
I must say that's freaking impressive. I didn't know that, dude. Holy crap! I've been way out of the loop because of personal events. I didn't know that. Like, whoa.
Raptor 3 is a heck of a generational jump. It really is, because they have simplified a lot of things and they have reduced a lot of issues, as well as they decided, no, we're not going to use nitrogen and helium anymore. We're going to use the actual prop gases, which I'm thinking of how those gases react at those pressures.
That's kind of where I'm like, you're putting gaseous oxygen in a COPV.
And gaseous methane.
Methane, I'm not too worried about, dude. Methane can absorb. It's like I was saying before.
Gaseous oxygen in a COPV. What, dude? We do it all the time on aircraft.
Yeah.
Literally the crew O2 tanks are, some of them are steel, some of them are composite, which they're basically COPVs, is basically the same thing.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And we use them all the time. Yeah, they're used all the time, EJ. It's not like it's anything new.
Huh.
Yeah.
God damn, that's smart. Like, man, the people that they have working on this they are cooking, dude. That's impressive. I can't even be mad.
Were anything wondering, there's no more CO2 on this. Those got rid of with all the engine shielding basically gone.
Yeah,
they're still shielding around certain parts of the engines, but without those massive cavities. They took the stainless steel tanks out and put a bunch of COPVs in. So, yeah.
See, this is the shot I wanted to bring up. So, Ryan, what's the RCS on this thing? Just as a point of actually, you know what? We can get into that in a little bit. That's leaking. That motor over there is
unhappy. It looks a little bit. That's not prop recirculation. That looks like it's kind of leaking through that, because that is the what you're seeing up top there, because you can even see the other ones aren't even leaking. But you could, up top, you see all those bolted places. That's basically engine, that is basically bolted steel with insulation. We think it's insulation behind it. And then above that is the actual dome.
Yeah.
The aft dome.
Yeah, this is
And then for the RVACs, it's a slight cavity that's recessed into the LOX tank because they move the aft dome down slightly.
We see it. This is chamfered. There's a hole right there.
Yeah.
Where the engine
slightly recessed into the LOX tank.
You can definitely see it over there.
I will say this. So that's a new design for the aft dome. Now that design was tested on 39.1, the aft ship test tank. This ship never got thrust sim tested. So
Murphy's Law.
Maybe there was a leak and they didn't know about it because they didn't thrust sim test it. And it caused them to lose an engine. Or maybe they saw that there was a leak, so they so the computer automatically shut the engine down. And then they just went to orbit on missing an engine, which, I mean, awesome that you made it, but I mean, it could have been because they didn't thrust sim it. It could have been another reason. Who knows? I just find it funny that they didn't thrust sim it, and then they had Raptor problems or aft problems after the fact. So yeah, we'll just say that they didn't thrust sim it. It is what it is. They did thrust sim 40. That is thrust simmed. In fact, that is set to go out to Massey's tonight for static fire testing, by the way.
Oh, that's awesome. That's freaking sick.
So we'll see. So yeah, we'll do that.
Huh. Isn't that the engine that's not where I'm pretty sure that's the one on the right-hand side here that's failed. It doesn't have frost on it. There's no frost on it. It stopped delivering propellants. I believe it or not, I think Ryan is right. I don't think that's a problem with the engine. I think they sprung a leak upstream. If you really want my honest opinion, this popped the seal up there where you do need a flange for the engine. And yeah, I'm not sure. It could be somebody chat said could have just been they didn't torque the flange down correctly. I don't think that's likely, but it could just be a microscopic crack somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and for anyone wondering, you can see damage to the skirt in the back there between engine 98 and engine 140 there. On the other side, you can see damage. Mm-hmm. I don't know where that came from. I'm thinking that when the booster flipped the wrong way, there could have been, maybe there was staging damage.
Something clearly got hot over here.
Either that, yeah. It's kind of odd. It almost looks like that bell is red hot on the RVACs there. Mm-hmm. The regen manifold is not happy.
Yeah, no, I get it. And the outside, something funky is going over there. But you guys got to understand how heat propagates in the vacuum. if heat doesn't go, if the heat finds a way to go where you don't want it to go, that area is basically just going to stay red hot. It depends on the material and what's called heat flux of material. How good can that, whatever's conducting the heat, how good can it spread it around? So if stainless is okay at it, but it's still not, if you're in the sunlight, it's not going to spread the heat around as much. It's already getting heated by the sun, so you net increase in heat, right? So at least I think I'm understanding this correctly. So point is that if an area gets hot from an explosion, this hot area right here could be the result of the explosion that, I think they blew a seal somewhere, and the explosion heated up this side of this nozzle. And then the computer shut it off, Ryan. And whatever that is might be the result of staging, but the heat is going to stay there. This is the heat rejection problem that, everybody's like wondering about in spaceflight. The heat doesn't go anywhere. It'll stay there until it melts something, and it'll just sit there like a fly at a barbecue, unless you do something about it and swat the dang thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, Clinch, for sure.
I love the frosty. Again, I love the frosty power head.
I'm sitting here talking about heat rejection. Ryan's like, oh, frosty power heads. All right.
I mean,
no, it's sick, dude.
Like it's really cool, and this is what it's going to look like going forward too. They're not putting shielding back on. Yeah.
There's skirt damage with the picture that they photoed with. Let me read that again. There's skirt damage in the photo they posted with all the ship engines firing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it came from staging. I think something wonky happened.
Did they also add ribs or something to the outside of the skin in that area to increase surface area to help radiate more heat? Adding all that's going to do is just make it so it could absorb more heat. Like, you're not going to radiate anything unless you have a heat rejection system built in, which is what this thing is up here. That's what all the tinfoil.
That is insulated too, by the way. That entire skirt, it's double-walled steel with insulation in the middle, in between the two pieces of steel. The entire aft is basically insulated between 2 layers of steel. So it's just protected that way.
Bro, this is a picture from Max where you can see the frosty power heads on the booster.
Dude, that's
ow. Oh my god. Motor is nuts, dude. What the heck?
It is it's hilarious what Raptor 3 looks like, and then you see Blue Origin fly the BE4, and I'm like, the BE4 still is a nice engine, but Raptor 3 exists.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
BE4
is amazing.
Would be one of the greatest engines ever built, but Raptor 3 exists. Or Raptor, just in general, exists.
Yeah. Yeah. I hate to be that guy. It's a really good motor.
It's a closed cycle staged combustion engine. LOX rich too. It's the first ever LOX rich staged combustion cycle engine the U.S. has ever flown. That's not full flow stage. We'll go with that because full flow was the first to fly before that, which is, I do find it utterly hilarious that the United States flew a full flow stage combustion cycle engine before a LOX rich staged, which is hilarious.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
Yeah,
it's kind of skipping a step.
Because the RS-25, while closed cycle, was not LOX rich in any way, shape, or form.
No, it's fuel rich because hydrogen's a great heat sink. Telling you, you can use the fuel to absorb the heat. Most engines do that. Merlin engines do that, guys. Why do you think the Falcon 9 is so sooty when it comes back down?
Regen cooling on the nozzle for Raptor. There you go.
Yeah, right. How much methane do you think got vented off into orbit? None. It didn't go to orbit, Colt. All that methane just burned up in the atmosphere, just like Starship.
Yeah, it literally would have floated in space with the ship and then re-entered with the ship.
Yep. That's because they didn't do a Raptor relay. Yeah, exactly. It actually burned off. You can see it burning off later in the footage. I'll show you. But yeah, whatever this thing is, Ryan, I think you're right. I think this has to do with ship plumbing, if you really want my honest opinion. I don't think that's...
my own personal opinion is that that's because they didn't thrust sim it. I'm going to go with that. I'm going to say that until SpaceX tells me something otherwise, but I'm going to go with that.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. they've tested these Raptors. The Raptors are obviously good. They wouldn't put them on there. Actually, somebody in chat had a good question. Which Raptor did they swap out, if they did, when they took Ship 39 back? I'm wondering if they saw something. That's actually a good point.
I think it was. I don't think they swapped out an RVAC. I think it was at least 1 or 2 sea levels. I think the 140 is one of the ones that was swapped out and had to get retested. That's why they went back to Massey's and did an igniter test. Because that was seen going to a test stand in early April. So that was pretty close to when they did the initial static. That was too close to when they did the initial static fire of 39 for it to be on 39. Basically.
Interesting. What are your thoughts on the heat shield? We'll get to it. What'd you say?
I said that's my assumption, anyways.
Yeah. Well, Ryan, what I was saying is like, they put all this testing into the engines, but if they didn't do thrust sim, that points to ship plumbing. Am I wrong?
I think it's ship plumbing. I think it was more ship side than anything.
Yep.
It could have been a Raptor issue too. I mean, we're just kind of guessing here, but I'm gonna say ship side until SpaceX tells me otherwise.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one, dude. And guys, the reason why I want to why I'm trying to be like, oh, I think it was this, is because they had that one Raptor 3 go out on the booster. If this one is ship plumbing that got that RVAC, dude, credit where credit is due. That is insane that SpaceX put 39 engines on this thing and sent it, and they had 1 or 2 giving them a problem, and one of them might even be ship related. That's pretty good, dude. It's pretty
By the way, 20 can't roll tonight unless they roll back the booster cryo stand from Massey's, because it's still at Massey's. By the way.
Okay. So what do you think? We get ship rolling, right?
I'm thinking 40 for static fire. That's why.
Could there have been heat damage from the hot staging event? Possible. That is also possible, Big Zig. I think that's what that glowing is over here. What Ryan was talking about. Ryan said that that part is damaged, and I think that's from the ship, from the booster moving off in a weird direction. Now, if that's the engine that's out, that would mean that this camera is right here. It would be on the port side of the ship, looking towards the starboard side. So that camera is right here looking this way, right? Because the engine on the right is the one that's out.
Yeah.
So the booster, where did the booster flip relative to ship? Let me take a look. Go back a ways. Let's take a look here. If the booster flipped to starboard side, the starboard side is the side that's glowing because that's what the camera is looking at. That's a good point, dude.
I wonder if the grid fin nailed the half skirt.
You think?
Slightly. I wonder if the ship didn't get away quick enough.
Well, dude.
No. Never mind. The grid fins are nowhere near that because they're way farther away now.
Yeah, but watch.
I'm not thinking about that. That was
peep this, Ryan. Watch. There's something.
Grid fin's too low for that.
Look. Okay, so look at the frame that I have paused here. Look at the aft skirt of Starship on the starboard side in this one picture.
Yeah, I think we got some blowback is what ended up happening. Maybe blowback off the fin or off the side of the booster.
There you go.
That they didn't want it. I think that's where that might have happened.
Holy crap, dude! Look at it in this picture. I didn't notice it before. There's some crazy weird interaction going on there that's heating up the bottom of Starship. What happened here?
Flipped the wrong way, I think.
Well, yeah, dude. Yeah, that flip really hosed them. I mean, look, once the second that grid fin gets out of the flow of the engines, I mean, it's still kind of in the flow because the plume is expanding because you're way up in the atmosphere. But look, you could even see, look at it's heating up all the different parts of the booster. And that's what I mean about heat. It'll just stay there. That heat just stays there.
It fried one of the Starlink antennas on the booster.
Yeah, dude. Look, that thing is getting absolutely cooked.
It did. The booster made it all the way to staging, and after that, it did not do well. Basically, is
because
what happened.
That flip's no good.
Yeah, the flip got all wanked. Wonky. I don't know how it works.
That's on the internet, man. You can't take that back.
Oh, great.
That's on the internet, man. We can't take it. It got wanked. It did get wanked. It got wanked hard. I'll go to the loony bin too with you, man. I don't care.
That's not the first time I've said something on the internet that I might regret saying. So
me neither, dude. It's fine.
Clip it.
Clip it and ship it, man. I told you if we make live stream fails, that's just more publicity for the stream. We're good. Oh shoot.
Well, I'll be curious to hear what SpaceX says when they put out their Flight 13 update in a couple of months. Because I'm expecting mid-August for Flight 13 is my guess, because they're going to need to do, my guess is possibly mods for Ship, although that won't take nearly as long because Ship's about to do a static fire.
Mm-hmm.
Booster 20 cryo at some point here, maybe in a few weeks. And then probably a bunch of mods plus other things. Then it's got to do its static fire. The FAA never responded, but I doubt there would be any mishap investigation. Everything happened within any debris zones, so there shouldn't be any mishap at all. And then I think allowing for mods and other things and Booster 20 to be ready, I think it'll be mid-August, would be my guess.
Okay, you're going down in a blaze of glory with us. Anybody that said something about the booster getting wanked, I immediately released the message. So now that's on the internet. Now you're going to the loony bin too with us, chat. Now what?
Now what?
We're going down in a hell of gunfire. Let's go. Yeah. So, fellas, I think this is from the compressed gas up against the grid fin during staging, and I think this glowing over here. See, I think this is really misleading because it looks like this over here is coming from whatever that is, because you think like, oh, but look, the three engines are in the way. This is from the Raptor blowing up, or whatever happened over here to shut the engine off. That is the heat that got stuck there from staging because it reverbed off the, reverb isn't the right word, but compressed off of the grid fin. Yeah, man. I really, you'd think like, oh, this is related to that. No. And once again, I can't explain this enough. How heat gets trapped in metal in the vacuum is the most counterintuitive thing ever. You'd think like, because, okay, right? I could go into the shop, I get a piece of metal, and we could heat it up with a blowtorch. The heat will stay kind of concentrated, but eventually the whole thing will absorb the heat. But if I shut the torch off, everything's going to go back down to ambient temperature because it'll convect the heat off. That doesn't happen up there. That doesn't happen. The heat stays there and it won't go anywhere. It'll just sit there. And we know from the conservation of energy, heat won't go anywhere. You can't get rid of it. It'll just sit there unless you move it somewhere. Elon already said it'll only take a month to refly. Even counting for Elon time, August is still too long. I'm thinking third week of July. I think third week of July is fair.
I love Elon. Oh, it's only gonna take a month to refly. Yeah, okay, buddy. Your booster isn't even cryoed yet. Okay, go away. Go away. Your booster's not even cryoed yet.
See, I take Ryan's date and I take Elon's date and I average them. I'll average them together. That's probably right.
Hey, you know what's funny? EJ?
What's up?
You know what's hilarious is when Booster 18 decided to sneeze its guts out at the end of November. I said, I think it was the Raptor side right after that. I said June.
You did.
I don't know. I was pretty damn close.
Yeah, no, that's fair. You were right. That was close. You ain't kidding.
It was a one-off statement that I said June, and I'm like, am I going to be right? Am I going to nail that with a one-off? I got close.
I think I guessed third week in May. That the flame trench we did after Booster 18 popped. I'm pretty sure I said third week in May.
And I kept adjusting my date more and more and more, and everyone was always asking, "Hey, is April still possible?" No, March. It's like, is May? Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
Maybe
kind of thing.
All right.
and it went. So.
All right, let's keep going. So Starship had to burn a little bit longer because they had an engine shut off, right? So
that's 285 tons of thrust loss. I think it was 285 or 275.
But see, two things that this mission had going for it. Here's another opportunity to learn, guys. So this had, I don't know, let's say it had 20 to 30 tons of dumb links on board, right? What would you say like an amalgam for the payload mass, Ryan? What would you think?
The ballpark is 44 tons, something like that.
So we have
which is a lot.
Yeah, and that's actually interesting to me. Like, this is another thing that I wanted to talk about, right? Look, engine out capability is useful, but if you have too heavy of a payload, engine out means nothing. The Earth's gravitational pull will swallow you whole if you do not have the TWR to get into space to get to your final destination before gravity will pull you back in. Earth will just eat you back up. Starship had 44 tons of payload and an engine out, and it made it. If this was an orbital attempt, it would have made it. It would have made it into space. You probably wouldn't have gotten very far if it needed to go any further after that. But then again, you know, ship refueling, etc.
It would have gotten to Leo, and then it gets into Leo, and you can deploy your Starlink sats, and then their ion engines that could take them the rest of the way, basically. So.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the heat changing is heat tempering, Raver. We'll talk about that during reentry. I'll show you. The stainless steel gets tempered and it changes color. Super cool, actually. So guys, 44-ton engine out capability is quite frankly insane. That's that's ridiculous, dudes. That's pretty dang impressive. Guys, look, if the shuttle lost an engine with a, like, okay, so say the shuttle had an engine out right after SRB separation and a full payload bay, no, you're not getting to space. That's not happening. Transatlantic abort. All day, every day. There's no way.
Starship's got a lot of thrust behind it compared to shuttle. A lot of thrust.
Yep. And
wait,
and that, you know, Ryan, judging by the amount of fuel that they dumped, so after they got into orbit, they have fuel dump lines that are down here, and they still had leftover fuel, which tells me that that Starship V3 may not be 100-ton to orbit, but it's definitely not 44. It's above that. We know it's above that because
I think it's like 50 plus. I think is where they're at right now.
Dare I say 60? I'm thinking like 60, 65, which is still insane. That is ridiculous. That is a ridiculous amount of capability.
People are like, oh, but they said 100, 150. But you have to remember, this is still very much a prototype vehicle.
Yeah.
And if they're able to hit that number while still trying to optimize the thing and with an engine out, that's impressive.
Dude, that's really, really impressive.
Hey, like 60 tons to low Earth orbit reusable.
That's insane.
And
that's ridiculous.
Able to improve on it,
guys. The space shuttle.
That's more than shuttle. More than shuttle ever could.
That's double the shuttle, dude.
It's not more than Saturn V. But then again, like, yes, it's far more powerful, but they have a mass issue that they'll solve. They'll solve it. Yeah. And they're going to get more performance out of it, and eventually they will match Saturn V. I think they will. I'm kind of curious what the upper limit is for Block 3, because Block 4 is where they'll have to stretch the tanks, and at some point maybe Block 3 gets it as well. I don't know which ship will get 9 engines, because you kind of need the 9 engines for your tanker versions to really make the tanker useful to get as much prop as you can into orbit. So adding 3 more RVACs will be something that they'll have to do eventually. So you add 3 more RVACs, and even then, you have one. If you have one RVAC that goes out, you're still running 8 Raptor 3 engines.
Yeah,
like
beat the problem with scale. I don't have a problem. That's a good way to go about this. Hey, somebody gifted somebody Yoshi, and another tier 1 sub. Thanks, guys. Hang on one second. But yeah, guys, I want to point out, like, the early versions of Starship probably didn't have more than like maybe 20 to 30 ton payload capacity. This thing, Ryan, the more I'm kind of just running numbers in my head, dude, I would say like 70, 60. I'm thinking like 70. I'm just kind of putting two together because they did dump a lot of fuel. They were, I mean, let's see, how long were they dumping
always
fuel?
They always do a prop dump after reaching Seco.
Yeah.
And they do it after reaching Seco because they tried to do it before Seco on a flight before.
Yeah,
and
that didn't end well.
Yeah. Ship 25, rip.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Why would you do a prop dump into your exhaust?
I don't, hey, now they know not to.
Right, that's true.
Now they know not to do that. It's like it's the Edison. I mean, it's his iterative design. It's the Edison solution. Edison figured out 1,000 ways how not to make a light bulb, and then he made one.
For Vargon there, yeah, they probably just add 3 more RVAC transfer tubes. Which then again, you could introduce a pogo problem again if you do that. But the only way to find out if you do is if you fly it again. So
Yeah, it's not just really as simple as just, hey, let's just add more things. It doesn't really work that way. I mean,
they'll put 3 more RVAC transfer tubes in. They'll put 3 more RVACs on. They'll fly it again. If they have problems, they have problems. If they don't, then they're fine. That's kind of what they're doing because it's hard to really simulate things like pogo. It really is, but they haven't had that issue since, I guess, They haven't had it since Flight 7. So.
I mean, fellas, just here's some food for thought. This is where my mind kind of goes here. All right, say you have the 6 vacuum engine variant of you have a version 4 Starship flying in the future. All right, you have plenty of experience at this point with the 6 engine hot staging. All right, that's not going to make pogo because it works, right? So what you do is 6 engine hot stage the damn thing away, then basically fire 3 more factors right after that. That'll fix your that theoretically could fix most of your pogo problems. That really honestly could do it. Your ship's under acceleration. You're imitating a very known condition because they test the engines obviously under the force of gravity, right? That'll give you that head pressure, and that you might not necessarily get pogo that way, but pogo acoustics are tough with rockets. It's hard.
The Starlink account just released a video of the ship landing using Starlink off the buoy, so we'll have to watch that when we get there.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right, cool. More video. Yep. People link it up in chat like clockwork. I love it. Love it! Yeah.
Then it made it to orbit.
Yeah.
Well, nominal suborbital insertion. We'll call it that.
Nominal suborbital insertion. That's right. I'm just trying to see how much longer the burn was. All right, there's
shut off.
Yeah, so it was about 9:20, and it was supposed to be...
Well, that was RVAC shut off, and then they're about to do... You literally could see when it shuts off because you see the engines relax as the dome flexes from the shut off.
Yep, so there's...
And there's center engine shut off, so that's full Seco.
Man.
So about 1.5 minutes longer is what they had to do.
That is not bad. That's really not bad. That tells me that this thing has way more thrust to weight ratio than this thing needs. Like, a minute extra burn on your second stage is not a lot. Like,
yeah, for losing a single engine.
Right? Yeah, no, that's crazy. Guys, for instance, all right, let me give you another example. Now, this isn't exactly analogous, right? There was a ULA Atlas V one time where a RD-180 shut off, I don't know, 5 seconds earlier than expected? The Centaur engine had to burn, and once again, Centaurs are not Raptors, RD-180s are not Raptor 3s, I get it. But that Centaur ended up having to do a couple of minutes of extra burn to make up for a 5-second gap. This thing had one of its engines basically stop, only a minute extra. That's ridiculous. Like, and to be quite fair, that Atlas with the Centaur shows how damn good a Centaur upper stage is. It's pretty good. Centaur is pretty good, to be fair, but that's still ridiculous, man. That angle of attack was crazy on that Atlas recovery. It was the OA6. Yeah, it was OA6. That's right, Odin. I forgot which mission it was, dude. Hey, Petrie. Yeah, dude, the TWR is through the roof, man. And that's gonna improve your odds of mission success. You beat the problem with scale. you put more engines down there, and you flesh out an engine design that you know is going to be good no matter what you do. If something goes wrong, all right, let's keep going. I mean, Ryan, dare I say it, this is like ETOPS, but for spaceships. Like, I think, I mean, is that weird in saying that? That's engine turning or passenger swim. If you're a pilot, you know what I'm talking about.
ETOPS. Yeah.
ETOPS. Hello.
Engines turning or people swimming.
Yep. And that's it, man. This is an ETOP solution, right? Because you're never gonna, say you're on a 737, you lose one, God forbid, right? You still have the other one. That other one's enough to get you where you need to go. It's way more than you're ever gonna need, which is great. This is the rocket equivalent, man. That's really freaking cool, actually. All right, everybody wants to see the Starlink video of the ship landing, so let's. I'm just gonna load that up. We're skipping around a little bit in the recap here, but
let's see. We're about to get the Starlink deploy, which was awesome.
Yeah,
get that picture, which look, it's a Starship out in the middle of the ocean.
Made by Spine Shutter on that comment. Good. We aim to please. Holy moly! Look at that!
Can you imagine that when it's landing at the tower, and then it does this little pirouette? I'll get to that when we get there. But that was, by the way, that was not a failure or anything. That was totally intentional. The roll.
They spun it on purpose.
It's obvious they spun it on purpose. Yeah. Basically, to give every camera the view of the heat shield. And then when it fell over leeward side first, so the drone could take a nice look at the heat shield as well. So they just bunch of pictures of the heat shield. Like what? Like the thing is you literally saw the two Raptors initiate the spin. They gimbaled out and initiated the spin, and then one Raptor shut off. And they're not going to cancel out the spin with a single Raptor. That's not how that works. So if it was unintentional, the RCS would have tried to fire to fix it and everything else. So it's totally intentional.
Yeah, I agree. After seeing this footage. Yeah, look.
You're telling me that's an uncontrolled spin?
No,
an
absolutely
unintentional
not.
spin? Yeah, no.
No, look at, especially when they switch to one
Look
engine.
how smooth it is.
Yeah, no.
That's a smooth spin. That's totally intentional. It was a ballerina. It got to live its life as a ballerina for a little bit.
I'm kind of wondering about the roll rate there when they're on one engine. But since Starships and Starships 3 are off the center line on the ship, you can compensate roll. Yeah, you can compensate for roll.
If you really wanted to.
Yeah.
You tried to, yeah. Either way, I can't wait to see that thing get caught.
Yeah, see, fellas, I'm not. It definitely.
That's not RC. If you see that vent at the bottom, that's not RCS firing. That's the QD venting. That's all I'm going to tell you. That's probably I think that's the LOX or methane bleed lines venting. So that's not RCS.
Fellas, this to right there is absolutely on purpose. Now, after that, not 100%.
After that, they just don't care anymore, and the engines are shut off. It's landed. Who cares? It ends up tipping over heat shield side up, which is perfect because then the drone above it takes a bunch of pictures of the heat shield.
Yeah, that's definitely
which is what they want to look at the most.
They wanted to get those shots of the shield.
The entire reason for these late afternoon flights is
so
to land when it's daytime in the Indian Ocean.
Yep.
So they can look at the heat shield.
Yep.
That's the whole reason for these flights, because they're, again, and we've said it 1,000 times, and I'll keep saying it 1,000 times. The heat shield is the hardest part of this program.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which we'll talk about when they go to reentry too. But yeah.
MC, what's up, man? A weird button appears. I wonder what it does. Yep. So, Starship got up here, and you could see that this vent is going right here. That's the methane tank. They're venting the propellants, guys. That's why Starship seems like eventually it's
actually.
Hello.
That, I think, if I remember correctly, that might be the payload bay vent. If I think so, because they added vents to the payload bay finally.
Yeah.
So that they could because in the past, you remember when they opened the door, a bunch of air rushed out.
Yes.
Well, they don't want that anymore. So they added payload bay vents. I don't know if that's a payload bay vent or the actual. That could be the methane tank vents, but the methane tank vents are in front of the methane tank right there. So that might be RCS firing, or it's or they're depressing the payload bay for payload deploy. Basically, I got to remember which one it is here. I have to look, but
Are they on both sides though?
yeah, there's one on both sides.
Did the shuttle have payload?
They're exactly opposite of each other.
Yes. Yes, Pigzig, it did. The shuttle had passive payload bay vents. If you, I actually have a picture for that. If we look at a picture of the shuttle, here, we could just use this picture, this fancy schmancy picture of Discovery. See these bad boys? 1, 2, and 3. They're like passive. They're passive vents. That they open and close. Like at ignition, guys, you could see that these vents are open. When the pressure equalizes, they shut. See, 1, 2, and 3. That's the venting system. That's the passive payload bay vent system. So what this does is it vents the volume underneath the payload bay, but the payload bay is not airtight, so it vents out the payload bay too. So basically, just springs. Yep. Smart. Like the shuttle's simple, dude. I'm telling you, it's a sweet piece of engineering.
Yeah, and so those are at valve actuated payload bay vents is what they've got there, because one of the things that you want for Starship is on reentry, you want the payload bay to be pressurized again. So they'll close off the payload bay again and then repress it with either COPVs or whatnot, because they have a crap ton of COPVs on ship. They have like 32 plus COPVs on the damn thing.
Yeah, see, the shuttle just opened up the valves in the bay during reentry. See them?
Yeah, Starship needs the payload bay pressurized for reentry, unlike Shuttle. Because Shuttle didn't use its main tankage body to tank the heat and tank the stresses.
Yep.
The payload bay does, so they need that pressurized. So they'll depress it, payload deploy, close the valves, repress the payload bay, and then reenter, basically.
Hey, we got a little bit of breaking news. Now I don't have a breaking news stinger, so I'll just go and we'll just go from there.
Artemis 3 crew.
Yeah. On Tuesday, June 9th, we announced the 4 astronauts who will orbit the Earth on the 3 mission, 11 Eastern, on the 9th. When is the 9th? That is 2 weeks from yesterday.
Yep. 2 weeks from today.
No, it's 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks before the day after tomorrow. What? Yeah, okay, so that's in 2 weeks. 2 weeks exactly. I thought it was a Monday. Forgive me for not mathing. Cool.
Tuesday.
Sweet.
I mean, it literally says Tuesday, June 9th.
You know, reading is like two brothers in London. Then some steak and beer was served. But that's where things got knocked into 12th gear. But these brothers have a strong bond. It's London Jack Dodd Bro Invasion, the movie.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
If these people could read, they'd be very upset. Jack and Tim met up in London, so I just crap posted, and you know, Jack found it funny. Tim, I don't know. He probably was like, "This guy is freaking toasted. Who are you?" I mean, it's just me, man. We're good. The everyday buyer Dodd, the occasional Astroforge. Oh. All right. Extra toasty, yeah. Yeah, extra toasty. It's just called Two Brothers. Who gets steak in Europe? I don't know. You're grounded. Oh, come on!
You're grounded.
So unfair. This place is a prison. All right. And Jake, thanks for feeding me the links, dude. I do appreciate it. I'm not gonna say stop. You know what I mean? All right, so let's keep going. Oh yeah, the Venturinos.
So one thing fun you'll see. So you see those two ports up above there.
The one that looks like moon eyes. Yes.
Yeah, those two. So you'll see them vent blue, and because I think they're literally venting out pure liquid methane out of that, or near liquid methane out of those vents for RCS.
Yeah, I was gonna say this has RCS on it. What are they? Hot gas thrusters? What are we talking about?
No, here? It's still tank vents. Thanks to Tim Dodd. I'm never gonna forgive him for saying that to Elon. I will never forgive him for that. I've told him that myself. I will never forgive him for that. Never,
it's not
ever,
a bad
ever.
Idea. So you're telling me this is just straight methanolage?
That's yep, basically. It's all ullage gas. It still is.
Yeah.
As much as we hate it, it's ullage gas.
I mean, that's not the worst way to do that. Like,
I think for long missions it is.
Yeah.
Short missions like going up and doing a refueling. Well, that's whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe you can have CUPVs along for more gas. But like for long duration missions, ullage only, I'm sorry. What?
Yeah. I mean, but then again, dude, for now that I'm thinking about it, like you have to keep the tank ullage up, dude. So you could have like a RCS header tank, you know, like what they do on the booster. You could do that, RCS header tank, and go from there. Like, it's not the craziest idea, you know.
More tanks, more mass, let's go. More mass, less payload, let's go.
Okay, all right. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. What do you put in its place? You're gonna need to have RPOD, rendezvous proximity operations, and docking capability. What do you put in its place if you don't want methane hot gas or the methane ullage? Dude, look at that. Sick.
See the blue?
Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, no, we saw that during the stream, and I was like, oh, it has RCS. Yeah, no, it has RCS. Yeah, of course I knew that. No, dude, that's sick. You know, like, I'm not even kidding. I was like, yeah. Oh, look at all the RCS.
Well, I mean, they've like doubled. I think they've nearly doubled the RCS ports on the Block 3 ship because you need it for rendezvous and proximity operations and docking. Because with what Block 2 had, good luck docking with that. Jesus, that had like nothing.
Yeah.
But
I mean, so I have to ask you then, if you're not going to use ullage for your RCS for a long duration mission, what are we using?
I mean, the only thing I can think of is adding, again, you'd have to probably add CUPVs with gas on it, I guess, but not like a liquid header tank with ullage or something like that.
I still don't know where all the Starship's RCS is. Why are they so small compared to the shuttle?
Those aren't small.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Pigzig, those. It looks small because Starship is a freaking chonker of a vehicle. What would you say the diameter on those are? Probably grapefruit.
I'd have to say they're probably somewhere around that range. They're probably as big as a head, or close, or small, or maybe a little smaller than that.
I mean, it's
like
not as big
you have to look at the size. Like you see that ring section right there between the middle of the 3 and the top there. Like you see one ring, and then you look at the comparison of the ring. So you see the size of a ring compared to those RCS thrusters. A single ring is 1.8288 meters or 6 feet. That's tall as a person.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
those
dude.
RCS vents are huge.
Those,
They're bigger than you think they are.
Let me see if I have an amalgam in the shop, Ryan. I'll be right back.
All right. Like, the problem is you look at ports off of Starship and you think, oh, that's not that big. But then you have to realize how big Starship is. Like, those docking ports are nearly the size of a person. That's not a joke either. Those docking ports are huge.
Okay. All right. I have a filtered funnel that I use for gasoline. I got it. There we go. That's about the size right there. So.
Give or take, yeah.
It's 7 inches.
And I was going to say, because you also have people talking about the docking ports too. Like, I don't know if people truly realize how big those docking ports are too.
The drogues are gigantic, dude.
Like, they're like almost, they're like half the size of a ring. So those drogues are like 3 feet tall. Those things are gigantic. Like half the size of a human. Like, seriously, like.
So, let me think for the metric, folks. 7 inches is it's like 180 mil, somewhere in there. It's a lot. That's a big. That's the small guys. That's
17. Yeah, that's 17.78 centimeters is 7 inches.
Hey, I was super close. Hell yeah,
you're close.
All right.
Nailed it.
Yes. All right. 177 mil. I was 3 millimeter off, dude. That's pretty good. So the funny thing is that we've looked at the shuttle so much, those look like the vernier thrusters on the space shuttle. The vernier thrusters on the shuttle guys are a golf ball, the golf ball size thruster.
Those are like the size of the ohms. Some of the ohms thrusters.
Yeah, dude, they're almost that size. So, like, all right, here, the big thrusters on the shuttle are this freaking coffee mug, right? Fix-It coffee mug. If you get it, you get it. All right. This is the Starship thruster. It's double the size, which is bananas. Wish I could do this during like the NSF broadcast, dude. I have all kinds of cool stuff in the shop that we can use to make examples out of. All kinds of good stuff. Any tool you want, I got it. Any tool. Yeah, 4 times, not 2 times. That's a good. Yeah, 4 times the area. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. 2 times the diameter would be 4. Yeah, math and stuff.
Then we get into payload deploy, and they went much quicker this time around with the Pez.
Yeah, I got a 10 millimeter on my desk. All right,
10 millimeter. Next thing you know, it'll be gone. You'll just lose it. It'll just vanish.
Why do you think I have dude? Do you know how many 10 mils I have in that shop just in case?
Do you have like one locked in a safe just in case?
Well, the one on my desk is this is my spare. Believe it or not, I have. That's tertiary redundancy. I have. Actually, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the septuple redundant 10 mil just in case. I have a lot of tools. Okay, so they opened up the payload bay door. They're still venting, I noticed here.
That might be the tank vent now, because I think the larger circle up there that might actually be the payload vent.
Yeah, here, let's get back at it in the daytime.
There you go.
So
that might be the tank vent actually. Yeah, there might be I think the larger circle up there is that's the payload bay vent. So yeah, they're venting the tank out, the gas out of the tank is what they're doing. So.
Yeah, but guys, like here's the thing: we looked at main engine cutoff. Main engine cutoff was 925 on all the engines. So they shut off the 3 inner and then they shut off the outers, right? 925. they were venting for about 6 minutes here. That thing had a lot of extra fuel, dude. That's why I'm thinking like 60 to 70 ton payload capacity here, because they vented a lot of fuel. And just like these thrusters, that's not a small thruster. That is not a small vent. That vent is huge. And they're just pissing this methane and oxygen. The oxygen is being leaked out I think it's leaked out the bottom. I think you don't
There's
want
a
them
bunch
near
of
each
new
other.
vents at the bottom that they're leaking. They're dumping it out of.
And these are intentional. They're draining the fuel because they only want enough fuel to land, right? There was so much extra fuel on this thing. That's why I'm thinking, like, you know, you had a punched out engine and you still moved 44 tons into space and you had plenty of fuel to spare. You could have lost another one. It would have been fine. I dare I say that. I think that's right. I think you could have lost 2 Vectors. It wouldn't have been a big deal. It still would have gotten 44 tons into space. Your burn would have been
I think if they lost 2 RVACs, they would have spun out of control at that point. Because then you have much more offset thrust, I think.
I'd say the computer would shut it off and they'd just get there on 3 sea levels, which I still think they could make. If you really just looking at these numbers, I think that barely would have made it. It would have. It's pretty crazy, man. The power that we have here. That's why I'm thinking, Ryan. Like, you lost one, you're venting fuel for another 10 minutes at least, dude. And keep in mind, this isn't the flow rate that's going into the MDOT that's going into the Raptors, right? But also, that is a serious extra quantity of fuel. I would say that this thing could move 60 tons, no problem. 60, 70, if we really want to do the meme. You know, like. It's bananas, dude. Yeah, and it's 2 times that because the vents are on both sides, Odin. That's right. All right, let's get up to that payload deployment here.
And it's cool. It's really, really awesome to see the Pez, the new souped up Pez in work.
Oh, yeah, dude. They went right into it, like you said.
I don't know if you noticed, but during the Starlink load, when they were showing off the V2 minis, the 2 last ones, in the broadcast, there's a familiar face that popped up in the video. I don't know if anyone saw him.
Now I want to look.
It's during before they launched, when they were showing off the V2 minis, but during prop load.
Big dog's over there. I see him.
Well, yeah, there he is. But it was a familiar face to NSF.
I know who was snooping around. Where are those Dodger dogs at?
Oh, there's Jared.
Mm-hmm. That was cool that he got on there at the beginning.
Where'd it go?
There we go. It's the B-roll footage, right?
Yeah, it's somewhere right in the B-roll footage.
When they're talking to Tyler?
Yeah. It's right in here. It's not Chris G.
I think I know who it is. No, it's not Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj never worked for NSF. If she wanted to, though, that would probably piss a lot of people off. Whatever.
No,
it'd be still cool. It'd be still cool. Yo, I'd be like, yo, what up? Yo, you like space?
Unless it was only in the first stream. Where did
No,
go?
This is the same B-roll.
Yeah, it's right there. You missed him.
All right, I
back slightly.
I backed up a little bit. We backed up too far.
You backed up too far.
When does this happen in the movie?
Now. You're looking at now.
Oh, what happened to then?
It was then. That was now.
Oh.
Keep going.
When will then be now? Oh, yep. I know who that is. So that's Thomas over there. Thomas just doing his thing. That's cool. Could the plasma go into the RCS nozzle?
Prepare to fast forward.
Fast forwarding, sir. Could the plasma go into the RCS nozzle on the windward side of the ship? Nah, Ari, plasma doesn't really propagate like that, dude. We'll get into that in a second. That's Thomas. Old school NSF. He's that's a tank watcher right there, dude. See, he's still watching tanks, but just with some other things too.
Yeah, look, there's a ship aft behind him. That looks like ship 42's aft, at least.
It's the answer to everything, dude.
Ship 41 is also seen somewhere in here. It looks nearly completed. So that's the next one that's supposed to go out. So, yeah.
It's freaking Thomas, dude. I didn't see that. I was looking at the satellite.
There have been a few times. There have been a few times in these flights. I mean, you see Chris G. I've seen Thomas. I've seen Michael. I've seen Trevor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seen them all.
Yeah,
I don't think
it's chilling
behind him here, but I definitely saw him in other past flights too.
I've seen Trevor.
I saw
in the
Michael
before.
I've seen Trevor and Michael standing together. Yeah.
Yep. That's just weird, man.
It is weird.
All right, let's get back up to speed here.
Fast forward.
We're fast forwarding.
Forward.
So they deployed all the links and their Pez dispenser and everything. This is shot inside of the payload bay, guys. Now, Ryan, actually, somebody on my stream had a question, and I'm not 100% sure how to answer this. Top left. What's going on over there?
It's not a hole. I'll tell you that much.
Okay, it looks like it. What is it? What are we looking at over there?
That looks like some of the. That's like right at the top of the nose cone. So like, you're looking down. You're looking. Basically, this camera is mounted on the methane header tank, and you're looking down. Right above you, with all those plates of steel, are a boatload of COPVs running around the headers, the header tanks up there. So literally what you're looking at and down is all the usable payload volume on Starship. Everything you're looking at is the usable payload volume. It's about 600 cubic meters, which it doesn't look like it's 600 cubic meters, but it's around that, maybe like 500 to 600. Yeah. That's the usable payload volume of Starship is basically what you're looking at right now.
All right.
Above that is more or less unusable because there's a bunch of junk up there. You might be able to get a little bit closer to the methane header, depending. But like on HLS, their headers won't be there. There are no headers on HLS.
Yeah, the docking port's up there.
Yeah, you got a docking. You have a docking port up there. So there's a lot of room in there. It doesn't look like it is, but it is. There's a ton of room in there.
Bigger than Skylab Skeleton? Skylab could fit in the Pez dispenser. Yeah. The Skylab's diameter would be actually about the Pez dispenser. Yeah. That would be Skylab. You could fit... here, I'll show you.
Skylab was an S4B, so Skylab was what, 6?
6.6. It'll fit.
Yeah, 6.6. Oh yeah, it easily fit inside the payload bay.
So, come on, mouse. Where are you? So here's the thing: you're probably not fitting the entire thing, and the version 3 starships are using a smaller payload bay. Now, so okay, in the version 1 ships that had the larger payload bay. See from this checkerboard right there, going across the top of the S4B, or the converted S4B, from there down would fit inside of that. Now, because what Ryan was saying, header tanks, etc., payload bay volume is a little bit smaller on these versions of Starship. The solar panel down can fit inside of the payload bay. From here down could fit. You can fit about half Skylab in there. Easily.
Yeah, and
with room to spare on either side.
And on Block 4, they'll be able to add more rings to the payload bay section when they get more performance out of the vehicle, add more engines. So, which means you probably eventually be able to fit all of Skylab inside of Starship if you add a couple more rings to it, like another 2 rings or so.
Yeah, if they went back to the same payload volume, like the 1,000 cubic meter payload volume, you could fit up to the airlock module from the airlock.
It's just right now they
down.
don't need that.
Yeah.
They just don't need that kind of volume at the moment. They are mass constrained right now rather than volume constrained at the moment because they're still figuring things out.
Mm-hmm. Here, let me.
Either way, it's hilarious.
Here, let me grab this picture. Let's print screen. Right. We'll just select the whole sucker. Right. And then let me just open up Paint. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about.
Plus, to say to anyone who thinks that's a hole, I just want to tell you right now it almost looks like it'd be daylight in that hole, and well, it's definitely not daylight outside. It's nighttime, so.
So it's a little skewy because of perspective and stuff, but that is more or less what we're talking about there. That would be Skylab inside of this, and no, wait, where's the redo command? We could just do it on it, don't matter.
Yeah, thank God for the redesigned nose cone off Block 2. It was one of the biggest changes on Block 2. There used to be massive flap hinges and braces and a ton of extra stringers, and there used to be a ton of stuff in here that would block payload room. Like, basically the payload bay was the 5 rings and not anything in the nose cone. But with the complete redesign on Block 2 and up, they were able to use the part of the nose cone plus the payload bay, so that's why they were able to take 2 rings off the payload bay and turn it into prop. And then they also got more performance out of it, so it worked. And they added another ring, basically, so.
Yeah, so that cylinder that I'm drawing right there is probably from about here, the solar panel down is what that red ring in that picture, that's what it is. So like if I'm just gonna draw like as an example here, the solar panels would be like right here, and they'd be out like this. Obviously they wouldn't be deployed in the payload bay. That's what we're talking about here. It is a ridiculous volume. Now, once again, if you guys haven't seen like some interior footage of here, let me see if I can find that B-roll. Actually, I do believe there is a video on the wiki page about this exact thing. Let's get out to the good stuff. Here. That yeah, basically everything in this camera shot can fit into the payload bay. Everything that you see in this picture can fit inside of Starship. This drives the point home with the people on board. There's better footage around. Hold on. These are the Skylab crews. There was Owen Garriott right there. If you guys like Ultima Online, that's Richard Garriott's dad. I don't know if you ever played Ultima, Ryan.
Maybe a long time ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Richard Garriott's dad is an astronaut. He was on Skylab. Yeah, that picture probably drives it home really well. So Red Dog, I've actually met Lord British, dude. I met him at an event at the Intrepid Sea and Space Museum one time. He's a really cool dude. You know, this is an understatement, and I mean this in an endearing way. The guy is the nerd of nerds. Yeah, see them running around? That's like that ring right there, dudes. Yeah, easily. The ring that they're all running around on, like I said, if we paste that again.
Like it fits it, like the ring that you'd be able to run around on inside Starship.
It's probably like that. And this would be on a similar level to, like, say, that ring right there. So we're talking, if I go back over into brushes, talking a gap to the wall right there. And right there. You'd have a meter on either side. So 3 feet on either side with Skylab, give or take. It's actually be a little bit more. It would probably be like 3.5 feet. So like a meter and 5 centimeter. Yeah, it's Starship is bananas payload volume. Like, you know, it's like they're just using it for Starlink satellites. I'm like, oh, please use this for like, please space station module, please. Can I
right?
Space station? Could you make it into its own thing here? And then the last couple of Starlink satellites that they did deploy, right? Those ones did have cameras on them.
They were basically Starlink V2 minis that are usually flown on Falcon 9.
Mhm.
They put a spotlight on them, and they put cameras on them, and then they put a spine on them to work with the Pez. Why they called them Dodger dogs, because they look like hot dogs.
Yeah.
With it, the Starlink bus is the bun, and the spine is the hot dog. That's why they called them that.
So, SpaceX didn't give us the footage in real time, but we got this during the cast just a couple of minutes later.
It
is a view.
Real.
Watch this. This is the gnarliest thing around.
It's like, huh, it's just leaving. There goes the spotlight. Oh, there's the ship. Pitch black. Just like there's no other light around. You can still see some frost on the methane tank from launch. Look at the... It's just... Shut off the light for a second as you can see so they can see the door closing there. And light goes back on as the door is closed.
Scott put Blue Danube to this, and that's cool. That's all fine. That's all fine. That's all fine and dandy, you know. But hold on. Like
I think of a lot of like Destiny music when I see this kind of thing.
No, just hear me out. No, you can't hear this, but that's all I'm saying. I have the Kerbal Space music, Kerbal Space Program space flight music. Here, you know what? That one's good. How about this one? It's so good, dude.
I cannot wait for them to process the images they got from these sats and post them.
Yeah.
We're gonna get some. Believe me. I don't see how we won't.
That's so good. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I love it. Oh my goodness. Some people say StarCraft music, lunatic fringe.
Oh.
Yeah.
What is it? I think it's Terran. It's Terran 3 from StarCraft 1.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite ones. Terran 3. Dun, 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 dun.
I'm gonna say I could lunatic fringe, so we don't get claimed. The compressor's
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Wait, hang on. I don't know if the Discord compressor probably isn't going to pick this up. It works. You ain't kidding, Belfed. It works. It was pretty good, man. That worked. It definitely did its thing. Can you feel the oh bow 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 now down 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 bow now ding dong dong. You did something. Missed a few notes. You play it off the top of your head. Nobody said you're gonna play Lunatic Fringe on stream today. Mudder. Let's see on the other side, man. Finally got a camera on Starlink? Yeah, we did. Is the compressor back on? Yep. Mm-hmm. Don't say good. Don't say good. Don't say good. It's deliberate to avoid DMCA. Thank you, Sun Temple. That's right. Yeah, man. That shot is ridiculous, dude. Dude, I could sit here and look at this all day.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And then we had reentry.
Yeah, we still gotta.
No in space burn. They canceled that probably because of the engine out and some of the damage and other things. They just decided to not do it.
Where the heck?
So
where the heck is my live stream?
Unfortunately, that without the in space burn and Booster 19 having issues, the issues that it did, Flight 13 is going to be an exact copy of this one.
Yep.
It's going to be suborbital. Booster will go for landing in the Gulf. Ship will need to do a relight burn. Flight 14 is going to be an interesting one. It'll depend. It may be orbital, but I'm still have question marks. But we'll see. Maybe Ship 42, the ultimate answer to universe, life, and everything, will be the first one to be caught, or at least attempted.
RIP BPS Space 3-person shot. SpaceX got it first. Yeah, that's a shame. Notification issues? Shouldn't be, Marcel. Yeah. Okay, Max wanted me to ask you a question. Ask Ryan if tanker refillings will be a shorter than the vehicle for Starlinks, because by the render SpaceX gave us, it didn't seem this way.
All they're going to do is extend the tanks. They'll just make the main propellant tanks a little bit bigger.
And just, eat the payload bay volume, right?
And slightly eat the payload bay volume, and I mean, they may have an extra ring of stainless steel on it that's not needed, is what they might end up having. But I don't think they're going to care too much on that front. It's a little bit extra mass, but it if you go down to a 2-ring section, that makes it a little bit harder to stack. So there's no reason to do something like that. You might as well just keep it. You might as well just keep the thing the same way. It's just now your payload bay is going to be where your forward dome's going to be, and the common dome's going to move will move up as well. That's basically all that's going to happen. That's my expectation. I don't think it'll be shorter.
They're just gonna take this and just shift around where a couple of things are, guys.
Yeah, they're just gonna move both the domes up, so that you can fit more prop in. That's all they're gonna do. And because of that, the raceways will have to move up. So the raceways will move up slightly as well. And to go into the top of the payload bay, and then they'll include all the fuel transfer hardware, docking hardware, all that other stuff, and whatnot. Yeah, because there won't be any door, there won't be any PEZ, so all that mass will leave. It'll just be flat ring on the front. So they are taking mass out because there's a lot. The PEZ and door weigh a little bit, so it's a little bit of mass to take out and plus and whatnot. And then the 48-hour on time they have for just a ship is more than enough time to launch, rendezvous, dock, transfer prop, and then return. It's more than enough time, 48 hours.
Yeah, I want to see that. It's going to be sick.
It's not like they don't need to put solar panels on it. If they think they need more than 48 hours, they can put more batteries on it. Who cares?
Yep.
You know?
I mean, that's the thing. Like, guys, the space shuttle doesn't have any solar panels on it. It was using fuel cells. The shuttle was really not designed to stay up there for like 2 weeks. The only way they got it to stay up there for 2 weeks is putting a pallet of extra life support systems inside of the payload bay called the Extended Duration Orbiter Pallet, the EDO.
And hooking it up to the ISS.
Yeah, that and hooking up to the ISS, they could shut the shuttle's life support systems off. Shuttle is not designed, it was only really designed to be up there for a couple of days and then come back down. That was the idea. The idea is that you'd launch them so much, right? Maybe you'll stay up there for a week at best before another shuttle will come and take its place on orbit.
Isn't it usually like 11 days, give or take?
Yeah, they wanted to launch them once a week. That was the whole idea.
That never happened.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do?
For a lot of reasons.
Yeah. And you know what, Ryan? Like, I've always said it. Like, I don't want to make this about the shuttle. I've always said that, you know, the shuttle's design's pretty damn good. You could dial it in like you could with Starship, right? You could dial it in, and they could have dialed it into where it would, you know, where it could have flown once a week. I'd say that's doable. You got to want to do that. You know what I mean?
I think it would have taken a lot of political and will, because there would have been a lot of money required to modify the shuttle enough to get it to a state in which it could do that.
That's what I mean.
Because
you want it.
like I don't think the STS system was ever viable enough for a weekly. I don't think the external tank and SRB setup they have for it was viable enough for it. Unless they manufactured so many of those, you didn't know what to do with them.
That was the idea.
The amount of external tanks they would have had to build is just stupid. Like, I mean, SpaceX goes through what? They go through, it's less this year, but they went through like 160 plus stage 2s last year, and that's just stage 2 on a Falcon 9. That's nothing compared to the size of an external tank. And they would have had to made at least 52 of those a year. I don't know. That's just Shuttle had all those aspirations, but it felt like the design was never there enough to be able to do it.
So the shuttle ET is just, chat saying the shuttle ET is just a lot of material to throw away. That's a fair point. I mean, the ETs were super simple to make. Yeah,
I do think they could have gotten it there at some point, but it would have taken a lot of mods in order to get it to a weekly cadence. And safe, too. Like, finding a way to not have your foam insulation fall off and puncture your wings.
That was... Okay, let me put it to you like this. That happened because all right, so Brian, you tell me. I'll speak plain. I'll switch tongues to plain. All right, it's cold out. Let's say it's 15 Fahrenheit out. You have a plane, right? And you want to take off. What do?
When it's cold out,
Think about it.
You got to de-ice usually.
So what happens if you de-ice your plane and then you wait 30 minutes to go to the runway? What do?
Depending on the conditions, is usually what it depends on. Is the thing.
Say the conditions are caca.
What?
Say the conditions are caca, like they're like blizzard out.
So you've got you have precipitation. So if you have precipitation, you then have to go back and get re-de-iced again. There's FAA regulations depending on the atmospheric conditions on how long you can remain unde-iced before you have to do it again before taking off. Thanks to the Florida Airways that went into the Potomac. Where they tried, that's at least one of them, they tried to use jet exhaust to melt their own wings, and then they didn't have enough lift on liftoff, and yes, they then hit a bridge, they hit the Washington Bridge, I think it was, and then they slammed into the Potomac, and only only a few made it out.
Yeah.
Let me look up the flight number on that one. The
Ryan, do you see where I'm going with this? The only reason that Columbia happened is because they tanked and detanked and tanked and detanked. The mission scrubbed 7 times, dude. And nobody thought of rolling the thing back and looking it over at all. They just put it back out on the pad and sent it. Just like
Air Florida Flight 90.
Ugh.
737-200.
Ugh.
Yep. Yeah.
How are you gonna use your own engines to de-ice? What, the thrust reverser?
Not your own engines. They were using the engines from planes in front of them to try to melt. Yes. Yes. Improper de-icing procedures. Yeah, it was not great. They were. Yeah, it wasn't. Let's see, what was it?
The engines from
the de-icing vehicle was used. Also, the de-icing procedures itself weren't correct. De-icing vehicle used by 2 different operators. It was a widely different mixture percentage on it as well. But the cockpit CVR also had issues of them using the exhaust gases from other aircraft to melt the snow on the wings. And instead of falling off the plane during takeoff, the slush froze on the wings and the wings leading edges and the inlet nose cone, which disrupted the airflow, caused sensor problems. They lost lift on takeoff. It hit the George Mason Bridge or the Rochambeau Bridge and then slammed in the Potomac. Yeah.
Wow.
There have been many accidents. 14th Street Bridge. There have been many accidents in aviation in which lessons were learned, and unfortunately, lessons were learned at the cost of lives. And I mean, it's been the same thing in spaceflight. It's the same thing as spaceflight. Lessons were learned at Apollo 1. Lessons were learned on Challenger. Lessons were learned at Columbia.
Well, Columbia happened. You mentioned foam hitting the thermal protection system. The only reason that happened is because they left the shuttle out on the pad, scrubbed 7 times. Nobody ever thought to roll it back and just check to see if any of the foam had cracked. NASA was so sure of themselves that they wrote off foam coming off, and they said there's no way the foam could puncture the TPS. Oops.
Yeah. You brought that up, and I'm like, well, yeah, there have been instances where they didn't do it, and it resulted in a crash.
It's weird how that works, right? Like, yeah.
Right.
I'll concede the external tank thing for sure, but also the 2 shuttle disasters were very.
Energy is better.
Oh, them's is
Energy
fighting
is
words.
better than SRBs in the external tank. I'm sorry.
Them's
but it is.
is fighting words. let's you know what? We will have this conversation later. Let's get to reentry. You do not say that in here.
4 Zenit stages strapped together. Let's go. Base 4
All right,
Zenit cores.
I'll raise you the shuttle and the external tank with 4 Zenith boosters attached to the sides. That I'm cool with.
With flyback
Yes.
capabilities on the there you go.
Now we're talking. All right, that's fair. I could get down on that.
I'm never been a fan of massive solid rocket boosters. I never really have. I mean, yeah, they look cool and everything, but liquids is better.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Like, I mean, just look how awesome the most powerful rocket ever flew. Liquid.
Von Braun agreed with you. They were like, "Hey, Werner, look at this new thing that we're making. It's called the space shuttle." He was like, "What the heck is that? What is that? What is this? Why would you do this?" They're like, "Oh, it's reusable." He's like, "No, that is a pile of scheiße. No." And they're like, "Well, you don't like it. You can always leave." He's like, "Yeah, I will. Bye. Auf Wiedersehen. See you later." That's
Where's
how
Adrian?
That's how that went down. I'm not kidding. Adrian would agree with me. I'm gonna need that source. He hated the shuttle. He hated it. Yeah, they were like, "Hey, look at this. This is what we're doing now." He's like, "I literally laid out like god tier architecture for you, and all you need to do is follow it for like the next 20 to 30 years, and we will do amazing things in space." And you don't want to do that? No, we don't want to do that.
Nova. Let's go back to Nova.
Dude, you should have seen what they were cooking up after Nova. Oh,
right.
Think like super heavy, but with F1 engines.
The funniest thing was one of the funnier ones. I just love the blues, by the way, of this. This looks so beautiful, so pretty.
Yeah.
One of the funnier ones, and it's always funny, especially around the shuttle or nearing the shuttle ending, when they came up with the Whiskey Tango Foxtrot examples of using shuttle-derived technology and even bringing back some Saturn stuff. I think it was the Jupiter 3C or something like that, which was like 8 solid rocket boosters with like 2 like Saturn 1Cs, or it was like or something stupid like that. What the hell was it?
Oh, something ridiculous. Yeah. Crazy. I forget.
The Jupiter.
I'd have to go look.
3C. Let's go find this thing again.
Anyway, so Starship goes through the reentry here, and so fellas, I said this during the cast. What you really want to look for here is nice, smooth plasma flow. Also, it's very cool. If you look at the top right over here, you can see, because they didn't do the relight burn, you can see the Starlinks burning up in the atmosphere over there. See them all? Yeah, those are the Starlinks flipping end over end. That's why they're kind of sparkling. They're flipping end over end and burning up, by the way.
There it is. There is the full-on Whiskey Tango Foxtrot.
Where is it? Where'd you post it?
Stand by. Let me. I'm trying to get a decent shot of it here.
So once again, what we're looking for is nice, smooth flow. You don't want to see any sparks. Now, I failed to. So if you see some sparks coming from this, right? What's happening is thermal ablation. There's all the Starlinks burning up. You're seeing ablation. Ablation happens when the tile basically can't absorb any more heat, and it starts burning off. We did see some ablation here. They were doing some thermal protection system tests with this booster, or with the ship. They had some tests on board, like the ones you see on the back half of the wing. They were testing adhesion mechanisms. Yeah, Starship, because of Starship's trajectory because they lost that Raptor vacuum, Yogvin, Starship compensated by skipping off the atmosphere. Or at least they didn't really skip. They leveled off. Starship leveled off and was basically just flying in level flight for a good amount of time, dudes. They used that to stretch the cross range capability so it could get back to the proper landing site, which is actually that in itself is a very good demonstration. That's really good flight data for abort contingencies. The problem is that that's not that it's good flight data for abort contingencies, but SpaceX wasn't trying to do abort contingencies this time. They were just trying to do the relight and land. But it is good for abort contingencies, but that's not really what you want. Ablation. Hey, T-Money. So, yeah, see all the Starlink satellites? Those are all the dumb links and the two Dodger dogs right there burning up. So, check it out. This right here, that's what you want to see. This is perfect. You're getting perfect ablation. And I want to point out that it's leaving kind of like a wake here. Somebody asked me a little bit earlier in the stream, what there's all these holes up here from the vent lines and stuff. Isn't the plasma going to go into it? No. The way that Starship re-enters the atmosphere, guys, is at a very high angle of attack. You can see it from the angle of attack indicator down there. She's up here like this. She's not necessarily flying through like the space shuttle, which kind of modulated its angle of attack through the course of its reentry. I mean, Starship does that too, but at this point, it's up here like this. So the point is that is what's getting exposed to oncoming plasma. It's more a cylinder shape and less, it's more of this shape right here that's getting exposed to oncoming plasma. It's more of a cylinder rather than, what would be the right way to say it? You know what? Let me just show this. Because it's the cylindric shape is being exposed to it, the plasma is actually going to shoot off the sides. It's going to shoot off to the side. And that angle will change with speed, depending. But here, let me show you.
Ah, there it is. I was trying to get the dang.
Here, take a look. These are Schlieren images from the National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics. This is pre-NASA. But take a look. You have a couple of side profiles of different shapes. You have a biconic reentry vehicle. That's an inverted biconic reentry vehicle. You have a spear, right? Basically a bullet shape almost. And then you have a manned capsule concept, which that's basically what Mercury and Gemini ended up looking like. And then you have this blunt body concept up here. See that? Now, see these dark lines that are being made? That's plasma. The short way to explain this, guys, the short way to explain it is the further away that is from whatever's re-entering, the better. Now, if you look at the spear, right? See right here and right here, a lot of heat gets introduced in this area right here in this design. A lot. And this doesn't necessarily keep your plasma away from the vehicle. This is why at hypersonic speeds, blunt shapes are better. Because if you have a pointed shape, you're going to get an infinite amount of heat right at the point. And granted that it will get quote unquote cooler as you get further away, this is more or less relatively near the vehicle. You don't want that. Now, if you go down here with this weird type like boat hull looking thingamajigger, you have dual shocks right next to each other. Those are layers of plasma. You don't want that. Once again, look at how close it is to the vehicle. Not great. Now look at the capsule. Let's call that the Mark I Kerbal capsule. It's a Mercury capsule. The reason why the heat shield is that shape is because if you have a blunt shape, it pushes the plasma away from the vehicle. You're pushing your plasma shock away, right? And the heat shield matches the shape of the shock, right? So you get nice uniform ablation. We saw this with Orion. You get uniform burning because, see, the shock stays at the same distance, more or less. It's a little more complicated than this, but this is the idea. See how it stays at the same distance? And then when it shoots it out and away. That's great for a capsule. Now look at this one. Look at the blunt body concept. What does that look like? Maybe I should turn this on its side.
Starship.
It looks like Starship. See what I'm talking about? A spherical shape is going to keep the plasma the furthest away from your vehicle. The problem with a spherical shape is that it's hard to control, unless you take that spherical shape and you extrude it into a gigantic cylinder. Like this. See what I mean? And then you give it huge flaps so it can change it so it becomes controllable. The Soviets figured out that a sphere is the easiest way to manage thermals during reentry. That's why the early versions of Vostok, what Yuri Gagarin launched into, is basically a sphere. The Vostok capsule is basically a sphere. So during reentry, it was just kind of, right? Voskhod is kind of the same way, and then they switched to Soyuz. The top of Soyuz is still the same. They took a sphere and they made one side of it blunt, and they made the capsule gumdrop shape. So they took a half sphere, a hemisphere, and they put a blunt shape on one side, and there's your Soyuz capsule. See what I mean? Half of it is a sphere, half of it is that blunt shape. But the original Vostok capsules, the one that Yuri and his compatriots launched on, was just basically a sphere, because a sphere is the best way to reject the heat. But if you take a sphere and you put little winglings on the side, and then you add an arm coming out of the back of its head, there you go. You get Starship. That's the plasma. What I'm trying to tell you, this answers that viewer's question. The plasma is not going to get inside of here because you have stagnation behind the flaps and behind the shape. You have a lot of stagnation. This stagnation line is from this here, and then that area, this stagnation, this low pressure that's behind it, that's because of the flaps. So stuff isn't going to go into the vent lines. It's not going to do it, because that plasma is, just like I said, just from that Schlieren imaging. And that Schlieren imaging, guys, is from like 1957. There you go. Old tricks are the best tricks.
Yes,
I do.
The Jupiter 3.
Yes.
In your DMs. If you want to know what Whiskey Tango Foxtrot of rocketry looks like.
Oh, this freaking pile of doo-doo. I prefer Untitled Spacecraft, if you really want my honest opinion. Have you ever seen Untitled Spacecraft?
I don't think I've seen that one.
So Untitled Spacecraft is the default name that the game gives to a rocket in KSP. There's Untitled Spacecraft. You know, so you
Yep. With a shuttle on top, because why not?
Yeah, no, you got some Falcon 9s, you got some SRBs, you got 3 SLS core stages with a Centaur on top, whatever, screw it. And then another core stage with a shuttle attached to it, and then an S4B, and it's good. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's fine.
Wonder how much 362 tons, okay.
Does
that include the extra Centaurs with nose cones on top?
I'm not sure what those are there for, but yeah, sure, why not?
You know what's funny is replace all those boosters with 3 super heavies. Block 3 Super Heavies?
Hey, look, all I'm saying is that if we want to take an SLS core stage and put it on top of a Super Heavy and figure out a way to air start RS-25s, I would be okay with this. That's all I'm saying.
And you can hot stage it too.
Yeah. See, that's all I'm saying. I would be
Get rid
okay
of the
with
solid rocket boosters and just stick a core stage on it with Orion, and then the core stage will, I mean, that'll get you into orbit. That'll get you TLI. That'll get you like Mars injection.
Yeah, you could do
top to spare.
You could, yeah, with a Super Heavy behind it. And if you expended the Super Heavy, but yeah, that core stage will get you all the way to the moon, like easily. Yeah.
How much prop would it have? Would you be able to get to the moon and back with the core stage too?
If you could fix Boil off and get RS-25s to restart, sure, why not? Yeah, absolutely.
There'd be a lot of prop left in that thing.
I mean,
it's hilarious how powerful Super Heavy is. Like, it's insanity how powerful the Block 3 booster is.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, yeah, it'd be sweet. How about we just put a New Glenn? Just put New Glenn 7x2 on top of Super Heavy. How much payload capacity do you want to the moon? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Strap 3 Super Heavies together.
Yeah, Super Heavy. Yep. It's a great idea. Refueling? We don't need no
towers.
refueling. Yeah. Hey, if they made the launch plate, that's possible. That's all I'm saying. Super duper heavy. I like that.
Giga heavy.
Giga heavy. Super duper heavy. Can you imagine that? Three of them would be what? That would be almost 6. What is it? What does that have? 80?
In its final form, that they want to hit, it'd be 30,000 tons of thrust. That's in the final form that they want to hit, that is.
This one had what, 18 million pounds of thrust?
18 million pounds.
So we're talking about 60 million pounds of thrust here, which is 240 meganewtons in change.
You might crack the Earth's crust.
Yeah, I don't know if we have the material science to make a launch pad that could handle that. At that point, it might be better.
At that point, you might actually need an actual Raptor to pressurize your water system.
Yeah. Yeah. Sea
because
Dragon.
the thing is for the water system, it doesn't. All it needs to be is the pressure out of the system needs to be able to counteract or at least match the exhaust of the rocket, which means that you just need a bigger supply. So you're probably talking 2-3 million gallons or something along those lines, something like that. So you just build a reservoir, whatever, like they have at Stennis. Just use the one at Stennis, and then you use actual Raptor engines to vaporize gas and make gas to introduce into the system, which you'll need like reinforced tanks or reinforced pipes. Maybe.
I mean, you'd have to expend the center Super Heavy, but I'm fairly confident that 2 Super Heavies attached to a center Super Heavy with a Starship on top would almost get you a full Starship stack, like fully fueled on orbit, almost. You could absolutely get the ship there with a full tank of gas and maybe about half of the Super Heavy's fuel. Wow. I kind of want.
Although I'm just going to say is the current stack weighs 5,000 tons. 5,600 tons. That stack together between all of that would weigh... I'd weigh like 12,000 tons?
That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right, let's get back to the mission. So we're going through re-entry here. The remains of the Starlink satellites are burning up in the background here. But yeah, re-entry looked great, guys. We did get some ablation, but here's the thing. You don't want ablation, but I will tell you this. Ablation happens every time you go through the atmosphere with with tiles for the first time to an extent. You're always going to get a little bit of it. The shuttles, it happened to the shuttles too. The best example I have of this is I have a picture of Endeavour the day it rolled off the factory floor here somewhere. Where are you? It's in here somewhere. Give me one moment. And the TPS is like super shiny. I think it's that picture. It should be here. Chat, where are you going through my stuff? There it is. So that's Endeavour with the real thermal protection system rolling off the factory floor in 92. All right. Look, now, granted, that's a fake ohms pod and stuff, but you see how smooth, see how shiny and smooth the tiles are? Now, if you look at Endeavour like later, I mean, that's Atlantis, but you look at the shuttle's thermal protection system a little bit later, it's kind of grayed out. It's definitely not shiny by any means.
Sheen.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You're going to get a little bit of ablation of your tiles. Here, the amount of ablation that I saw from Starship, it's not a lot, dudes. Honestly, it did look like it got some burn through out back, but yeah, this stuff does happen every time you use tiles for the first time.
I think part of that was due to some of the skirt damage that it had, is what it could have been.
Yeah,
But
exactly. Something's cooking on the back of the ship, judging by the amount of sparks. But yeah, see, for the most part, I mean, something is cooking up on the nose. But here's the important thing to understand. Look, over the belly of the ship, the most of the windward side of the ship, no ablation whatsoever. There's no sparks. Yeah, there's no sparks coming from in this area. They're only coming from whatever's burning up on the aft skirt, and something is cutting through the flaps a little bit. The front flaps. I don't think they had burn through on the front flaps at all.
they didn't have any burn through on the flaps at all, from what I could tell. You just see that kind of negative pressure.
Yep.
Of the gases wrapping around. And I think it's really, you see that blue that's coming off right off the catch point there?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was pretty cool too.
Yeah, that's the shock. If we go back to that Schlieren image, you see how you have little mini shocks here? There's little mini shocks, and even there's some shocks from the impingement behind the area of stagnation. See these little guys? It's showing up in Schlieren imaging, and it's showing up in stream. That's one of those little guys coming off of the catch pins. The crazy thing is that you could see that the tiles are ablating to an extent. See the little white specks on the tiles? They're getting pretty hot. And some of the sparks you see are little pieces of tile coming off. You can even see them right here. Some of the back of these tiles are kind of getting a little unhappy. But this is fine. These are test tiles. As long as you don't have flames coming through the armpit of the flap, like right here, we're good. Like it's all right. The thermal paint ahead of the Ship 39 decal gets almost as crispy as Jack's bacon. Yep. Hey, Astro95, keep up the great work. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no problem, dude. How much hotter when doing an orbital reentry? We're talking about 1600 C here, about 3000 Fahrenheit. It gets toasty. I mean, dude, Starship quite actually tanks it. Yeah. Hey, Graham, we're getting a little crispy. 15-month resub. Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little crispy. What causes this little sparkage stuff? So see right here, if you look at these tiles right here, see how they're not exactly uniform? See that? That's what causes that. It'll scrape off some of that tile. Like, you're not seeing it too bad right here. And the reason why you're not seeing it too bad is because that's more towards the windward side of things. But if you have tiles that aren't perfectly aligned and perfectly shimmed correctly on the underside of the ship, it's going to ablate a little bit. It's going to try to make it a smooth surface. Yeah, little edges sticking out are what all these sparks are. But the vast majority of it, you see sparks come. Something funky is going on back there. Yeah, something weird is going on towards the back. As Ryan said, I think it is
Be skirt damage or something weird.
yeah, I'm gonna say that's skirt damage, dudes. I agree with you.
Hard to tell.
Yeah,
but
we can't see.
A lot of the time, the skirt was kind of obstructed when they did the little pirouette, the little ballerina roll.
Yeah, we couldn't
whatever
really see it.
whatever the hell we want to call it at the end. It was kind of obstructed by all the steam of the Raptor engines hitting the sea. But yeah.
But you can see some of the secondary thermal protection system. See, it's ablating away. You could barely see it, but see how it's getting these gray streaks.
Cracking too.
Yep.
Like you saw once it gets farther into the atmosphere and you'll see the lighting change, you'll see cracks along the ablative. So yeah, we'll. I mean, I'd be curious to see what this heat shield looks like after a few uses. Granted, this is not its final form. This was the most advanced heat shield they've flown with to date.
Yep.
And I don't know what they'll try for 40. I think they'll take what they have from this. They may try some other things here and there, but I honestly think I think they've got the main body of the heat shield nailed down. The biggest thing they need to do is bring a ship back. I think they're getting to the point where they cannot learn any more about this heat shield until they bring one back and they actually inspect the thing. Like go over it with a fine-tooth comb. Like when that first ship comes back and gets caught, it's going to sit inside that bay for a long time as they go over every single inch of that heat shield. Places where it's got issues, places where they might see burn through, places where they might have seen hot spots. They'll correlate it with sensor data and camera data and everything else. It's going to be an exhaustive review. The next one will not, they won't reuse the first ship or two. I doubt it. There's going to be a lot of teething pains to figure it out, but they really are getting to the point. I think this is kind of shows them that they kind of need to get one back sooner rather than later to really make more advancements on the heat shield. They're just kind of trying to testing some out at this point.
Guys, that's the thing. Yeah, I'm with you. The first one they get back, that thing's never flying again. They will gut that thing like a fish. Secondly, see, you could see that you get some slight ablation on the tiles here. Now, once again, I want to point out, like every tile-based system, and granted, we only have the shuttle and the X-37 as our analogs here. This will happen. You'll get a little bit of ablation, just a tiny bit. You don't want ablation due to like misfit tiles, but you will get some, just a little bit. That's why the tiles don't come back shiny. Yeah, it's very interesting stuff with like ablation on tiles. But look, if you look at this, look at the catch pin. It smoothed it out. It smoothed that sucker right out. Crazy, right? You don't want that, because that's the thing about plasma. If you don't give plasma a place to go, it'll find a place to go and it'll make the ship the shape that it wants to. You don't want that happening. That's bad. Now there are ways to get around it, but yeah, SpaceX will figure it out. Do you think we'll ever get a satellite deployed from a Starship at the moon? Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course.
Starlinks.
Yep. Absolutely.
It's going to be hilarious, EJ. We're going to get Starlink missions with TLI burns and propellant aggregation flights. Tanker flights.
That's strange, dude. You know what the crazy thing is? I'm thinking
like seriously, it's going to be Moonlink or Lunarlink or whatever they're going to call it. But yeah, there's going to be flights where they're going to launch a Starlink ship. They will dock with a depot, load it. They will then TLI burn a Starlink ship, then get into low lunar orbit or whichever kind of lunar orbit they're going to use for it. I don't know what one they're going to use. They may use like a medium lunar orbit. I don't know what the best is for Starlink for that. And then they'll deploy all their sats. And heck, it depends on how much prop Starship is going to have at that point. Maybe they try to do a slight inclination change on the moon, because it's a lot easier to do that on the moon than it is anywhere else. That is like say on Earth. Maybe they do that. Maybe they deploy half in one inclination and deploy others in another one if they got the prop to do it. Otherwise, they'll just come back.
You know,
They'll do a burn, come back, and land.
You know what would be good for that? A
What?
rectilinear halo orbit would be good for differential inclination changes. Not even kidding, dudes.
Well, here's the other thing too: is the ion thrusters on the Starlinks can adjust their own orbit if they need to the correct lunar orbit too. It's a little bit easier to do it for lunar orbit than it is for Earth, because you're not going against as much. But there's going to be Starlink flights to the moon. There's going to be Starlink flights that have Mars injection orbit burns as well. They're going to send Starlinks to Mars, because what's better than a tight beam communication using lasers between Starlink sats, between constellations to communicate? Like, it's tight beam, like you know, the Expanse. There's tight beam, wide beam, you know? It's basically laser communications.
Dude, what about
the best?
What about Starlink satellites in an Aldrin cycler? You could have constant communication. You have constant optical communication to Mars, though.
Yeah. You can put Starlink sats just about anywhere. Literally anywhere.
That's a good idea. Starlink Aldrin cyclers. You heard it here first.
It's the Starlink and laser-link comms are the best ways to communicate between Earth, Moon, and Mars, and eventually the Belt. Yeah, I said it. Until we develop some kind of quantum entanglement communication, if that's even possible, or some kind of subspace communication. Until then, lasers are your best option. Laser communications. That is your best capability of transmitting large amounts of data over a long distance and do it reliably. It's your best option. So
Elon said he wants to make a Dyson swarm. I agree with you for what it's worth.
Dyson swarm? Good luck with that.
Yeah, I mean, guys, even if you had a bunch of Starlink satellites orbiting around Mars, they're still going to need a relay system to get back. A cycler with like the lunar Starlinks that they work on for like something that's designed to go out into deep space. See, these are just pictures. Let me see if I can find like a GIF of a cycler. That's actually really, really freaking smart. Yeah, I wonder if SpaceX is considering that. So the cycler is a resonant orbit that grav-assists off Mars and then grav-assists off Earth. It's resonant, meaning that you minimal course correction, you could just keep bouncing, you could just keep relaying from Earth to Mars, just infinitely, ad infinitum. You could just keep doing it as much as you want. That's perfect for a Starlink satellite. You put Starlink satellites in cyclers, you'll have communications with Mars literally at any time through fiber optic. They're doing that. There's no way they're not doing that. Please tell Ryan when we found the other Ryan doesn't watch sci-fi and didn't get an Expanse reference. You were so sad. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. No, yeah, Deadbringer. I mean, like, high-powered laser optic Starlink satellites in an Aldrin cycler. So you have your Starlink satellites around Earth, and you have your Starlink satellites around Mars. And then you just relay through the cyclers, through a cycler orbit. You relay, dude.
Seriously, it's not like it's not complicated, and it would. I mean, you're still looking at your transmission delay because you can only go as fast as the speed of light unless we figure out a way to go around it. Which, whatever, we're not even going to go into that. But as much as I would like subspace communications or like quantum entanglement communications, like QEC from Mass Effect or something like that,
give it some time.
Unless we get that, we're talking laser comms. Yeah, like the Nauvoo. The Nauvoo had a really powerful laser communication system for its journey to Alpha Centauri. So you're talking in the Expanse, and basically when they say tight beam communications in the Expanse, it's laser comms. They're literally pointing a laser at a ship, and that's how you're sending the data. And that's how they're going to do it with this. I mean, you can use UHF, you can use X band if you really want to, but if you're looking for high data load stuff, you're using lasers. That's your best option, is lasers.
Yeah, dude, and a laser relay through an Aldrin cycler with satellites would make it so you always have constant communications, guys. Like you could beam between Earth and Mars, but every once in a while there's this thing called the sun that gets in the way. Cycler would
just relay it around, bounce it around.
Bingo.
You go around the sun.
The big hot thing. You can't shoot light through that.
Yeah, go around it. Yeah.
Huh. So yeah. Also, fellas, just back to the mission here real quick. Starship was able to adjust its trajectory and kind of level off, and then it did a heading alignment and maneuver here towards the end of the mission. See? Look at the horizon in this picture. It did a heading alignment to be able to get to where it needs to go, get to the landing site, because they had a targeted landing site. And I know people are saying, is the discoloration on the steel a thing? Yeah, it's steel tempering. They might want to paint that eventually, or put put some of the silica backing, the crunch wrap backing stuff on the backside of Starship. Might want to do that. I don't know. Either that or they just keep the tempered steel, which looks
thermal blankets.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, the shuttle's
bring back thermal blankets.
The shuttle's
Let's
a lot
add
of things.
More weight.
The shuttle's a lot of things, dude. But the reentry system worked extremely well. It never had a problem, except when some other part punched a hole in it. It's pretty robust.
That is true. That is true.
Never had an issue. The shuttle did it right. And even then, they actually ended up, like, if you look at the beginning of the program, Ryan, versus the end of the program, they ended up simplifying the thermal protection system. They had two different types of tiles at the beginning, and then you had your RCC, and then you had your thermal, your Nomex, right? And by the end of it, they really eliminated as many of the white tiles as possible, just black tiles and Nomex towards the end of the program. They really had it dialed in. It was pretty good.
And this is where SpaceX has learned from that, and they're using a single type of tile basically everywhere.
Yep.
And then an ablative layer.
See, like right here where all this cracking is Ryan, what is this? This part that's not the tiles, but it's not the steel either. What is that? Is that
it's basically ablative. It's like sheets of I think it's Pyron.
Oh,
is what I think it is. So basically, so SpaceX has that there because they tried one flight to have nothing there.
Yeah, it didn't work.
That was flight 6. Ship 31 did not look great after that flight at all. So, and they can't put tiles there because they'll get completely obliterated during a catch attempt. So they have to put basically ablative there for any kind of catch attempt. Now, again, this comes back to me. It's like I've always thought catching ships was kind of a thing that's good for tankers. But for every other version of the ship, catching ships is stupid and pointless. I'm sorry. Starlink ships, crewed ships, cargo ships, it's stupid and pointless. Why? What's the point?
It's a cargo.
You're not reusing that ship right away anyways.
Yeah.
You have to reload the payload. Like, the only ship that makes sense to catch it is the tanker ship. And even then, it doesn't make sense to catch it because you cannot catch a ship on the same tower that a booster is already on the pad on. You just can't do it. There's not enough room on the tower to do it. Unless you make the tower much, much taller, you're not catching a ship with a booster already on the pad. So I come back to, again, the whole thing of why catch ships at all? Why? What's the point? About the only thing you do save is, I guess, mass on landing legs. It's about the only thing you save. Really, that's it.
Maybe maybe they're doing the catch pins because tankers and Starlink satellites, Starlink starships, are like kind of your minimum viable product.
I just never thought. I mean, you think about it. The more I think about it, the more I think catching ships is, well, it's going to look cool. I just don't think it's really viable. It's really that much of a thing. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, from a logistics standpoint, yeah, but I mean, and they're gonna need landing legs anyway for their initial Mars missions, right? Like, you're gonna need those.
Well, you're
anyway.
going to need landing legs for HLS. You're going to need the landing legs for Mars. Also, I don't think crewed flights get caught. I think those are. I don't know about that one. Especially getting the people off. Because okay, you could catch it, but then you would have to use the crew access arm. You'd have to put it back on the booster, but you're not catching with the booster already on the pad. You'd have to catch it on a separate tower.
See, now you're understanding why I said what I said about having a crew access arm on the tower. That doesn't really make a whole lick of sense now, does it?
Well, it makes a lick of sense because you have to load the people when it's originally stacked, but yeah. Anyways.
But when they're landing, it takes longer. Like, see what I'm saying? People are coming.
It's weird. It's a weird thing that they've got going with what they want to do with ship. I'm curious to see what they end up doing in the long run. But also, the thing is with Starlink ships, you can't reload the Starlinks on the pad. That's not a thing. To load the Starlinks on this ship, they had the ship on a transport stand. They had the loader box hooked to a bridge crane in the mega bay, and then they loaded it that way. That's how they loaded that. And to keep it clean, they kept it in the bay as well. So,
You think they'd use some cooling with pipes or something on the side? I'm not sure what you're gonna do here. Gorix, if I had to guess, dude, SpaceX has a placeholder. They have this ablator that Ryan was talking about here because they would need to get some data on actually catching the dang thing to see how much does this thing get messed up, right? How much does it get scraped away? How much does it get bonked during a catch? This is SpaceX puts placeholders and temporary fixes where they haven't figured out a problem yet. Just like the FireX system on the V2 ships. The reason why the FireX system was there is because Raptor 3s weren't. Raptor 3 was your solution to that problem. So they usually
Block 2 was also a problem as well.
Yeah.
But,
Hey, it took some time to dial it in. They put these kind of Band-Aid fixes on stuff that they haven't really kind of figured out yet. I've noticed that. They really do that a lot.
There again, and I said it earlier while I was on here, the heat shield is the greatest challenge they've got for this program.
By a long shot.
They've made a lot of progress. They have. But Shuttle's heat shield, while it worked great, they can't do that with Starship. They can't. Because the shuttle heat shield did not allow them to turn the shuttle around in a day. They want to turn the ship around within hours. And they need a design to do that, and Shuttle's design was not that. It didn't really work to that, so.
Dude, I'm rifling through my brain. What would you put there? I'd put titanium tiles there. Just a couple of them.
Titanium tiles? Well, they tried metal tiles.
Yeah, but they're behind the catch pin, so you could probably get away with it. Actually, dude. Oh. All right. Brainwave. They put the ablator there to see where it gets hot because it's scribed.
That too. It's a combination of things. Yeah.
They put the ablator to protect it, obviously, but now you know where the hot spots are, so you know what you have to protect and what you don't.
They're gonna get all this stuff off cameras, but boy, I bet the heat shield team is itching so hard to get one of these ships back. Seriously, when you
absolutely,
when you get one of these back, you'll be able to look at it up close. Oh my god, the day that we're sitting here watching on stream or whatever, and we're looking at a ship hanging from the sticks, having just returned from space, yeah, that'll be a day. That'll be something, to say the least.
Mm-hmm. Actually, Hellfish, that's a good point. Another thing that you could do, Ryan, is you could putz around with your tile thickness on the bottom of the vehicle. So, like, say you got a Starship, we're looking at it from the front, and you put thicker tiles down here to make the tile shape, obviously it's parallel, but make it flatter. Use a thinner tile down at the bottom. Now, that has its own challenges because that's the hottest part. This part of Starship is going to get the most toasty, right? Yeah. But if you vary the thickness just a little bit, so like, let me draw another circle above the...
You mean try to vary it to change the bow shock?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, I know where you're going with that. Yeah.
You could get away with it.
I don't know. They're definitely going to try a lot of things. I'd be curious to know what their plans are for the heat shield, because they want to start reusing ships sooner rather than later, and they kind of need to start reusing ships sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Because they just need to start reusing ships.
So if say this gap right here is your tiles, right? What you do, there's your problem. All you got to do is this. No. You could flatten it right here. If you just made a flat shape or flatten out the tiles on the bottom there, even a little flatness like that is going to take the shock and make it go out. It's not going to make it do this, right? It'll work like that Schlieren picture. It'll work like this. And the best part is no part, dude. You change the parts down there a little bit so you don't have to cake this thing with a bunch of tiles. Because, like, if I know SpaceX, and I'd like to think that they want the easiest solution, the best solution would be to have no thermal protection system here. So how do you do that? Because it's going to get banged up by the catch pins, right? So how do you do it? Figure out a way to have plasma not go here. You just like saying Schlieren. Schlieren image.
Schlieren.
Look at my Schlieren images.
Not weird at all.
Yeah, no, it's predominant. It's fine. It's good. Look at my Schlieren images. He even lost
and
it
for
in
those
an
who
unfortunate
didn't realize,
Schlieren accident.
the splashdown was a little bit later because in order to hit their target area,
cross range
on target, they had to generate some lift because they had to burn longer because they lost the RVAC, so they had to kind of figure that out. So, yeah, they did recover a little bit on that. So they had to generate some lift to actually hit their landing zone.
How thick are the tiles, Jordan? There you go. Does that help?
Does that help?
It's 1.25 inches. So,
and it did its dynamic bank maneuver. It's going down.
So they're about 30 millimeter thick. Waiting on the tile torch demo. I'm not doing it with that one. That thing's made out of PLA. There it is.
Just missed the top of the camera shot right there.
I know,
it
dude.
didn't move down quick enough. Does that, then they kind of did a bunch of jump cuts there.
Yeah.
And then it keeps spinning and spinning and spinning, and then it eventually falls leeward side down. And boy, that heat shield looks nice.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
Considering.
I don't. There is some stuff here, but these dots on the sides are from their tests. You know that because they're uniform side to side. There is a little bit of ablation going on right here, on the aft end. There's a little bit of an ablation there, but it's white. So I'm gonna guess that's probably the gap filler that ablated to an extent.
Yeah, it's probably the felt gap filler that they had.
That's the silicate, the crunch wrap. Yeah.
Well, it's not. Yeah, it's felt. They're trying to figure it out. So I'm not going to give them any nails on it. They're still trying to figure this kind of stuff out, but it's working right now. So we'll see what they do next.
Guys, yeah, there's minimal amounts of ablation on this heat shield. That right there, you could reuse that. And even he actually said that. I said that the day of the launch stream. That's reusable. You could reuse that.
I would say that heat shield is reusable. I would not be surprised if that was reusable. The ship itself, is the ship itself in good enough state to be reused? I don't know that answer to that question. I don't know the Raptor itself, the aft dome. It could, any issues that they probably came across could probably be repaired. There's a chance that this ship could have been reusable or reused. But it's a big question mark on, because we didn't see the insides. We don't know what it looks like. We don't know what the aft section looks like after reentry. Never saw it. So, but the heat shield looks great. It's the best looking heat shield we've seen so far.
Yeah,
by far.
I wouldn't reuse that 2 or 3 times, guys. But that is
maybe once for now.
You could use that again. You could absolutely use this one again. I know a lot about thermal protection because of the shuttle. Because I've read way too much about the shuttle. That guy's good to go.
Yeah, when they get their first ship back, they'll look into that ship. They'll tear apart. I wouldn't be surprised if they strip the heat shield on the first ship they get back, or strip good chunks of it.
I would be
or
taking
parts of it at least to take a look at it, but replace sections, which will make it look weird when they put it on display. It'll have used sections of heat shield and new sections of heat shield as they strip to take a look at certain sections. So that's what it'll kind of do. Or they'll take out a couple of tiles in certain sections and stuff like that is maybe what they'll do. And then what they'll do is the next ship they get back, I wouldn't be surprised if they completely strip the heat shield off that one and look at the tankage under it. Or something along those lines. And then maybe the third ship they catch is the one they actually reuse. Or something like that. Because, I mean, I think it'll take a bit. This isn't like Booster where you catch one and then you catch the next one and then you immediately reuse it. The ship is going through far more punishment than the Booster does.
Yeah, agreed. I was gonna say, where the hell did you find this, Hellfish? This is I am very surprised that they were forthcoming with Tough Rock here.
Oh.
Yeah, see? Ablation. See, look at these Tough Rocks are ablating. Yeah, that looks exactly like what was happening to Starship's tiles. They were getting porous and little pieces are coming off. Yeah, right there. Almost this phenomenon to a T. That's if you look at some of these tiles, see how you have little white specks on them? See, especially down here, see how the white specks are not necessarily what you want. You want the tile to be grayed over, if that makes more sense. Yeah, not like any of these. But this is a beat the snot out of the tiles test. Catch them all like Pokemon. Yes. Yeah, see, this is not, you don't want tile ablation like that. That's bad. It looks like this particular test was testing the tile gap. Interesting.
I can only imagine the amount of testing that NASA did on its tiles, or the amount of testing that SpaceX has done on their tiles.
Oh, dude, they're probably, if I had to guess, they're probably cooking one of these right now as we speak. They're probably blasting the trash out of it. Yeah, see, that's pre-test stuff. See how it's shiny? This post-test stuff, like, you'd want this to all be uniform. Like, if you look at Yeah, that's a good picture. If you look at the shuttle's tiles, they're all kind of tinted gray, but it's all uniform. You don't want this. The thing that makes it look like an eyeball. Don't want that. That's bad. That's not this right there. Not ideal. Absolutely not ideal. Interesting. That's a very interesting PDF. I'm gonna have to read that one later. They basically need to keep the tiles cooler. Shape would help you with that. Actually, I want to take a look at the nose here. Ooh. Something, I don't know, it could just be the I don't know, something is weird right there up at the nose, Ryan. See that?
Maybe.
Hard to say. Could changing the profile work enough to cool them? Like maybe going more belly first than an entry. Graham, yes. The other thing to take into account, guys, is that these are, I'm not gonna lie to you, these are absurdly steep entry angles. Yeah, not a lot of people know that. These re-entry trajectories are ridiculously steep. Dare I say it, an entry trajectory suborbital like this with the shuttle would break stuff. Like badly. I am gonna go out on a limb and say when Starship gets up into space and does if it does like a shuttle style deorbit where they don't necessarily, a lot of re-entries like Orion, the space shuttle, Dragon, they don't go suborbital. They just dip the low part of their orbit into the atmosphere enough to slow them down. The idea is that you want to spend the majority of your heating period up high. Like you want to do most of your deceleration up high and then kind of like belly flop into the atmosphere. Like I know that's what Starship basically does. That's what capsules do. Capsules stay up there as long as they possibly can until aerodynamically they fall out of the sky. The shuttle did that. The shuttle just stays up there. And then instead of just falling down or belly flopping like Starship, the shuttle just does a couple of heading alignments with the runway and then lands on the runway. That's why it falls like a brick out of the sky in the subsonic regime. These entry trajectories are beating the snot out of that thermal protection system. This would ablate anything. This would ablate the shuttle's tiles badly. Dare I say it, the shuttle might not be able to do a re-entry like this. That's why the shuttle really would do a transatlantic abort before they tried to get up into orbit. The abort once around contingent for the shuttle was only really towards the latter phases of the abort once around was really towards the latter phase. Well, no, I'm saying that backwards. They did TAL, one single engine TAL, two engine TAL, right? And then after that, it was get up into space because the shuttle, you're going too fast for the TPS. You're coming in at a really steep angle. So, Graham, to answer your question, could they change up the trajectory? Yes. But ideally, dude, the thing is, ideally, you'd want to put this thing through this, like, gauntlet of a like a reentry for your thermal protection, this torture test for your TPS, and you'd want it to come out clean, and it almost did. The reason why, dude, you got to remember, this is coming back from the moon. You're coming back from the moon, and you ideally want to come back from Mars, which are very similar speeds of atmospheric entry interface. About 25,000 miles an hour, whether you're coming back from Mars or you're coming back from the moon. Believe it or not, they're actually similar. When will they be able to go orbital? Give it another test, RJ. They have to make sure that they can do the deorbit burn. You don't want to strand that in space. They have to prove it.
That'd be bad.
Yeah. Imagine they deform the ring, something like that. Yeah, Aqualix, it wouldn't take much to do something like that. Yeah. Do you think we'll ever get the cooling method that Nova does on reentry in place for a heat shield on Starship?
No, it's too big a surface area.
No, you're talking about like transpiration cooling?
I know they've talked about it in the past, but like I really don't see how it would work for a surface area of that size. It's such a massive amount of area for it to cool. I really think tiles is like one of the only ways to do it. Either that or some other material.
Yeah. So since they don't have the additional 8 grand of speed to simulate it, steeper angles will get you the same result. Not exactly the same result, Bob, but let me put it this way: you're getting ablation here. It's probably not gonna be happy coming back from the moon. Remember, if your tiles
or Mars.
Yeah, exactly. If your tiles do ablate, right? They are ablating here, but they're still more or less intact. You kind of ablated the top layer off of them. That's not that big of a deal. That just means your worst or best case scenario, that means your reusable thermal protection system is not. It'll be a one-time use. So you made an ablative heat shield. Or maybe with lunar starships in the future that are going out there and deploying Starlink satellites and coming back, maybe in the future they the heat shield can only be used, I don't know, 5-6 times before you just ablate too much of that tile off. Jet Road, have I been following the Kitten Space Agency dev news? I'm a consultant for Kitchen Space Agency. Nice. For Kitten Space Agency, dude. I'm a consultant. I know the guys that made the game. That are making the game, actually. Yeah, I'm kind of like 6 degrees of separation removed from the main dev team, but I'm a consultant on the game. They ask me questions because I have so much KSP experience. They ask me questions about how to make things. They pick my brain on how to make a good space simulator. And I'll even say this, because I'll even say so much as, dude, I do that for free because I just want to play a good spaceflight game. On top of all that, I cut that loan for free. Lieutenant Dan got me invested in some kind of fruit company. Yeah, he says,
Lieutenant Dan!
What are you doing here? It's my ship, Starship. Speaking of games, KSP when I piece my life back together, because everything kind of fell apart in May, RJ. Outdoorsman has a question for Ryan. Could Starship eventually get to a 30-minute full prop load before with both booster and ship?
Yeah, it could.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that they're even using the farm to their full capacity yet. I think they can even upgrade the farm more if they really wanted to. They can get it to sub 30 minutes if they really wanted to. There's nothing stopping them. It's just a matter of flow of number of pumps, subcooling capacity, pressurization, gas generating capacity in the tank farm, as well as the size of the propellant, the supply lines to the vehicles, and the size of the QD openings. It's literally a matter of engineering it to go faster. They absolutely could do it if they wanted to. There's nothing stopping them from doing that. Yeah. I don't know where the limit is for moving that much cryogenic liquid that fast. I don't know where the physics limit is, but I doubt they've reached anywhere near the physics limit of it. Really? I don't think. I mean, so yeah.
Watching this damn landing again. In case anybody was wondering what I had a little bit earlier, Brimo brought me a chocolate milkshake. It's very interesting that they didn't get ablation on those couple of tiles right there. But yeah, guys, this looks actually like remarkably intact. This might be something as simple as just dialing in your gap filler tolerances. In fact, I'm going to say that that's probably what it is. Like even if the gaps on the tiles are just a millimeter off, the tiles you'll either ablate the gap filler or you'll ablate the tile. Like even if it's just a smidge off, it has to be like perfect. And that's part of the reason what made the shuttle so much of a pain in the butt, because when they glued the tile, they had to make sure that the glue set in the right spot and made sure that you had a nice uniform layer. With this, you have mechanical adhesion. They just press the tiles on, and that will help. It'll help, but clearly that's not your end-all be-all solution. But can you ask Ryan how often they change tires typically on an airliner? I think it's a good heat shield refurb target. The dates are actually what denote that, Bob, if I'm remembering right, Ryan.
What do?
How often do you, like,
dates?
on a 737, like the tires on a 7.3 have dates. They have a shelf life from when they were manufactured. You can only use them for so long, right?
To changing a tire depends on the tire you buy, because some tires are better than others. Some tires have more plies than others, or they're better rubber. That also changes. So some airlines don't always buy the best ones. Not saying that the tire's bad, it's just they don't last as long. So, like, for instance, the tires that we have at Sun Country Airlines, the mains will last about 3 months before the cord starts showing and you have to change them. And then the noses last 4 to 6, sometimes 4 to 5. But like, yeah, again, depends if you're working for American, Delta, United, Allegiant, Sun Country, Ryanair. It depends on what tires they buy, what airplane it is. But usually you're talking about a couple of months lifetime before they're ablated enough. You lose enough rubber to where you've got the cord showing, then you change it. You know, once it's out of limits. Out of limits meaning enough wear or cord showing, then you change the tire, basically.
It also matters with the date, right? Like the date codes on the tires, they can't go for if they exceed the date.
You go through them so quick that doesn't even matter.
Yeah, okay, cool. Right. So like if you weren't flying as much, you
go through especially with a decently sized fleet, you go through, like, for general aviation, that might, be a thing. Because you're not flying as much for, like, maybe a Cessna or something like that. Maybe those aren't flying as much. But for the airliners, you're flying 4 to 6 flights a day, especially 6 if we're running our Amazon aircraft, our Amazon Beast Boeing converted freighters. Those run 6 plus flights a day, give or take, sometimes within a 24-hour period, or even more than that. Then they go through tires like candy. They go through tires like crazy.
Can I just say that, just quite frankly, and I know this is not some shocking revelation, right? But the fact that we're just sending 737s flying like 6 times a day it's pretty damn impressive, dude.
We've been doing that for a while, too.
Doing that for like a half century. No big deal. Whatever. Half century.
I will say this from someone who I used to know, guy who worked on 47s at UPS.
Jeez.
They could land it, depending on the station, but usually the better stations, with loading. They could land the 47, get it into its cargo dock, unload all the cargo on it, reload all the cargo, and get it ready to fly again within 45 minutes or less. A 747.
So you're talking like a 744-F, right?
Yeah, a freighter version.
Okay.
Unload it, reload it, get it back flying within 45 minutes if you're on the clock. Because everything's in cans.
Yeah,
they're in metal
they're in
cans.
yeah.
So basically, you slide
all
one can off, one
palletized.
can off, one can off, one can off, and you do it in a specific sequence, also, so you don't tip the airplane. That's one thing you got to be careful of, especially on certain aircrafts. You'll tip it like the MD-11. Stupid third engine.
We are not MD-11
Yeah.
appreciators in here. We are tri-jet appreciators in here. Okay.
Tri-jet appreciators, because the TriStar is the greatest thing ever.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. God, MD-11's a pile of crap compared to a TriStar.
L1011 for the win, yo.
Thank you.
But anyways, no, you can unload and load a cargo aircraft pretty quickly. They can do the 3.7 in about it takes about 45 minutes depending on the airplane, anyways, because it's the same amount of cans. Sometimes the cans are just bigger, so you're just unloading cans like crazy. So you take 2 cans out, load it onto an elevator, basically like a mobile elevator that they have, cargo loader. It lowers them down. You slide them onto trailers. Those move forward, slide another 2 in. You just keep going, and then they bring in another trailers with newly loaded cans. Load them in. Make sure everything's secure as it goes through, and then you got to load the cargo pits. Go, fuel it and go, or you're fueling while you're loading, basically. Yeah, they can make them pretty quick. It's yeah. We've gotten the airline industry down pat. It's utterly hilarious whenever I hear airline like operations with Starship, I'm like, okay, sure. I know how quick airline operations are and how expensive it is. It ain't cheap.
Yeah.
It isn't cheap. It can be quick. It's ruthless. It takes a lot of manpower and a lot of logistics and coordination to pull it off. If SpaceX wants to hit that with this vehicle, look at the vehicle flattening out as it hits. Did you see that?
Yeah, I see it. It flattens out.
It flattens, and there goes the header tanks.
It pancakes it. Yeah, the LOX tank went first. Actually, that might be the methane tank.
Oh, well, I mean, the LOX and the headers are basically right next to each other. But either way, like you're trying to make this into airline-like operations when you have to re-enter from orbit.
Dude, I'll be 100%.
Good luck.
I'll be 100%.
Good luck.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one.
Like it's the whole thing of SpaceX wants to try it. Good luck. I mean, truly, good luck in trying it. But I don't think you'll achieve anywhere close to that kind of operational level for 15, 20 years. Truly. I think it'll take that long for him to hit that. The logistics to do something like that is stupid. It's stupid.
Dude, I would be happy if Starship got to Falcon 9. Like every couple of days. I'm fine with that. God, that would be great. That'd be fantastic.
Even every other day, which is what they could get at with 5 pads.
Yeah.
To launch it every other day or something like that. Or even an everyday launch. We could have a launch every single day. I can certainly see that. Once they get a decently sized fleet of ships and boosters, I can see a launch every day. But if we're talking several launches per day per pad, I'm sorry, I do not see how that's even remotely possible. Because
well, dude, the only way you're gonna do it, look. 737s. How many of those are out there? How many people are using 737s a day? The way they beat the problem is with scale. That's the only way Starship is going to do it. It's the only way.
The biggest issue, truly, for Starship, I think. I mean, I don't think in order to get those operations, you need a massive fleet of ships and boosters, and all the different kinds of ships: tankers, Starlinks, cargo, moon landing ships, Mars landing ships, whatever. There's a lot of different variants, plus extra depots, backup depots. But what they're going to need to do is they're going to have a depot Starship parked off to the side, ready to go on a moment's notice if one of the depots in orbit fails. Because if you had a depot in orbit that just stops working or has massive problems, all of a sudden, all of your interplanetary operations are dead. That's it. They're done. Or they're severely curtailed if you get a depot problem, which means you need a depot on standby to launch back into orbit to replace that one. Like, when you think about it, you literally are going to need them on hot standby just in case you have a problem. Like spare aircraft, you're going to need spare Starlink ships, spare tankers, spare depots, spare cargo ships. You literally need ships that are off to the side that'll need to be used. What did you say? I was
spare wankers. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, you're right. You're dude. The what I'm thinking, my mind immediately defaulted to the heck with having one on the ground, have 2 tankers on orbit as a redundancy. Why not? Right.
Well, here's the thing, and here's the other thing. It's like they'll definitely have multiple depots in orbit, but you're going to be using both of them. You'll be using all your depots in concert as you refuel them and as you use them. But then comes to the point of if one fails, then you're down one, at which point your operations slow down because now you're relying on less.
I would always have 2.
So unless you have enough depots in space baked into it that if you lose one, it's not a big issue, or you lose 2 and it's not a big issue, then you need you need depots on standby to be able to be rolled out and launched at a moment, within a day or 2. So your operations aren't completely curtailed, especially because what happens if you're in the middle of your home and transfer window and then you lose a depot? Uh-oh. Rubber raggies. That ain't good.
Ryan, all I can think about is like, and I don't want to make it about this, but like if we say the U.S. dispatches a B-2, B-2s operate out of the United States, and they just need to constantly be resupplied by tankers to get to their destination and then get back, right? I'm planning for a logistics mission where it requires a home and transfer, like something to Mars. I'd have the whole fleet of depots on standby. I'd send all of them up there, dude, or at least have a couple more on the ground, right? Like,
yeah, I'd have extra depots up in space, and then I'd have a couple. I'd have a couple on standby to launch in case one of them runs into a problem. And then I also want to know, like, how do you, like, and again, this goes in along sides of maintenance. Like for me, when we have a plane fail at an outstation, whether it's an outstation we have contractors in, or maybe it's an outstation in a regional airport and we got to send a rescue mission. All right, well, depots in space or tankers in space, okay? Say you cannot re-enter that tanker. Say if you try to re-enter that tanker, you're going to lose it, but you don't want to lose the tanker. So you send up a rescue mission to fix it, to bring it back? Do you, send up a rescue mission to try to fix the depot? Or do you just burn it up in the Earth's atmosphere? Dunk it at Point Nemo or something?
I'd let it go and then just send up another one.
That's the kind of thing that you have to weigh on whether or not it's worth it to repair it or not. At which point it's like, all right, so you're dunking ships if it can't be fixed.
Like what's on the screen.
Yeah. So there's a lot of logistics. There's a lot of things that SpaceX has to figure this out in order to make it like airline-like operations. They need parts on hand. I'll tell you, when they broke that chopstick, before they, during the 3300 static fire, when all of a sudden the chopstick skate had issues. Mm-hmm. Remember they delayed the rollout of 39 because of a chopstick issue? The skate went bad.
Yeah.
They didn't have a skate till the next day because I think they had to fly it in from another station. So you need parts on hand too. That's a big thing. Parts on hand to fix. It's logistics. You're gonna have to figure that out. It's one of the hardest things to do. SpaceX has figured out logistics with Falcon 9, but Starship is an entirely new beast. It's not even really comparable at all.
Dude, you keep coming with very viable things that they absolutely have to solve. It's just I think we came back. I think we got to it. Like, you're not wrong about any of this stuff. Scale is what beats this. Scale is what beats this dang thing.
You just got to get there, and it's not going to be quick. It'll take a bit to scale a program of this size up. It'll take a while to build all those pads, to build all those factory, build the factories, build the gigabays, get them operational, start building ships, start building more boosters. It'll take a bit to scale up, but I mean, we'll get there. It just takes time. I just love how everyone's always like, "Oh, they're going to start launching right," or Elon goes, "Hourly launches in a few years." I'm like, dude, no, you know how scaling works, like.
I would argue that he does. Out of any one singular person on this planet right now, I'm pretty sure he understands scale. But yeah, I think he's always optimistic with his timelines as a signal for as a very nice way of saying work faster. You know. Yarg, is that enough just to keep the depots on orbit? That can give you more time. The rate of heat flux. I mean, Yarg, here's the thing. So you have a tanker Starship up there. If it has a thermal protection system, point the TPS at the sun, dude. Point the TPS at the sun. Just like what Orion did, the bias solar. They point the heat shield at the sun for better thermal control. And then your heat rejection system doesn't need to work as hard. You put a heat rejection system in the payload bay or on the leeward side of the ship, and you put some radiators on board. At that point, maintaining propellant temperatures to mitigate boil off, not a hard problem. Like, so Ryan, what people were talking about in chat, right? Like, you know, how are they going to prevent the boil off? Like, how long do you think they can prevent boil off? Like, look, if SpaceX has they have 10,000 Starlink satellites up there, all those have radiators on them. Heat rejection is a very linear problem to solve up in space. Like, you're going to generate you know how much heat you're going to get. You know how much heat's going to get fluxed into the vehicle because you know how long you're going to be in the sun, because orbital mechanics is pretty damn predictable. Couple that with a gigantic thermal protection system on your Starship. That is not as unsolvable of a problem as people think it is. A mild heat rejection system with Starship on the backside, with the tiles pointing into the sun, you could keep Methalox stable up there for a long time, dude. As long as you had electricity, as long as you had solar. Yeah, shouldn't be an issue. It's something that they have to solve, to be very clear, but I don't think that's an unsolvable problem. That's actually a pretty easy, that's low-hanging fruit compared to like on-orbit transfer. On-orbit prop transfer, I think that prop transfer is not going to be as big of a deal as everybody thinks it is, because if you can solve the heat rejection problem and prevent boil off, then prop transfer is not that big of a deal. You just facilitate, all you got to do is heat the propellants at that point. So turn the Starships, turn Starships that want to refill into the sun, get the propellants to start boiling, and then you can move them. It's pretty easy. You just have tank ullage from one go into the other, and it pumps the fuel in. I'm saying this like it's some super simple thing. It's not, but that's the idea. Heat flux is a known problem. Yeah. They have the capacity to solve it with a flux capacitor. The newer versions of Starship have an electrical...
ZPM.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. ZPM.
Yep.
Easy 0-point module.
Yes. I've seen this movie before. The Combine come.
Oh no.
You pick up that cat.
Not the Combine. Or action stations. Set condition 1 throughout the ship. Action stations.
Yes.
Greatest contact.
Great Scott, we're combining all the references at a point that I can't even keep up with it. The consequences of that could be disastrous.
Engage the mass relay.
Time for the Adama maneuver. Remember, traveling through hyperspace ain't like dusting crops, boy.
Engage hyperdrive. Dial the gate.
Switching to secret hyperjets. Hey, Raiden, what's up, dude?
Ludicrous speed. Go!
All right, the Picard maneuver. You're the XO or you're not. Nice. I appreciate the amount of nerd that's happening in here.
You're the XO or you're not.
This one goes up to 11. Why don't you just make it so the 10 is where the 11 is? Well,
yeah,
no.
the order is engage the silent drive.
Engage the silent drive.
I can't do a Sean Connery.
Partially. Verify distance to target. 1 ping
A
only.
Russian Sean Connery, in fact.
Yeah. It's tough to do. How many pads could be built in Louisiana? I'd say at least 5, at the very least.
A lot.
5
of
sure.
pads. Yeah.
Remember, most of that space is just I don't know.
It's gonna be buffer zone. Most of it is.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys noticed. It gets loud.
A lot of it's going to be buffer zone, so once it's up and running and they got the TFRs up, no one will be able to do any drones or get close for pictures. You'll likely be able to fly over it at like above 10,000 or something like that. My guess, because that's not near any major airports. So yeah.
Yeah.
It's such a beautiful lift off of that new pad. Again, it looks like Saturn V.
It looks awesome, dude. I love it.
The split exhaust. I've been waiting for this for so long, and it's exactly what I thought it would be.
Oh, dude, you want to see something cool? I figured this out when we were on the stakeout. I was looking at it on the stakeout. I want to show you guys. So their Louisiana launch site. You guys want to see something interesting here? So SpaceX has a huge spot on Pecan Island, right here. Their land is, this is not exactly
flipping gigantic.
It's more or less that right there. It's 132,000 acres, or about 212 square miles. Like, just want to zoom out here real quick and just look at that compared to Kennedy Space Center. That's almost as big as Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge. So I actually wanted to point something out. Let's just say they put their pads like right here. All right. So check this. All right. 600 kilometers downrange is generally like, if anything beyond like 600 kilometers downrange that's usually like for a rocket that's going up that's not Starship, that doesn't need a notice to airmen, that's like the entire length of the Gulf. For something like Falcon 9, the TFR really goes let's say maybe 1,000 kilometers out. Let's just overestimate, right? Now watch this. Now, obviously, you could launch straight due south and get into sun synchronous, right? So 1,000 is way out there. All right, 600 is over here, right? We'll meet you in the middle, like 800, right? Now look at that. Check that out. If SpaceX did a slight dogleg around Port Fourchon, right there, check that out. You could launch due southeast out of that Louisiana launch site, take that dogleg. You'd have to deal with a little bit of delta V loss. Starship really doesn't care about that, based off of what we saw from the last, from the engine out stuff. And look, you could hit anything launching directly due east out of Kennedy, and you are well within hazard zones. Look at that. Pretty crazy, right? What about
especially once you start flying a lot and the system becomes more confident and more reliable. At that point, it doesn't matter as much.
So what about a northeast trajectory? Yeah, if you really wanted to, you could get away with it. This, I would say, Mark, doing something like that, very inefficient. Don't do that. Because
that would be, I don't know how.
You could. You could. It's doable. But let me clear the path. What you're much better off doing is so the trajectory over time will shift. So sometimes, if you launch northeast out of KSC, right? Say you launch into the ISS orbit, right? The ISS, every 12 hours, the orbit will be this way. It'll go that way. That's the difference between launching into the ascending node or the descending node of an orbit, right? So if you wanted to get to, say, the ISS orbit to copy that northeast trajectory, you just launch 12 hours after it's in that southwest to northeast. And then 12 hours later, right, it'll be northwest to southeast. And then you launch this way. You launch directly southeast out of Louisiana. Check it out, dude. It's 1,200 kilometers to Cuba. There's no way. Like, as Ryan was saying, when Starship is more dialed in, like even if they dialed it into Falcon 9 levels, you could get to the ISS with that. You could get to anything with that. This basically affords you equatorial with that dog leg like that, or straight polar.
Is there a line to fly between New Orleans and the port there? Like just going straight due east or nearly due east?
What do you mean?
Like not having dogleg around the tip.
So if you didn't do that, if they could get a flyover out of Port Fourchon, you could probably handle a 95 degree flight azimuth. So that is probably about as spicy as you're going to get with your trajectory right there. And even then,
yeah, that's kind of, that gets iffy with everything that's there.
it's much easier to just do the dog leg. But yeah, you could if you went straight equatorial, you'd start flying over some semi-populated areas here. This city right there.
Yeah, and that would be in the very initial phases of flight still.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
It's pretty close to New Orleans for being that in the flight.
Just that straight dog leg could get you more or less to the inclinations of launching due east right out of Kennedy. It's actually, Mason, genuine question, why has nobody built a launch site here? No need. But that is, I was looking into it. This is a great spot, actually. Really good.
The biggest reason why is because no one is needed to fly as much as SpaceX needs to.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Cape and Vandenberg are more than enough for other companies and ULA and NASA. But like, if you're gonna want to fly as much as SpaceX wants to fly, like the pads that you got are not enough. You need more, and you might as well. Why not? Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. This is a sweet spot, dude. I would say that this is better than Starbase. Way better, actually.
Starbase is not great for it. Like Starbase, you can do it's a really hard to do like any good trajectory. You can do SSO out of Starbase. You could try. You'd have to come out and dogleg it.
Yep.
You'd have to dogleg out.
It's doable.
Much doable, but it isn't great.
Let me check. What's our north latitude? We're 26 north. No, the sun synchronous out of there is caca. If you were going to go polar, guys, you'd want a higher latitude. So you have a good mid-range latitude. I've always told people, guys, like, I don't want a launch site at the equator. The launch site at the equator favors equatorial, and that's all fine and dandy, but it's caca to get into polar orbits. The reason why is you got to counteract the Earth. The Earth is spinning. And if you go into a polar orbit, you have to launch a dogleg trajectory because you have to take into account that you're spinning because you're near the center of the Earth. If I was a launch provider and I wanted a launch site that could get equally to polar and to more or less equatorial, I don't want something near the equator, but I don't necessarily want something polar either, because then you run into the same problem. I want a mid-range inclination from about, I'd say, 30 to 40, somewhere in here. So like Wallops is great. This is actually really good too. This is 29, almost 30 degrees north inclined, or 30 degrees north latitude. That's really good. That'll get you anything. You can go wherever you want. I don't want a launch site at the equator. I'd want a launch site in a mid-range. So like this, something where you can get to equatorial from here, or you could get polar. That's actually a disgustingly good launch site. In another universe, NASA is using that launch site. I think the reason why they never did is because you have to overfly Florida. And nobody ever thought, like Ryan was saying, nobody ever thought rockets would get to the point where you need this amount of launch sites.
Starship does. If you want to use it the way you want to use Starship, Starship needs that amount of launch sites, and it needs more launch pads. And they're even talking about, they even mentioned in that post international pads, and it's like, all right, so west coast of Australia then too, at that point, which be hilarious. There's different spots all over the world to do it. There really isn't anything in Europe to use. Not unless you try to go to the east coast of Spain and thread the needle through the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
That would be that would be something.
Nah, yeah. I mean, ideally, I'm not going to say that Massachusetts would be good, but I'm 42 degrees north up here in Mass. That's actually a really good spot. Honestly, a launch
I would
site.
say good luck. Just considering Massachusetts and a lot of the stuff up there, good luck getting a launch site. So for something that size,
Yeah, that'll never happen.
That'll literally never happen.
That'll never happen. But
no,
Cape Cod, basically where Chatham is, which doubly will never happen. This would be a great spot. Great spot for a launch site right here. Actually, you could get anywhere. You can launch.
The problem
polar.
is, yeah, they would never get approved to put it there.
Mm-hmm. You could go straight polar, or you could due east.
You could do just about anything.
Yeah, you could get to any orbit from there. You could get to the ISS from there. You go out due east, go around Nova Scotia. You could get to sun synchronous from here. It's actually really not a bad spot because it's sticking out and there's nothing to the south. So you get all the benefits of Vandenberg, right? But there's also nothing east of you either. And with the right plane changes, you could get into equatorial from here. It would be a little bit of a tall order, but you could do it. But yeah, I've always thought that mid-range latitudes from like 30 to probably 50 is really where you like, that's the ideal spot for a launch site that's going to get to either place. This one in Pecan Island is 30. Well, it's 29 degrees, 29 degrees, 35 minutes, 31 seconds.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's great. That's really good. That's an excellent spot for a launch site. Hey, Thrawn, 79-month resub. Higher hurricane risk in here, up there, no. The Atlantic Ocean does
in
get
Louisiana,
a little pissy.
yes, yeah, definitely, especially in that area. Yeah, that's a pretty big hurricane risk down there. But, whatever. You roll the dice, don't you?
What are the prospects for a launch site in the Pacific Northwest? Unfortunately, Aqualex, unless you could overfly like land, it's not great. You could.
That's why Vandenberg's about the only good one because it's great for polar.
Yeah,
that's about it though.
But see,
that's about all you got.
Something out of like Portland, or even like if you launched out of Astoria, you could hit some polar orbits from there. But the problem is that there's a California in the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Alaska.
I mean, Kodiak's up there. There's a launch site up there in Kodiak.
Yeah.
But
well, that's polar right there. If you want SSL, there you go.
California, who cares about them? The thing is that they care about them. You know what I mean? And they want to let you know that they care about them. Sorry, that's too real. I like California. I'm just giving you guys crap. Jack's there. I have to. It's my job. All right. A launch site in Astoria would be kind of cool. That's all I'm saying. Please explain to me and everybody else watching why use solar while flying for a long time in space. Why not use mini nuclear? Why are we so focused on solar?
We don't have the nuclear reactors yet.
Nuclear is heavily regulated, Marcel. Yeah.
Like in reality, yeah. Put a fusion reactor or fission reactor on Starship for long duration flights. We don't have that yet. We're not the Rocinante yet. Okay.
Tachi.
No.
Tachi.
The Donager. We're not that yet. We're not the Enterprise with multiple fusion reactors and a matter antimatter warp reaction core. Don't have that yet. We don't have like Naquadah or Naquadrary reactors. We just don't have that yet. Eventually, maybe. Yeah.
Fission reactor's totally doable. Give it some time. They'll work on it. Marcel, it's becoming a thing. They want to have the moon-based nuclear power. So And actually, you want to look up the SR-1 Freedom mission that NASA cooked up a couple of months ago. SR-1 Freedom. I think that's more or less what you're looking for. SR-1 Freedom could lead to something like the Expanse, guys. Why not launch from North Carolina?
Not a lot of good places on that coastline to set up anymore.
Because the east coast, the east part of North Carolina is very swampy. I mean, not that,
and the beaches are used too. So
not that Massachusetts would be any better, but I'm pretty sure the people that live on the Outer Banks might have something to say about that. That'd be cool to live out there.
It's not like there's no one there. There's people there. Those people would have something to say about a Starship overflying them or something like that.
Probably get some NIMBY in North Carolina, if not quite as much as Cape Cod. Cape Cod would be... You'd have to really be good at explaining what you're trying to do here, because, the vast majority of people would be like, hell no, I don't want that. That would be... You would have to have, 100... You'd have to spec, 10 smart points into persuasion to be able to talk, to silver tongue your way into doing that. You could. It'd be maybe. That'd be kind of cool, but... Bad erosion issues on the Outer Banks. Same with Massachusetts. The Atlantic Ocean kind of slaps us every winter down the Cape. Cape Cod is the ultimate NIMBY land. It really is, dude. Cape May, New Jersey. Cape May, New Jersey. Bro, do you think anybody's going to let you do anything cool in New Jersey at any particular point in time?
It's New Jersey.
It's New Jersey, bro. That's all I'm saying. You're probably right, but also...
I'm gonna go get dinner.
All right, man.
It's 7:30.
Yeah, I think we recapped that pretty well. That was a pretty good flight recap. We covered a lot of ground, dude.
Definitely did. I'm getting hungry though. So.
All right, man. Well, Ryan, that's Ryan Weber, guys. He's commentator for NSF. Ryan, what else do you do? Plug yourself. Go.
I work maintenance controller for Sun Country Airlines. And a bunch of stuff for NSF and stuff like that.
Who else?
And
who else do you talk to? You talk to everyone.
I talk to RGV and everyone else. I even do streams for them too. So
there you
go. And occasionally we do Battlefield 6 as well. So
wait until Friday.
Well, I won't be able to do this Friday because I have to work. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was America.
I'm not off for a couple more. It's a couple more Fridays until I'll be able to do it again. So unfortunately, but because I work 4 on 4 off rotating, so my days off rotate as my days on rotates. So every 4 weeks I get the weekend off basically. So
cool. All right, man. Well, thanks for joining me in the Flight 12 recap. You're welcome in here anytime.
Yeah, no worries. It was a lot of fun, as it always is.
Yep. All right. See you, buddy.
Yeah, see ya.
Well, that was fun. Are you on Flame Trench this week? I signed up for it. He's just a mechanic. He ain't the cool kid. Nah, he's pretty good. I actually learned something from Ryan today. I had no idea that the version 3 booster, it's using gaseous oxygen and gaseous methane for spin starting. I did not know that. Yeah, no, didn't know that. That's pretty friggin' cool, actually. Makes a lot of sense. That's pretty sick. Anyway, that's gonna do it for the Space and Rocket review and Flight 12 recap. Yeah, V1 and V2 didn't start the outers. Yeah, exactly. I didn't even think about that. Huh. Possibility of polar pads near Karata, Australia. The Sunshine Coast would be the best place to launch out of, where Gilmore launches out of. That's where, if I was going to launch out of Australia, that's where I'd launch. Yeah, honestly, that's probably the best spot. You could launch down somewhere in New South Wales, Sydney. or even down to Melbourne. I don't know if that's in a different state. I forget. Sorry. I remember geography. Hey, I know what New South Wales is, all right? Give me that. Give me that, all right? And the Sunshine Coast. How many Americans know where those are, all right? Give me a freaking break. They're too low. It's too low latitude or too high a latitude. You'd really want somewhere in northeastern Australia. So like Sunshine Coast would be a good place. Tasmania is too far south. You could do polar out of there, that'd be great, but everywhere else you're kind of boned. Quick thing on New Glenn. New Glenn is scheduled to fly on the 2nd, guys. They got an FAA recertification, so they're going to fly soon. SpaceX just needs to buy an island somewhere. They just did in Louisiana, Yarg. Darwin? I wouldn't launch out of Darwin. One, it's Darwin. I mean, if you could convince some Australians to fly over the outback, you could launch eastward from Perth. It's not like there's anything out there. Or you could just use Woomera. Woomera's there. It's worked in the past. That's all I'm saying. Last, please. Thoughts on the Ferrari Lucci, or Luce, or whatever the frick that thing is. Give me 1 second. Here. This should pretty much cover it here.
Se dire quello che penso farei del male alla Ferrari. Si rischia la distruzione di un mito. Mi dispiace moltissimo.
Ma lo possiamo dare?
Spero che si tolga il cavallino almeno da quella parte.
Che dobbiamo fare con la Cina? Che dobbiamo fare con la Cina?
That is my opinion on that vehicle. Right there, what he said at the end. Did you understand? He said, I hope they take the horse off the side because that ain't no Ferrari. Yes! Yeah, that car's stupid. I hate it. I hate all of it. Goalie, what did you do? Oh. Petrie, sorry if this has been gone over. If they launch Starlinks or do a mission and have the depot on orbit, can they dump the depot instead? Can they dump the depot instead of overboard, or will that just eat up more fuel? I'm not sure what you're asking. Where's your live translation? All right, here's what he said right here. If I said what I really think, I'd harm Ferrari. We're risking the destruction of a myth. I'm very sorry about that. I hope they at least remove the prancing horse from the car. Cavallino. Cavallino rampante. That's what that is. Prancing horse. Yeah. Yeah. That's Luca Cordero de Montezemolo. He is talking about, let me show you. Ferrari's new electronic vehicle that's $640,000 with a 280-mile range. No. Why does it have paddle shifters? It's an electric vehicle. You're paying over $500,000 for that. When Tesla exists. Heck, you're paying $500,000 for that when Ford exists. Dude, a Mustang Mach-E, and I hate that car, is better than that thing. Just Chad, are we cooked? I think Montezemelo's opinion about this is 100% spot on. He can't say what he really thinks. I'll say it. It's not a bad-looking car. What? Dude. Okay, first of all, what the hell are you doing making EVs? All right? If Ferrari's going to make a freaking electric vehicle, where's your Model S? Where's your Model S P100 Plaid? All right, where's your Plaid? That's what it should be. What is this piece of crap? What is this? What is this? How much power does this even have? 122 kilowatt hour battery, 1,000 horsepower. 0 to 60, 2.4 seconds. Why does it have 4 doors? What is it? It has 4 doors, and they're suicide doors. What do you? No. Just. All right. Okay. All right. Take an F40, put an EV, put an electric motor. All right. Make a new F40. Take the electric motor, put the electric motor where the motor should be. There you go. And make it go fast. That's all you needed to do here. You're overthinking it. You're overthinking it big time. No, it doesn't need to look like a Wiimote had sex with a Ferrari Mondial, all right? This is ridiculous. Just, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop it. Guys, for a $640,000 price point, you could buy 5 Model S Plaids. 5 of them. What are you doing? Stop it. Stop this. Oh, well, you couldn't do that because they don't make them anymore. Hey, you, Mason, you, 619, you're both in technicality jail. Get the frick out of my stream. Go. You're in technicality jail. Go on. You're gone. Go. Technicality jail for you. You're both in technicality jail. I'm having a little bit of fun. Don't worry. I don't know. In all seriousness, somebody will buy that. I don't know who. Someone will buy it. What would Enzo say? Truth be told, Enzo would like the specs. I'm 100% sure of this. 1,050 horsepower, 2.4 seconds, 0 to 60. He would like that. He would hate that it has 4 doors. If Enzo Ferrari saw that Ferrari was making any car with 4 doors, he would have an aneurysm. Yeah, dead scum, exactly. I can't wait in another years when we see Urbex videos around the UAE and we find like a parking garage of these things just abandoned. It's gonna be great. You know that's gonna happen. Somebody will appreciate this. It ain't me. Take a Model S Plaid, man. If we're gonna talk about fast EVs, give me the Plaid. Plaid's the best car. And then we swap an LS7 into it. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Maybe a Roadster? Oh, wait, yeah. For that price, give you a Roadster. Dude, I don't even want a Roadster. Model S Plaid, man. The Model S Plaid is, dude, you can't stun it. I think it's the best car. It's like it's the best EV around. I'm sorry, it is. And I'm not even that big of an EV guy. Inline 6 it. Why do Jaguar and Ferrari make their new cars look so fruity? I know that you say fruity, and you don't mean fruity like a negative connotation towards people, right? But you mean fruity in that it looks like a piece of fruit. Yeah, I don't know what that I don't know what that's about. You know what this reminds me of? Hold on. It reminds me of an AutoZam. You guys know what an AutoZam is? this? Is it this? Is it this? Is it this? It looks like an AutoZam. No, AutoZams are amazing. Yeah, AutoZams are cool. The AutoZam is way cooler. For the people that don't know, an AutoZam is basically a small two-seater car that I can't fit in, for what it's worth. That has a really big motorcycle engine in it. It's a go-kart. It's a little go-kart. They're cool. They only made them in Japan. It looks like a Prius. It does look like a Prius. Have you seen the Reanimia Greddy V1 AZ1 AutoZam? Storm, I knew talking an AutoZam would bring you out of the woodwork. I have not seen that. The new Dodge models got leaked? Okay, can I say something? Can I say something strange? All right, I'm gonna shoot my shot, and you guys tell me if I've lost it completely. I don't think that's a bad looking car. I think the new Dodge Charger looks great. It has I don't like that it's an EV. It shouldn't be an EV. And I think they're going to do it. If they took that, I saw one driving down the road the other day, and I thought it looked fantastic, to be honest. I thought it looked fine. If Chrysler took their 6.4 Hemi and an 8 HP70 and put that in there, that would be an amazing car. People would be lining up at the dealerships to buy those things. I think the new Charger looks fantastic. You might want to redo something with the grill. Something with the grill looks off. And I really like that they brought the Fratzog back, which is Chrysler's. That was not me that made that noise, but whatever. The Fratzog logo is pretty cool. It's their kind of weird triangular logo. That's a logo from the 60s. If you look at the Coronet has the Fratzog on the C-pillar. It's right by the Coors can. So, yeah. That logo right there. I think that's a nice looking car. I think they nailed the proportions. I think it looks really good. The grill, something about the front of the car doesn't look right to me. But if the fact that this was an EV and the EV ended up having no balls, like, it's kind of annoying, but it has a spoiler built into the front end for aero cooling. Yeah. It's Stellantis crap. The new Charger is the LX platform, which was made by Dodge. LX platform is actually Dodge, for what it's worth. Like, the original Chargers were the B platform, right? And then that existed. And these are LX. The LX platform was engineered by Chrysler. It was engineered by Chrysler, and then Chrysler got acquired by Daimler, and Daimler forced Chrysler to put Mercedes E-Class parts on the LX platform. I actually didn't know that. But, yeah, I learned that the other day in my travels. Anyway, they finally stopped using Mercedes E. It's actually not a Mercedes E-Class chassis. It has Mercedes E-Class parts. The chassis was engineered by Chrysler Hellfish. I actually learned this information. I was calling it a Mercedes E-Class up until probably a couple of weeks ago. Why does it look like a Lego car? Yeah, I don't know. It looks terrible. The leaked one will have a V8, and they stopped making the EV version in favor of their Hurricane engine version. That's good. What are the odds Weston Champlin puts a Cummins in the Ferrari Lucy? I don't know. That'd be funny, though. I don't think you could fit it, but... Google the P car. Oh, I'm good. All right. Anyway, it's 8:45, dudes. I hope you guys enjoyed that Space and Rocket and at the end car review. But, yeah, we went through Flight 12 we recapped it pretty well. It's worse than a Chrysler Crossfire. Here's some additional pictures that I didn't end up using. Yeah, that heat shield, guys, that heat shield looks fine. Honestly, it looks fine. You could reuse that. That could have been reused. I mean, obviously SpaceX isn't going to, but yeah, that could have been reused. Thanks for the informative content as always. Well, yeah, and I'd like to thank Ryan. Ryan really brought that up a notch, which is pretty cool. And we watched the Moonbase conference too. Good stuff. All right, guys. I think I'm going to stop here. I'll be around tomorrow, and maybe we'll play some games tomorrow. I don't know. But we'll do another Space and Rocket review. What we didn't get to today is that on Friday, Jared Isaacman announced a major reorganization for NASA's structure, hierarchical structure. And I actually want to do a little bit of a deep dive into that. And guess what? That's what we're doing tomorrow. Feeling like a raid? Yeah, sure, why not? That milkshake, I whooped that damn thing. Oh, Etel is playing 007 First Light? I don't even know what that's about. All right, let's raid Italics here. Over on the Twitch side, on the YouTube side of things, best Flight 12 review on the internet. Thanks, Petrie. All right, dudes, I will see you guys all tomorrow. I'm not sure about start time tomorrow. It's going to be sometime either at noontime or in the early afternoon. I'll get back to you on this. My entire schedule is... And I'm trying to just slowly piece everything back together. Maybe we work on the car tomorrow. Maybe we'll work on the car and then do that Space News deep dive. That's probably what we'll end up doing. And we'll go from there. I don't know. We'll see. But thank you very much for watching, everybody. Have a great rest of your night. I'll see you guys all tomorrow.